Recorded Books and RB Digital present Insidious Intent by Val McDermid, narrated by Saul Reiklin.
A black scene of calumny will be laid open, but you, Doctor, will make all things square again. Second paper on Murder Considered as One of the Fine Arts, Thomas de Quincey. Part 1. Chapter 1. If Catherine McCormick had known she had less than 3 weeks to live, she might have made more of an effort to enjoy Suzanne's wedding. But instead she had adopted her usual attitude of resigned disappointment, trying not to look too disconsolate as she stared at the other guests, dancing as if nobody was watching. It was just like every day at work. Catherine was always the outsider there, too. Even though the title of office manager wielded very little in the way of actual authority, it was enough to set her apart from everyone else. Catherine always felt that when she walked into the kitchenette to make herself a coffee, whatever conversation had been going on either stopped altogether or swerved away from the confidential to the inconsequential. Really, it had been stupid to think today would have been any different. She'd once seen a quote that had stuck with her. The definition of insanity was doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. By that standard, she was definitely insane. Sitting on the fringes of a wedding reception on a Saturday night, but expecting to be at the centre of conversation and laughter, fell smack bang in the centre of repetitive behaviour that never produced anything but entirely predictable failure. Catherine sneaked a look at her watch. The dancing had only been going for half an hour, but felt like a lot longer. Nicky from accounts, hips gyrating like a pole dancer, opposite Ginger Jerry, slack-jawed with delight. Anya, Lynn, Mags and Triona in a neat shamrock formation, elbows tucked in, bodies twitching and heads bobbing to the beat. Emily and Ollie, feet shuffling in sync, eyes locked, grinning at each other like idiots. Idiots who would probably be going home together at the end of the night. She could barely remember the last time she'd had sex. She'd split up with Niall over 3 years ago, but it still stung like a razor cut. He'd walked into the house one evening, the sharp, sour smell of lager on his breath, a faint sheen of sweat on his skin. "I've been headhunted for a job in Cardiff, running my own design team," he'd said, his excitement impossible to miss. "That's great, babe." Catherine had slid off the stool at the breakfast bar, throwing her arms around him, trying to stifle the voice in her head, shouting, "Cardiff? What the fuck am I going to do in Cardiff?" "Big salary increase too," Niall said, his body curiously still, not responding to the hug. "Wow! When are we moving then?" He disentangled himself. Catherine's stomach clenched. "That's the thing, Kath." He looked at his feet. "I want to go by myself." The words didn't make any sense. "What do you mean, by yourself? You're just going to come home at weekends? That's mad. I can get a job down there. I've got transferable skills." He took a step back. "No, look, there's no good way of saying this. I'm not happy, and I haven't been for a while, and I think this is the best way for both of us. For me to move away, start again. We can both start again." And that had been that. Well, not quite. There had been tears and shouting, and she'd cut the crotches out of all his Calvin Kleins, but he'd gone anyway. She'd lost her man, and she'd lost her dignity, and she'd lost her home, because half the lovely terraced house in her favourite Bradfield suburb had been Niall's, and he'd insisted they sell it. So now she lived in a boxy little flat in a 1960s block, too close to where they'd lived together. It had been a mistake to move somewhere so near the place she'd been happy, the house she had to walk past to get to the tram stop every morning. She'd tried making a 10-minute detour to avoid it, but that had been worse, an even sharper slap in the face somehow. Every now and then the couple who had bought the house emerged as she walked past, and they'd give her a little wave and an embarrassed half-smile. Since then, Catherine had made a few tentative attempts at getting back to dating. She'd signed up for an online dating site and swiped her way through dozens of possibilities. When she pictured herself standing next to them, none of them seemed remotely credible. One of Niall's old workmates had texted her and invited her out for dinner. It hadn't gone well. He'd clearly thought she'd be up for a pity fuck, and had been less than happy when she told him to sod off. At her cousin's 40th, she'd hooked up with a sweet lad from Northern Ireland. They'd ended up in bed together, but it hadn't exactly been a raging success, and he had escaped back to Belfast with a broken promise to call her. That had probably been the last time she'd had sex, 15 months ago, and this was supposed to be her sexual prime. Catherine stifled a sigh and took another swig from her glass of Sauvignon Blanc. She had to stop feeling so sorry for herself. All the magazines she'd ever read were agreed on that point. Nothing was a bigger turn-off for a man than self-pity. "Is someone sitting here?" A man's voice, deep and warm. Catherine started and jerked round. Standing with his hand on the back of the chair next to her was a stranger. A not bad-looking stranger, she noted automatically, even as she stammered, "No, I mean, they were, but they're not now." Catherine was used to sizing up potential clients. Not quite 6 feet tall, she thought, 30-something, mid-brown hair with a few silver strands at the temples, full, well-shaped eyebrows over pale blue eyes that crinkled when he smiled, like now. His nose looked a bit thick around the bridge, as if it had been broken at some point and poorly set. His smile revealed slightly crooked teeth, but it was an engaging smile nevertheless. He sat down beside her. Suit trousers, brilliant white shirt with the top button undone, blue silk tie loosened. His fingernails were square and manicured, his shave close and his haircut crisp. She liked a man who took care of his grooming. Niall had always been meticulous that way. "I'm David," he said. "Are you with the bride or the groom?" "I work with Suzanne," she said. "I'm Catherine, with a Y." She had no idea why she'd said that. "Nice to meet you, Catherine, with a Y." There was amusement there, but not in a piss-taking way, she thought. "Are you a friend of Ed, then?" "I know him from the five-a-side footy." Catherine giggled. The best man milked that in his speech. "Didn't he, though?" He cleared his throat. "I noticed you sitting here by yourself. I thought you might like some company." "I don't mind my own company," she said, regretting the words as soon as they were spoken. "But don't get me wrong, it's really lovely to meet you." "I don't mind my own company either, but sometimes it's nice to talk to an attractive woman." That smile again. "I'm guessing you don't much like dancing, so I'm not going to suggest we strut our stuff on the dance floor." "No, I'm not much of a dancer. I'm a bit fed up with the music. I prefer conversation myself. Do you fancy going through to the bar? It's quieter there. We can talk without having to shout at each other." Catherine couldn't quite believe it. OK, he wasn't exactly George Clooney, but he was clean and polite and attractive, and, extraordinary though it seemed, he was acting like he was interested in her. "Good idea," she said, pushing back her chair and getting to her feet. As they weaved through the tables to the ballroom door, the man who called himself David cupped her elbow in his hand in a solicitous gesture. Catherine McCormick's killer was nothing if not solicitous. Chapter 2. Detective Chief Inspector Carol Jordan shrugged into her heavy waxed jacket and pulled a thermal hat over sleep-tousled hair. A black and white collie danced around her feet, impatient to be out into the morning chill. She tied the laces on her sturdy walking boots and stepped out into a flurry of rain. She shut the door of the converted barn behind her, letting the tongue of the lock click softly into place. Then they were off, woman and dog, cutting up the moorside in sweeping zigzags. For a few blessed moments, concentrating on what she was doing drove the turmoil from Carol's head, but it was too insistent to be kept at bay for long. The phone call that had come from out of the blue the night before had stripped her of any chance of a restful night, and now it seemed of any peace this morning. There had been no running away from the blame her caller's bitter voice had directed at her. Years of policing at the sharpest of sharp ends had provided Carol with ample cause for regret. Every cop knew the acrid taste of failure, the tightness in the chest that came with delivering the worst news in the world. Those cases where they'd failed to bring any kind of consolation to people who had a sudden gap in their lives where a loved one should be. Those cases still rankled, filling her with a sense of raw inadequacy when she drove down certain streets, crossed particular landscapes, visited towns where she knew unspeakable things had happened. All those things were generic, though. All cops everywhere who had an ounce of sensitivity to what they were doing carried these loads. But this was different. This latest quantum of blame was a personal burden. She'd thought she could escape these outcomes that twisted inside her like a tightening rope when she walked away from the job, from the badge, and the rank. Her relentless pursuit of a multiple murderer had cost the life of her brother and his wife. What possible reason could there be for staying? She'd wanted nothing more to do with a job that demanded such a high price. But other people had known only too well the buttons to push to draw her back to policing like a moth to a flame. Number 1, boredom. She'd spent 6 months stripping her brother's barn conversion to the bare bones, then rebuilding it, learning the skills she needed from YouTube videos and old men in the local pub. She'd been driven to erase all traces of what had happened there, as if by remaking it she could convince herself Michael and Lucy's death had been a hallucination. She'd been close to the final stages of the project when her rage had finally cooled enough for her to understand she was growing bored with her choice. She was a detective, not a builder, as the man asleep in her spare room had forcibly told her. Number 2, loneliness. Carol's friendships had always been inextricably linked to her job. Her team were her family, and some of them had made it past her barriers to become her friends. Since she'd walked away, she'd pushed them all to arm's length and beyond. One of her neighbours, George Nicholas, had tried to breach her defences. A generous man, he was the reason she had the dog. Flash was the offspring of his own sheepdog, an anomalous pup who was afraid of sheep. Carol had taken the misfit because she thought they belonged together somehow. George had seen that as a signal for a closer connection, but he hadn't been who she wanted. George could never be home for her. Going back to policing, though. That would take her back into the orbit of people who made her believe she belonged somewhere. Number 3. Pride. That had been the killer vulnerability that had left her open to an offer she should have refused, but couldn't. Pride in her skill, pride in her smarts, pride in her ability to find answers where nobody else could. She knew she was good, believed she was the best, especially when she had the right hand-picked team around her. Others might have thought her arrogant. Carol Jordan knew she had something to be arrogant about. Nobody could do this job better. She had doubts about all sorts of things, but not about her ability as a governor. And finally, the killer button to press. Number 4. Temptation. They'd held out so much more than the simple chance to return to a job that had defined and rewarded her for so long. They'd invented something new, something bright and shiny, something that might change the future of the way they did policing. And she was their first choice to lead it. A regional major incident team, REMIT, that would scoop up all the sudden violent deaths, the most vicious sexual assaults, and the sickening child abductions from 6 separate police forces. The first tentative step towards a national agency, like the FBI perhaps. Who else could do it, if not Carol Jordan? But she'd screwed up before they could even ask her. A screw-up so breathtakingly stupid that the only way to rescue her was an audacious act of noble corruption that she should never have considered accepting for a nanosecond, never mind buying into heart and soul. She'd been blinded by the vote of confidence in her abilities, flattered that a man of honor should risk his integrity to place her where she belonged, and at the last ditch doomed by the demands of her own ego. And now there was more blood on her hands, and nobody to blame but herself. Carol drove her body harder against the gradient, making her muscles complain and her lungs burn. Flash quartered the hill in front of her, a sudden flurry of rabbits scattering before her, dirty white scuts bouncing across the moorland grass like a random release of old white tennis balls. Carol didn't even break stride, registering nothing around her, locked into the fury she was directing entirely towards herself. What was she to do now? The one principle she'd always clung to was her drive for justice. It had taken her to dark places and forced her down reluctant paths, but it had never failed her. To deliver criminals to judgment had always fulfilled her. That sense of restoring some kind of balance in the world also gave balance to her life. But there could be no justice here. If Carol admitted the conspiracy she'd been part of, she'd only be a tiny part of the damage and destruction. It would kill REMIT before it was even up and running properly, and that would improve the chances of serious criminals escaping the consequences of their actions. She'd have screwed up the careers of other officers who had counted on her. She'd likely go to jail. Worse still, so would other people. The guilt was hers. The blood was on her hands. There was only one road to redemption. She had to make a success of REMIT. If she could turn it into an elite team that really did deliver arrests and convictions in the most exacting of circumstances, if they could put killers behind bars before more lives were needlessly taken, if she really did make a difference, she'd still owe a debt for those other deaths, but at least there would be something to put on the other side of the balance sheet. Chapter 3. I'm worried about Torin, Detective Sergeant Paula McIntyre said as the teenage boy walking away from the car sketched a farewell wave without actually turning round. Dr. Eleanor Blessing muted the radio. Me too. It had been on her mind for days. The last thing on her mind as she let the oblivion of sleep overtake her. The first thought on waking. That morning she'd groaned at the invasive ringtone from her partner's iPhone. Bloody cathedral bells. How could such a small slab of silicon produce so much noise? At this rate she was going to end up as the Quasimodo of the A&E department. "Paula," she grumbled sleepily, "it's my day off." Paula McIntyre snuggled into Eleanor and gave her a soft kiss on the cheek. "I know, but I've got to get me and Torrin showered and breakfasted and out the door in good time. You go back to sleep. I'll be so quiet you won't even know I'm there." Eleanor grunted, unconvinced. A tremor shuddered through the mattress as Paula bounced out of bed and headed for the shower. Combined with the niggle of worry about Torrin, the rattle of the extractor fan and the hiss of the shower were too much. Any prospect of sinking back into sleep had been booted far into the long grass. Accepting the inevitable, Eleanor made a guttural sound of disgust and got up. Wrapped in her dressing gown, she climbed the stairs to the loft conversion their 14-year-old ward had turned into his wannabe man cave. Knocking first, because taking on Torrin so recently had meant they'd dutifully read up on how to survive parenting an adolescent. Eleanor stuck her head round the door. "Morning, Torrin," she said, sounding a lot brighter than she felt. "Sleep well?" His grunt echoed her own waking, though an octave lower. "Time to get up." Eleanor waited till one long, thin, hairy leg emerged from the duvet, then retreated downstairs to the kitchen. Coffee. A bowl of fresh fruit for Torrin, toast for Paula. 2 eggs standing by to be poached for Torrin. Baked beans already in the pan. Juice for everyone. All set up and ready to roll without a moment's thought. What occupied her mind was not the breakfast, but the boy. He'd fallen into their lives by chance. Neither woman had felt the biological pull towards motherhood, but after Torrin's mother had been murdered, he had refused point-blank to move away from Bradfield to live with his aunt and grandmother, distant relatives in terms of emotions as well as miles. His father worked offshore and hadn't been around to any significant degree for years. "I need to stay where my friends are," he'd insisted, stubborn but not unreasonable in Eleanor's view. The combination of Eleanor's friendship with his mother and Paula's professional involvement in the investigation had somehow ended up with Torrin in their home and in their care. Neither was quite sure how it had happened, but neither was willing to reject a boy who had lost his anchor. And so their life together had expanded to include an adolescent boy. It hadn't been an obvious match-up, but for months it had appeared to have worked. Eleanor had been amazed, and if she was honest, a little concerned that Torrin seemed to have coped so well with his mother's death. Their friend, clinical psychologist Tony Hill, had reassured her. "Grief is individual. Some like it public, some like it private. For some it's complicated because their relationship with the dead was complicated. For others, like Torrin, apparently, it's relatively straightforward. He's sad, he's bereaved, but he's not in the grip of anger or resentment that he can't come to terms with. No doubt you'll get unexpected outbursts that seem to come from nowhere, but I don't think he's internalizing some fucked-up reaction that he's not letting you see." Then he'd smiled his crooked smile and undercut himself. "Of course, I could be totally wrong." But on the face of it, he'd been right. Torrin and the women had adjusted to each other. Eleanor and Paula had rediscovered that board games could be fun, and that there was a whole new generation of them waiting to be purchased and played. Torrin had sat through movies he'd never have considered worth watching. Slowly and carefully they'd learned what they needed to know about each other, and to everyone's surprise, it had worked. His schoolwork had recovered from the sudden dip provoked by the shock of his mother's death, and he seemed unworried at the prospect of impending exams. Paula had fretted that he didn't seem to have much of a social life. At his age, she'd been one of a group of girls who hung around together for hours on end in each other's bedrooms, experimenting with makeup, comparing the snogging techniques of the boys they'd kissed. For Paula had not yet found a way to explain herself to herself, and gossiping about everyone who wasn't in their charmed circle. The boys had the same tight knots of friendship, though she had no idea what they talked about, except that it was different. Torrin's life wasn't like that. He occasionally met up with friends on a Saturday to mooch around the expensive designer shops that cluttered the streets behind Bellwether Square, but mostly he seemed to prefer his own company, though he was never far from the umbilical connection of one screen or another. But Eleanor, whose colleagues at Bradfield Cross Hospital covered a wide range of ages and backgrounds, assured her that this was what teenagers were like these days. They communicated through selfies and Snapchat, through tagging and Twitter, through images on Instagram. And by the turning of the season, it would be another thing altogether. Face-to-face was so 20th century. But over the past 2 or 3 weeks, something had shifted. Torrin had descended into a moody silence, barely acknowledging their questions or comments. He'd become the grunting, uncommunicative teenager of cliché, contributing nothing to conversation at mealtimes, escaping to his room as soon as he'd finished shoveling food into his mouth. When Eleanor asked him if he wanted to talk about his mother, he'd startled as if she'd slapped him. "No," he said, dark brows drawn down in a heavy frown. "What's to say?" "I wondered whether you were missing her more than usual," she said, stoic in the face of his hostility. He sighed. "I'd only be a disappointment to her." Then he'd pushed his chair back, even though there was still a slice of pizza on his plate. "I've got homework." And now Paula was admitting what Eleanor herself had been concerned about. There were good reasons to worry about Torrin. As Paula eased the car into the slow-moving morning traffic, Eleanor chose her words carefully. "I think something is bothering him. More than his mother, I mean. Something we can't guess at because it's outside our experience. So what do we do? Do you think there's any point in talking to the school? His form teacher was pretty helpful after Bev died." Paula joined the queue of traffic, turning right. "It's worth a try. Do you want me to get Tony to come round for dinner? See if he can loosen Torrin's tongue? Let's hold that in reserve for when we hit the brick wall." Eleanor tried not to let despondency take hold. "Maybe it's all about being 14 and not having a man around the place to talk to. He can FaceTime his dad any time he wants, and he usually talks non-stop to Tony. I don't think we have to go down the self-flagellation route, Eleanor." Paula sounded sharp. Eleanor hoped it was nothing more than the traffic getting to her. "If you say so. But—" Paula broke the silence. "But what?" Eleanor gave a wry smile. "Carol Jordan always says you're the best interviewer she's ever seen, and you can't get him to open up. So I reckon it must be serious." Paula shook her head. "He's not a suspect, Elle. He's a hormonal adolescent boy who's gone through a major tragedy. I worry that he's bottling stuff up, not that he's hiding criminal activity." Eleanor pushed her long black hair back from her face, enjoying the sensation of having it loose instead of tightly coiffed for work. She chuckled. "You're right. That's me put in my place. Thank you. You always reassure me." Paula scoffed. "Even when I don't reassure myself. Especially when I sense that little niggle of doubt that tells me you're human." She stroked Paula's arm. "What have you got on today?" "Well, we're only getting properly into our stride in remit now. The internet trolling case, that was an accident rather than something we were formally tasked with. So we'll just have to wait and see what lands on Carol's desk. I'm looking forward to it." Eleanor smiled. "I know it." She shifted in her seat, craning her neck to see what she could of the road ahead. "Pull up after the lights. I'll cut through to the shops from there. Save you going round the block and getting snarled in the Campion Way traffic." Paula stopped and leaned across to give Eleanor a parting kiss. "It'll be something and nothing," she said. "At that age it always is the end of the world, except it never is." She sounded confident, but Eleanor read the doubt in Paula's blue eyes. As she walked through the morning crowds, Eleanor told herself to accept her partner's words at face value. Something and nothing, even though she didn't believe them for a moment. Chapter 4. No matter that Carol had closed the barn door almost silently, Tony Hill had spent so long living alone that even in his sleep he was aware of subtle changes in his environment. The section of the barn that Michael Jordan had built as a guest suite had also doubled as his software lab, and he'd made it virtually soundproof. But still, Carol's departure managed to rouse Tony from his perennially light sleep. Some delicate disturbance of the air, some faint disruption of the soundscape of his dreams. Whatever it was, he woke knowing instantly that she had left the building. He lay there for a few moments, wondering how they remained held in each other's orbit. They'd both tried to put distance between them at one time or another, but it never persisted. And now here he was under her roof. Here, though neither could quite bring themselves to admit it, because she needed him to help her through the process of renouncing alcohol, and because he needed her to make him feel his humanity was real rather than a mask, which was why he'd been there when the phone had rung with its dark message. He'd known at once the call was trouble. Carol's grey eyes had darkened and her face tightened, exposing fine wrinkles he'd never noticed before. She'd run a hand through her heavy blonde hair, the low lighting in the barn revealing more silver than there had been a few months before. A poignant moment of realization that she was visibly aging. It was odd how these moments stood out in sudden relief. He'd noticed it with his own face. Months would go by without any change impinging. Then suddenly, one morning in the mirror, he'd catch a sideways glimpse and understand that what had once been laughter lines were now permanently etched in hollow cheeks. Sometimes when he got out of bed, his body protested. He remembered Carol laughing at him for making what she called old man's noises when he'd pushed himself to his feet from a chair the other day. He'd never thought much about either of them aging. Now he'd become aware of it, he knew his thoughts would loop back there till he'd figured out what it meant to him. The burden of a psychologist. A job with no downtime. What he had to figure out now was how to help Carol hold it together in the wake of this latest trouble. He knew her well enough to suspect she'd use it as a spur to push herself even harder. Her own self-worth would be bundled into the success of Remit. Like the double helix of DNA, the two things completely interdependent. And that was a dangerous strategy, because however good a detective she was, she couldn't control the outcome of every case. Before he could descend further into introspection, the faint rumble of an engine caught his attention. The rare traffic on the quiet lane running past the barn was usually audible only for a few seconds, but this vehicle was hanging around, the sound not receding but growing louder. It seemed they had a visitor. Tony scrambled out of bed, almost falling back again as he struggled awkwardly into his jeans. He grabbed the thick fisherman's sweater he'd taken to wearing on his boat and headed through the main barn towards the front door, hopping as he registered the cold stone flags under his feet. The engine had stopped, he realized. He opened up as a closing car door made the expensive soft click of German engineering. The man who straightened up to face him was all too familiar. "John," Tony said, not bothering to hide his weary resignation. The arrival of John Brandon, Carol's former chief constable, the man who had engineered her return to policing, did not come as a shock. Not after the previous evening's news. "You'd better come in." Brandon approached, his resemblance to a miserable bloodhound even more pronounced than usual. "I'm guessing from your expression that you've heard." Tony stepped back to let him enter. "She's got plenty of enemies, John. Did you really think none of them would have picked up the phone?" Brandon sighed. "Bad news always travels fast." He looked around, and Tony clocked his practiced copper's eye, taking in the details of the newly refurbished space. The exposed beams, the perfect plasterwork, spare, simple furnishings, and a massive stone fireplace piled with logs ready to be lit. No pictures on the walls yet, no rugs on the flagged floor. Japanese screens that closed off a sleeping area. A squared-off corner that Tony knew hid a luxurious bathroom. "She's made a good job of it," Brandon said. "That should come as no surprise." "Where is she?" "Out on the hill with the dog, taking it out on the landscape." Brandon sat down on one of the deep tweed-covered sofas. "Who told her?" "DCI John Franklin from West Yorkshire. You could say he took a kind of savage pleasure in it." The mere memory of Carol's stricken expression was enough to bring a mutinous cast to Tony's features. "It pretty much devastated her." Brandon sighed. "I wish he'd kept his mouth shut." "Why? There's no way to spin this that wouldn't have the same result." "I wanted to tell her. I wanted to explain that it wasn't her fault, that what happens falls into the category of the law of unintended consequences." "What?" He pushed his fingers through his dark, curling hair in a gesture of frustration. "You and your powerful friends corrupted the system to have Carol's drink-driving arrest thrown out on a technicality. Only that meant another 3 drivers walked free too. Then one of them gets behind the wheel again, but this time he's so drunk he kills himself and 3 other innocent people in a late-night crash. And you think you can shrug that off as an unintended consequence?" Tony made a sarcastic quotation mark gesture in the air. "Nobody's shrugging it off. But if anyone has to shoulder the blame, it's me and the Home Office team who thought it was a good idea in the first place, not Carol." Tony shook his head, impatient. "Good luck with getting her to see things that way. You'll be lucky if you get to close of play today with her still in post." Brandon shifted awkwardly, twisting his lanky legs around each other. "I was hoping you might help me persuade her there's no point in resigning now. What's done is done. Remit is bound to have a live case sooner rather than later, and we need her running the team." "I've not spoken to her this morning, but she'll do what she thinks is best, regardless of what either of us has to say, John." While he was speaking, the door opened and Flash bounded across the room, washing Tony's thigh with a welcoming tongue. then wheeling to face Brandon, ears alert, head forward, scenting the air. "She will," Carol said, taking a handful of steps towards them. "I told you at the time it wasn't a good idea to interfere with a righteous arrest, John." "You didn't put up much of a fight, as I recall." The words were defensive, but Brandon's tone was regretful. Carol sighed. "You calibrated my weakness perfectly, and I gave in to temptation and flattery." "It wasn't flattery," Brandon protested. "You were the best person to run Remit. You still are." Carol slipped out of her jacket and hung it on its peg. "You're quite possibly right, and that's why I'm going to work now." She turned back to face them, her eyes blazing, cold with anger. "You've done a terrible thing to me, John. 4 people are dead because you and your pals decided I needed to be whitewashed. You can hide behind your conviction you did the right thing, but I can't. I let myself be talked into taking the job at Remit out of vanity and ego." She ran her hands through hair flattened by her walking hat, letting it reassert its natural shape. "I let myself believe my motives were pure, but honestly, they weren't. So I've got to live with that guilt. I'm ashamed now that I agreed to be part of your shabby deal, and the only thing I can do that comes anywhere near redeeming myself is to get out there and do a job that might save other people from dying." Tony felt pride and pity at her words. "That's no small thing," he said softly. "4 lives, John," Carol said. "For all our sakes, you'd better hope nobody unravels what really happened at Calderdale Magistrates' Court." Chapter 5. Paula was surprised to find she was first in the office. Usually DC Stacy Chen was already ensconced behind her protective carapace of 6 computer screens when the rest of the team arrived. But today the self-contained office, where she practiced the black arts of digital investigation, was dark, the door closed, and Paula assumed locked. She hung up her coat, but before she could fuel up from the team's high-spec bean-to-cup machine, the phone in Carol Jordan's office rang out. The door was open. When Paula had been part of Carol's old MIT team in Bradford, the house rule was that no phone went unanswered. So she hustled across the room and snatched the handset on its 4th ring. "Remit, D.S. McIntyre," she said. "Is DCI Jordan there?" An unidentified female voice she didn't recognize. "Who's calling?" "Detective Superintendent Henderson from North Yorkshire." There were still few enough women at that rank for Paula to know Anne Henderson by reputation. She was one of the quiet but deadly ones, never raised her voice, but was never knowingly outflanked. "Behind the door, when they handed out a sense of humour," had been the verdict of a Bradfield sergeant who had started his career on the North Yorkshire force. Paula didn't think that made you a bad person, though black humour was often what got MIT detectives through the horrors they routinely confronted. "I'm sorry, ma'am," Paula said. "DCI Jordan's in a meeting right now. Can I help you, or take a message?" "We've got something we think you might like to take a look at," Henderson said abruptly. "How do you proceed with these handovers?" "I'm not sure of the protocols yet," Paula said, "but I imagine DCI Jordan would like to bring a team out to the crime scene." "That won't be possible." Henderson's voice was clipped, annoyance in her tone. "The officers at the scene did not consider the death suspicious." "So what? They didn't preserve the scene?" "It's complicated. Perhaps the best thing is for the local SIO to email you the details. Then take it from there." Paula didn't know what to say. What would Carol Jordan want? If the crime scene was a bust, they'd need to start somewhere else. "That's probably best," she said. "I'll get that organized. Once she's had a look, DCI Jordan can give me a call. and we'll progress things." And that was that. As Paula replaced the phone, the squad room door opened and Stacey Chen walked in with DC Karim Hussein at her heels. Stacey looked glum, but Karim had all the bounce of a puppy who's been thrown a brand-new tennis ball. "Morning, Skipper," Karim called. "Shall I make us all a brew?" Stacey rolled her eyes and made for her office. "Earl Grey," she muttered, unlocking the door. "I know," Karim said brightly. "No milk, the same colour as famous grouse." There was a miniature of the whisky in the cupboard below the kettle for the purposes of quality control. "I learn, Mr. Faulty." He batted his ridiculously long eyelashes in a parody of a flirtatious waiter. Nobody paid any attention. He shrugged and carried on making the brews. Just as well his sister couldn't see him now. She'd love to take the piss out of him, the big detective reduced to charwalla. Paula followed Stacey. "You okay?" "I'm fine. I did what needed to be done." "How did he take it?" "I've no idea. I've blocked him from all my comms." Stacey settled in behind her screens, their ghostly flickers mapping random colours on her face and her white blouse. Her expression was blank and uninviting. Most people, Paula thought, would relish the opportunity to have a good rant about an ex-boyfriend as treacherous as Sam Evans had turned out to be. Stacey wasn't most people, however. "DSI Henderson from North Yorkshire was on a minute ago. They're pinging details on a case over to us." Stacey's smile was grim. "Good. Something to get our teeth into." Paula retreated, glad of the coffee Karim plonked in front of her. She logged onto the system and checked the remit cloud storage. North Yorkshire hadn't wasted any time. Their designation, NYP, began the serial identification of the only file folder in the immediate attention section. Paula felt her pulse quicken. For the first time, Remit was faced with a case from an outside force. This was where they began to prove themselves. By mid-morning, the small team was assembled in a horseshoe round a pair of whiteboards. DCI Carol Jordan stood in front of them, shoulders tight, hands tight fists at her side. Apart from Karim, only DI Kevin Matthews looked raring to go, Paula thought. Carol Jordan had dark smudges under her eyes. Stacey resembled a convincing understudy for the Grim Reaper, and Tony Hill, their first best hope for hitting the ground running in terms of what they were looking at, hadn't stopped frowning since he'd walked in 10 minutes before. The final member of the team, DS Alvin Ambrose, was impressively impassive, arms loosely folded across his chest in a wait-and-see pose, his shaved head gleaming under the strip lights, his dark suit giving him the air of a nightclub bouncer nobody would want to argue with. "We've got a completely corrupted crime scene," Carol began. "It's far from the ideal way to start our remit role, but we are not going to let that stop us." She turned and wrote Catherine McCormick in firm capitals at the top of the board. 3 nights ago, a motorist driving on a back road from Swarthdale to Ripon came on a burning vehicle in a lay-by. He parked 20 metres further on, then he and his passenger walked back. The fire was blazing inside the vehicle, and they could see the outline of a figure in the driving seat. The driver, a 36-year-old engineer, tried to approach but was driven back by the heat. Carol wrote Simon Downey on the board in smaller letters. Under it she wrote Rowan Calvert. Rowan called the fire brigade while Simon ran back to his car for the fire extinguisher. Kevin snorted. "That'd have as much impact as a fart in a thunderstorm." "Indeed," Carol said. By the time the firefighters arrived 17 minutes later, the flames had begun to subside, but the interior of the car, a Ford Focus, was a shell. a shell with a very badly burned body in the driving seat. The assumption was that the car had somehow caught fire. The driver had pulled over but been unable to get out. The conclusion was accident with an outside possibility of suicide. "Did the witnesses see the driver attempting to get out?" Paula asked. "They couldn't see much through the flames and smoke, but according to their statements, they saw the person making some jerky movements," Carol said. "That's pretty unlikely," Kevin said. "An intense fire like that, you're not going to survive long enough to make any serious attempt to get out." "But the connective tissues contract in a fire, don't they? That's how burned bodies end up in the pugilistic pose. Maybe the witnesses saw that happening and thought it was spontaneous movement, not the effect of the flames," Paula mused. "Probably." Carol took a quick glance at the folder in front of her, checking what the printout from North Yorkshire said. "The scene management seems to have been cocked up from start to finish. A couple of the car windows had popped or melted because of the intensity of the fire, so the interior of the car and the body were pretty much doused in chemical foam and water spray. And in the morning, when the car had cooled down enough, they stuck it on a low loader and took it to the fire service warehouse to be examined." "What about the body?" Alvin asked. "When did they recover that?" "Back at the warehouse. Thankfully they had the pathologist there to supervise the recovery and removal, or who knows what we'd have ended up with." Carol sighed. "The fire investigator didn't start work on the car right away because he was already working on an arson over in Harrogate, so it was left in the warehouse." "Where presumably anybody could have interfered with it?" "Not quite anybody, Kevin, but yes, I take your point. Because they thought it was an accident, it wasn't a high priority." "What changed their minds?" Tony asked. "What the duty pathologist discovered when he carried out the post-mortem yesterday evening. Whatever happened in that car, it wasn't an accident or a suicide." "How come?" Karim blurted out without thinking. He caught the amused glances that Kevin and Paula exchanged, the barely suppressed eye roll from Stacy, and Alvin's sudden interest in the floor. "Because murdered people don't kill themselves," Carol said. Chapter 6. Less than half an hour later, the main remit office was empty again. Stacy was in her office with the door closed, making a start on tracking Catherine McCormick's online footprint. With luck, Paula and Karim would return from their search of the victim's home with a tablet or a computer that would unlock Catherine's life. But until then, Stacy would use all the official access points and unofficial back doors at her disposal to start building an outline that a piece of hardware would help her to colour in. At the opposite end of the squad room, Carol and Tony were facing each other across the desk, behind the closed door of her office. He knew her well enough to realize she had the lid clamped down so tight on her feelings that she'd have been hard-pressed to manage a question about her coffee preferences. He was supposed to be in his office at Bradfield Moor Secure Hospital, managing a supervision session with a postgraduate student, but he'd put her off. Whether Carol liked it or not, today he planned to stick by her side, no matter what. "Sounds like the pathologist did a decent job, at least," Tony said. "Well, he picked up on the lungs right away. No signs of smoke inhalation, no scorching from breathing in hot gases. So she was definitely dead before the fire started. But it still could have been an accident, right? She could have had a brain hemorrhage or an aortic aneurysm or something instantaneous like that, and dropped a lighted cigarette. The absence of damage to her lungs isn't conclusive, is it?" "Were you not paying attention in there?" Carol's tone was sharp, accusatory. "Sorry, I had a text from the student I cancelled this morning. I had to deal with it." "I don't know why you cancelled it in the first place. I'm not a child. I don't need a nursemaid to keep an eye on the one thing in the world I feel competent to do." She sounded weary, her tone a match for the dark smudges under her eyes. "I thought you might appreciate someone in your corner." Carol scoffed. "That's what that lot out there are, my team. Whatever goes down, they have my back." Tony wasn't sure whether Carol was trying to convince him or herself. An all-too-recent betrayal, a leak from inside to the press of the dismissed charges against her, was still raw. It had happened once. The awareness that it could happen again must be humming away like a low background noise in her head. And given what was still hidden, another revelation would be a flash-bang grenade so loud it might drown out everything else she'd achieved. "We all do," he said mildly, "but the others have their own tasks to focus on. There's not much for me to go at yet, so—" "Anyway," she interrupted, "what ruled out the kind of accident you're suggesting was what the pathologist found when he took a more detailed look. Catherine McCormick's hyoid bone was snapped in two. Now, in itself, that doesn't prove she was strangled. Notoriously, the hyoid bone can be broken in a car crash if the seatbelt crushes the throat. But there was no indication of any accident or emergency stop here. Stacey double-checked the pics North Yorkshire sent over, and there are no skid marks in the lay-by, no signs of hard braking, and the exterior of the car is undamaged as far as we can tell from the pics. So the broken hyoid combined with the clean lungs makes it pretty clear that the fire was set to cover up a murder." "It didn't work very well, as cover-ups go, then." "No," Carol gave a sarcastic laugh. "This obsession people have with forensic science and true crime these days makes them all think they know how to outwit us. They've seen the TV series, they've listened to the podcasts, they've read the books. But when it comes down to actually killing another human being and trying to dispose of the body, well, it's not so easy. Then the wheels come off and they start to make critical mistakes." Tony murmured. "You're probably right. They were quick off the mark on the ID, weren't they? Was that down to the pathologist too?" Carol shook her head. "Good old-fashioned policing. Well, more or less. The cops at the scene ran the car number plate on the PNC, and it came up with Catherine McCormick's name and an address in Bradfield. Then some poor sod had to call round the dentist's practices, till they found the one where she was registered. They did the dental comparison earlier this morning and came up with a match. So the ID hasn't been released? Not publicly. We've not tracked down next of kin yet." Carol sighed. "It's a weird one, though." Tony nodded agreement. Most killers who go to the trouble of trying to cover up their crime want the body to disappear, not light up the sky like bonfire night. "I know it was a back road, but all the same, he couldn't have shouted louder if he'd tried." He jumped up from his chair and started quartering the small room, talking as he walked. Was he trying to burn her so badly that nobody would suspect murder? Was he making absolutely sure she was dead? A macabre kind of belt-and-braces job? Or was it all about the fire? Killing her was incidental. Burning her, was that the real thrill? Or was he only making sure he got rid of forensic traces? Tony stopped, rolling his eyes in a dumb show of stupidity. "That's probably it. Sometimes I forget that the simplest answer is the most likely one." He dropped back into the chair. "How are you feeling?" "I'm fine," Carol shot straight back. "You know I'm always okay when I'm working." He knew that was what she always told herself. "Do you think the press will find out about—" "I don't know. And right now I'm trying not to think about it. I'm trying not to wonder whether John Franklin and his mates in West Yorkshire CID hate me enough to risk the consequences of leaking the story to the press. I'm trying not to imagine the headlines, and I'm trying to convince myself that the answer is not an industrial quantity of vodka." She pulled a wry smile. "So please, if you're going to play me and my shadow today, shut the fuck up about it." The smile saved him from panic. Her anger was still turned against herself, and while that wouldn't be without consequences, at least he'd be around to help her through the worst of them. "Fair enough," he said. "So, what's the plan?" "I thought I might take a run out to North Yorkshire. The crime scene isn't going to yield much in the way of forensics, but I'd like to see the reality as opposed to video and stills. And I know you like to poke around and see things for yourself." "I like to get a feel for the killer's preferred terrain." Tony stood up again and reached for his battered brown anorak. There had never been a nanosecond when it had flirted with fashion, which was the least of his concerns. But even he had to admit it was starting to blend in a little too well with the city's homeless population. "Do you think I need a new coat?" he asked Carol as they walked out. "Always," she said dryly. "Let's swing by one of the outdoor shops on the way out of town." "That's a bit precipitate, isn't it?" Carol chuckled as they waited for the lift. "Strike while the iron's hot. If I wait till tomorrow, it'll have turned into your most prized possession, the thing without which you can't imagine writing another profile." She stepped into the lift ahead of him. Tony swallowed hard. Maybe it was going to be all right, after all. Chapter 7. For a cop, Karim was a surprisingly sedate driver. He stayed under the speed limit, even in the 20 miles per hour streets of suburban Harristown. He paused at junctions, he waved pedestrians across the road, and he slowed as he approached traffic signals, rather than speeding up to make sure he caught the light. It reminded Paula of being driven by her mother, who had given up her car with an obvious relief when she turned 65 and retired from her bookkeeping job. She wasn't sure if Karim was that kind of anxious driver or whether he was trying to impress her with how law-abiding he was. Once they reached Harristown, Paula took over the directions. She'd worked in Bradfield all her adult life, and the job had brought her to the southern suburbs several times. Starting out as a beat bobby, it had mostly been small-scale street crime, drugs, and burglary. But over the years the area had become gentrified, its terraced streets desirable acquisitions for young professionals. The pubs had been tarted up, featuring gastropub menus and occasional live music. There was a whole food emporium, and the scrubby little parks had sprouted kids' play equipment that made Paula wish she was a child again. But the spit and polish that had raised the average income of the area hadn't immunized it from crime. During her years as a major incident squad detective, Paula had investigated 3 murders that had intimate involvement with a Harristown postcode, and now it looked like number 4. Catherine McCormick hadn't lived in one of the terraced streets that spread out in a grid around the park that sat between the grand Victorian edifices of the former Reform Club and Conservative Club, both now converted into allegedly luxury apartments. Catherine's flat was altogether less distinguished. Karim turned into the grounds of a boxy 1960s block that had probably replaced a pair of substantial semis. He hesitated, staring at a sign that read, "Private Residence Parking Only." "Ignore it," Paula said. "Just find a space." "What if they clamp it?" "They won't. I can always nick them for failing the correct use of the apostrophe." Karim gave her a mistrustful look, then a cautious smile. He parked neatly in the nearest space, then followed her to the main door of the complex. There were 15 numbered buzzers with an entry intercom system. "Damn," Paula said. "I was kind of hoping for a caretaker." With no expectation of a response, she pressed the buzzer for flat 14, the address where DVLA had the car registered. No reply. Starting with flat 15, Paula worked her way down the buzzers. She struck lucky on 9. It was hard to tell much about the person on the other end, except that they were probably female. Paula identified herself and explained that they needed access to the building. "How do I know you are who you say you are?" the voice demanded. This was what came of filling people with trepidation about the likelihood of being conned, robbed, and murdered on their own doorsteps. "You could come down to the door and check our ID," Paula said. "I'm not dressed," the voice complained. "I was on a late shift. You woke me up." "I'm sorry about that. If you want to buzz us in, we could come to your door and you could check us out." She shook her head at Karim, who grimaced in return. "We are the police." "I'm on the first floor," the voice said. Then the door buzzed loudly. The door to flat 9 was open a crack, a bleary-eyed face surrounded by a cloud of bright aubergine hair visible in the gap. Its owner was fighting a losing battle against the years, judging by the smudged makeup round her eyes and mouth. "ID." Both officers held up their shiny new warrant cards. "Remit? What's that? You not from Bradfield Police?" The woman frowned in suspicion. "We're a regional squad," Paula said repressively. "Do you happen to know your neighbour in flat 14? The woman snorted. "Lives above me, she does. I had to complain when she first moved in. High heels on a wooden floor is about as antisocial as it gets in a block like this." "And how did she take it?" "She said she was sorry," the woman said grudgingly. "And to be fair to her, she took her shoes off at the door after that. But I never had anything else to do with her." "Did she have any other friends in the block?" Karim asked. The woman looked him up and down, eyebrows raised. She probably didn't consider his black jeans and black Barber jacket to be proper police attire, Paula thought. Unlike her own navy pegs and the boxy blue jacket that Eleanor said looked disturbingly like a Mao jacket from the 80s. "I've no idea, son. We keep ourselves to ourselves here." Pointless, Paula thought, as they took their leave and headed for the top floor. There was no reply at any of the flats. "What are we going to do, Skip?" Karim looked worried. "We can call BMP and ask them to send a car round with the big red key." Paula rummaged in her bag. "Or we can try these." She brandished a small leather case, flipping it open with her thumb. "So much more discreet than a battering ram." "Is that legal?" Again Paula was reminded of her mother. She wasn't sure whether his general enthusiasm was going to be enough to overcome that particular problem. She reminded herself that she'd been the one to recommend him to Carol on the basis that he was a grafter who could be a lot tougher than he looked when he had to be, and that he was smart enough to hold his own on this remit team. He'd learned that sometimes the rules could be tweaked a little, otherwise he wouldn't last long on Carol Jordan's team. "We need to effect entry. This causes a lot less damage than the ram, and it means we can secure the flat after we leave." She was already crouched by the door, studying the mortise lock and selecting the picks to try. "I've only had this kit a few months," she said absently, as she concentrated on the feel of the lock under her fingers. "There's some good videos on YouTube, and I've been practicing round the house, but this is the first time I've done it on the job." She slowed her breathing and adjusted the tension bar, slipping a different rake into the lock. Her hands were starting to sweat, but before the picks slid disastrously out of control, there was a satisfying click, and the lock yielded to her. Paula stood up and grinned at Karim. "We bring a different skill set to policing in this unit, Karim. You'll get the hang of it." He brightened at her words. "I hope so." The door opened into a square hallway with 4 doors off it. A rack of coat hooks was fixed to the wall, a 2-tier shoe rack beneath it. A grey wool winter coat hung alongside a dark green rain mac and a hip-length brown leather jacket. The shoe rack contained 4 pairs of nondescript low-heeled shoes, a pair of Nike trainers, and 2 pairs of smart leather boots. So far, so ordinary. A quick sweep of the doors revealed bathroom, kitchen, bedroom, and a surprisingly spacious living room with a view of trees and back gardens. "I'll take the living room, you take the bedroom," Paula said, faintly amused to see Karim flush at the prospect of so much intimacy with a strange woman. But, credit where it was due, he didn't protest. She was starting to think he might be a fast enough learner to carve out a place for himself in their tight little team. The living room smelled strongly of lilies. A bunch of the white trumpets sat on a side table near the window, specks of orange pollen littering the surface. They were fully open, but not yet starting to decay. Paula estimated they'd probably been there for 5 or 6 days. A day or 2 before Catherine had been killed then. She crossed to the flowers to see whether there was a card, but was unsurprised to see none. The room was plainly but harmoniously furnished. Nothing seemed old or worn, and Paula surmised that it had all been chosen to furnish the flat when Catherine had moved in, presumably 2 or 3 years ago. She vaguely remembered seeing that sofa in IKEA when she and Eleanor had been moving in together. A mirror above the fake marble mantel over the fake coal fire, a framed print of Monet's water lilies on the opposite wall. She stood in the centre of the room, taking it all in. There weren't many places to search. Catherine had lived a life in plain sight. A small bookcase revealed a dozen fat paperbacks, suspense thrillers, family sagas, and Ellen Ferrante's novels of Neapolitan friendship. The rest of the shelves were occupied by framed photographs, a couple of Mediterranean views, a couple who looked in their early 60s and were presumably her parents, a graduation photograph that resembled the one on the driving license DVLA had pinged over to them, and a couple of group shots of women having a good night out. No apparent boyfriend. The most promising potential source of information was a desk in the far corner with a stool tucked underneath. Half an hour later, she was beginning to feel a little sorry for Catherine. There wasn't much sign of a vibrant social life in her desk drawers. Presumably she dealt with her utility bills and banking online, for there was no evidence of them here. There was a Christmas card list, which someone would have to go through later. A folder of recipes, torn out of newspapers and magazines. Another folder containing pay slips, which at least confirmed that she still worked at the company listed on her dental practice details. And a third containing the paperwork for the flat purchase. She'd got a decent deal on the place, Paula thought. The bottom drawer yielded the only stash that might prove relevant. A large manila envelope stuffed with cards, bits of paper, and photographs. Paula tipped it out on the desktop and discovered Catherine's personal life. His name was Niall, a big lad with auburn hair and occasionally ginger stubble. His broad, open face gave him the look of a farmer, but he had been a designer for a small Bradfield business that planned and built home offices. There were invitations to company functions. The most recent dated a little over 3 years before. And right at the bottom of the pile, a business card that had been torn in half, then sellotaped together. Niall Sullivan now, apparently, led the office design team of a company in Cardiff. You didn't have to be a detective to draw a picture. He'd left her behind. If she'd been the one doing the choosing, she'd have chucked away the valentines and the birthday cards and the little notes with the hearts drawn on them, asking her to pick up a loaf of bread or a bottle of milk on her way home. It wasn't beyond the bounds of possibility that Niall Sullivan had reappeared in her life. He'd have to be checked out. But unless Catherine had been a deranged stalker making his life a misery, and Paula could see no trace of that, then there didn't seem much in the way of motive. Paula replaced the material in the envelope and put it in an evidence bag. As she closed the drawer, Karim walked in. "Talk about leading a blameless life," he said. "There's nothing there to raise an eyebrow, never mind a suspicion. She's got 5 business suits, one for each day of the week. Half a dozen dresses you might wear to a night out. Jeans, smart trousers, blouses, a couple of T-shirts and some jumpers. It's like she's one of those women who goes through her wardrobe every 6 months and weeds out everything that she hasn't worn. Even her underwear's totally dull. Marks and sparks, matching bras and pants, all of it respectable." "What?" Paula was amused. "No ratty old pants or bras gone grey in the wash? No, nothing like that. She's not even got a shoe habit. Nothing more exciting than a couple of pairs of high heels." "Zero indicators of a secret life," Paula sighed. "Looks like she had a live-in boyfriend till about 3 years ago, but no signs of anyone since then." "Well, if her clothes are anything to judge by, she wasn't going out on the pool." Karim picked up a snow globe from the windowsill and shook it idly. "You done in here?" "I think so. You take the bathroom, I'll do the kitchen. Maybe we'll get lucky and find a stash of illegal drugs." Karim snorted. "You'll be lucky if you find an out-of-date yogurt." Paula shrugged. "Something got her killed. We just haven't found it yet." Chapter 8. He thought the murder would lift the burden, that it would remove what felt like a physical weight from his shoulders. It had made sense in the planning. He wanted to kill Tricia. He wanted to kill her so badly he could feel the blood pulsing in his ears, a dull tattoo of rage whenever he thought about her. He wanted to kill her, but he knew he couldn't, not least because he didn't know where she was hiding. So he killed someone else instead. Surely that would work. Surely if he imagined her face while he was doing it, there would be some relief. But it hadn't worked like that. Killing Catherine hadn't taken the pain away. What it had done, however, was to give him a feeling of power and control that had taken him back to how he used to feel every day, how he used to feel before she stripped him of everything that had defined him. And that was a start. It wasn't enough, but it was a start. It might keep him going till he could make her answer for what she'd done to him. She had told him in a lay-by. She'd asked him to pull over, said she had something to say, something that was pressing on her, something that wouldn't wait any longer. He'd had no idea what was coming, not a fucking clue. She'd gone to Ruby's wedding on her own the weekend before. He could have gone with her, but Ruby had always irritated the living shit out of him, and her husband-to-be was possibly the most boring man on either side of the Pennines, so there was no reason to expect their wedding guests to be remotely interesting. So he'd given her his blessing to go without him. He'd even told her to have a good time. He hadn't anticipated quite how good a time. She'd been distant and fidgety since the weekend. He thought it was because the wedding had made her broody for one of her own. How stupid could he be? Really, how stupid! So they'd ended up in a lay-by where she'd told him she'd slept with a man she'd picked up at the wedding. "It's not that he's Mr. Right," she'd said, "but he made me realize that you're Mr. Wrong." Every word a slap in the face. "You're too volatile, too angry. I spent half my life scared of you." He'd felt sick then, not angry. What did she mean, scared? Everybody knew he didn't suffer fools gladly, that he had high standards, but he wasn't a bully. He just wanted to get things done right. Her accusations baffled him as much as her admission that she'd slept with a stranger she'd picked up at random at Ruby's wedding. That had been bad enough, but there was worse to come. Not only was she leaving him, moving out of their beautiful flat with its panoramic views over Manchester city centre to the Derbyshire hills, she was also walking away from the business they'd built together, a partnership like their life. It had been his business first, but she'd helped turn it into a success, and to show how he appreciated that, he'd given her a slice of the company. And now she'd turned her back on what they'd made, and not even handed back what was properly his. The company published a series of locally targeted glossy magazines. She dealt up front with the punters, organising copy and writing some of it herself, drumming up advertising, sorting out the distribution. He dealt with the technical side, design, layout, working with the printers. Without either of them, there was no business. Since she'd walked away, he'd limped along with part-timers and freelancers, but he knew he wouldn't be able to fool the advertisers much longer. Either he'd have to make a quick bargain basement sale, or the business would collapse under him. She'd taken everything from him, and he wanted to kill her. But he wasn't stupid. Even if he managed to track her down now, if she died, he'd be the obvious prime suspect, Mr. Wrong, dumped in love and in business. But if someone else died in her place, who would be any the wiser? All he'd wanted was to take his pain away, to burst the boil of his rage and frustration. When Catherine had passed out, thanks to the GHB he'd slipped into her champagne, and he'd known it was game on, he'd relished that moment of mastery over her. She lay sprawled on the sofa, snoring softly, barely stirring when he straddled her. Then he had his hands round Catherine's soft, warm throat, squeezing the life out of her, imagining it was Tricia. It had been surprisingly glorious. The first time since the bitch had left that he'd felt comfortable in his own skin. That feeling of being in charge of his life again flooded back as Catherine's face grew purple and her tongue poked out between her ugly blue lips. The more she lost, the more he gained. Within 24 hours of killing Catherine, he knew he'd found something that would divert him till he could figure out how to take his proper revenge, which was why he would be spending Saturday at another stranger's wedding. Chapter 9. Tony squared his shoulders, still trying to adjust to the down jacket Carol had talked him into. "It's warm, it's waterproof, and it's in the sale," she'd insisted. "It's purple. I look like a blackcurrant on legs." "You look good in purple." "I know it's a radical experiment for you to wear anything that isn't a shade of grey or blue, but you need to live a little." She'd scooped up the jacket and headed for the till, waiting impatiently for him to catch up and produce a credit card. It was all right for her, he thought. Carol had the knack of choosing clothes that suited her. Even though the shape of her body had changed as a result of the hard physical work the barn restoration had demanded, she still managed to find jackets that flattered her new broad shoulders, and trousers that emphasized the length rather than the musculature of her legs. And she seemed to do it effortlessly, without spending days trawling shopping malls. He had no idea how that worked. He'd spent the rest of the drive to Ripon squirming and fiddling with the various zips and poppers, working out the best pockets for keys and wallet and phone. It was a relief to both of them when they came upon the lay-by. They hadn't needed the detailed directions from the North Yorkshire team. The police tape fluttering in the late morning air was more or less redundant, the tarmac scorched black and the hedgerow burned brittle, told their own story. When Carol cut the engine, Flash whimpered with delight, sensing the possibility of a walk. "Stay," Carol said briskly, opening the door. The dog subsided with a sigh. As soon as they stepped out of the car, the lingering chemical smell left by the fire and its extinguishing hit them. Even 3 days later, it still teased the nostrils and caught at the throat. "Looks like it was pretty intense," Carol said. She stood, hands on hips, breathing deeply, as if the air might tell her something. Tony walked the length of the lay-by, pausing every few steps to look around. He carried on walking down the lane. "Why here?" he muttered under his breath. "What's special about this place?" This crime felt planned and prepped. What little they knew about it suggested a killer who had worked out how to cover his tracks. The use of the victim's car, the intensity of the fire inside the car that had burned the forensic traces, the victim sitting in the driver's seat. Was that a bid to push lazy investigators towards suicide or accident? It certainly looked that way. Tony called back down the lane to Carol, who was still prowling round the lay-by. "Are there cameras on this road?" "No. If you know what you're doing, you can crisscross the dales on lanes and back roads without being picked up by ANPR or speed cameras." "And you knew what you were doing, didn't you?" Tony said under his breath. He walked as far as a farm gate. It led to a field full of sheep. He opened the gate and slipped inside, careful to close it behind himself. He took a zigzag path across the field, sheep scattering before him. He wasn't sure what he was looking for, just that he was looking. But there was nothing remarkable. A dry stone wall marked the far side of the field. On the other side, another field. In the distance he could see a footpath finger-post, but that wasn't anything to get excited about around here. The national pastime of dressing in sophisticated technical gear and wandering round the countryside meant that every national park was crisscrossed with paths. From the air they must look like elaborately patterned knitwear, he thought. Not that he was opposed to walking, he did it all the time. It helped him think. And now he had a purple padded jacket. He'd fit right in with the other ramblers. Tony turned full circle. There was no human habitation in sight. He could make out a dilapidated stone sheepfold in the distance, and a couple of well-established copses broke up the grey and green of walls and fields, but there was nothing here that spoke to him. He headed back, making sure his route took him past the other side of the lay-by hedge. The heat had penetrated all the way through, leaving the twigs charred and brittle. Just as well there had been plenty of rain recently, or the whole thing might have gone up. He found Carol leaning against the bonnet of the car. "Anything strike you?" He shook his head. "No, but there must be something. If you're right, there are plenty of places in this area where he could have done it without much chance of being caught in the act. So why here? Why this lay-by in particular?" Carol pulled a wry face. "More questions than answers, as usual at this stage. At least we've got questions." He rolled his shoulders again. "And a purple anorak." Chapter 10. As far as D.S. Alvin Ambrose could work out, there was no clue in the name to suggest what RSR Solutions did. He had to Google the company that Catherine McCormick had listed on her dental records as her employer. Its website revealed it was a recruitment agency with premises a few streets away from Remit's office in the Skenfrith Street police station. RSR Solutions was one of a dozen companies in a new smoked glass and polished concrete building in the Woolen Quarter, the area of the city where once merchants had traded wool and fine worsted cloth. Most of the old buildings had decayed to sagging shells in the 80s, but over the past half-dozen years, speculators had been buying up the sites, demolishing the old and jacking up shiny new replacements so they could pretend it was the entrepreneurial heart of 21st century Bradfield. Even a newcomer like Alvin could see that was at best disingenuous, at worst plain dishonest. To let signs sprouted like weeds in every other set of ground-floor windows. There was no security in the foyer of RSR's building, so he walked unchallenged to the lifts. RSR was on the 6th floor, and they at least had a receptionist who sat under the company slogan, "Square peg or round peg, we've got the right hole." It didn't inspire confidence in Alvin, but he mustered his best smile for the pretty young woman behind the desk. He was good at smiles. He'd learned the necessity of defusing the impact of his substantial bulk and the colour of his skin. Big black men had to confound expectations depressingly often. "I'm Detective Sergeant Alvin Ambrose," he said, producing his ID. She looked startled, but studied it closely. Her smile was tentative. "How can we help you?" "It's to do with Catherine McCormick. I need to speak to her manager." "Catherine? She's not in today." She was already tapping her computer keys. "I know, but it's her manager I need." She had the phone in her hand, manicured nails poised above the keypad. "Can I ask what it's in connection with?" Alvin shook his head. "You can ask, but I can't tell you. Sorry." She raised her eyebrows. Very mysterious. But she made the call. "Lauren, I've got a police officer here at the front desk who needs to speak to Catherine's manager. Would that be your responsibility?" Pause. "Okay, I'll tell him." She replaced the phone and folded her arms across her body, hugging herself. "So Lauren from HR's coming down. Catherine's the office manager, so she doesn't really have a direct supervisor." "Thanks for using your initiative," Alvin said. There were no chairs in the reception area, so he took a stroll round the perimeter, pretending an interest that he didn't feel in the corporate photographs. A couple of minutes drifted by, then a squat woman with the biggest hair he'd seen for years emerged from a door behind the reception desk. She advanced with her hand out. "I'm Lauren DaCosta. I'm in charge of HR here at Right Shape Recruitment Solutions." "And you are?" Alvin introduced himself again. "Can we go somewhere a bit more private?" "This is about Catherine, right? You know she's not in work today." "Like I said, can we go somewhere more private?" Lauren DaCosta's expression could have served as a template for shocked incredulity. For a long moment she was beyond speech. At last she spoke, stumbling over her words. "Catherine? Are you sure? She's the last person. Suspicious death? That makes no sense." "There's no room for doubt," Alvin said, his voice a gentle rumble. It always settled his children to sleep, and it had a similar soothing effect on witnesses. "I'm very sorry, and I know the last thing you feel like is answering questions, but I'm afraid we need to find out all we can about Catherine." Lauren gave a shaky nod. "Of course, but I really can't help you beyond the factual stuff. Where she lived, the CV she brought us when she came here. We weren't close at all. I never saw her outside work. She was a good manager, but she wasn't the most sociable of people." She seemed to be recovering, physically gathering herself together, straightening in her chair, and starting to reveal her interpersonal skills. "The person you need to speak to is Suzanne Briggs, Harmon, our office newlywed. Today's her first day back from her honeymoon. I know Catherine was at her wedding. They've always got on well." "That sounds about right. Can I see her?" Lauren stood up. "I'll fetch her. Do you want me to break the news to her, or—" "No, please," Alvin said quickly. He didn't relish telling Suzanne her friend was dead, but it was always worthwhile to see the reactions of a witness when they heard bad news for the first time. Lauren was gone for almost 5 minutes. She brought with her a young woman with the kind of identikit looks that would have made Alvin struggle to pick her out of a lineup. Slim, with long blonde hair tied back in a ponytail, makeup that blanded out difference, perfectly manicured nails. Her clothes were formulaic too. Narrow-legged black trousers, a magenta top that clung in the right places, and a couple of others that Suzanne would have been less happy about had she realized. And, of course, heels that made her awkward gait verge on the ugly. Alvin loved women, but he didn't love this look. Lauren made the introductions, then backed out, murmuring something about being in her office if. Suzanne's expression hadn't changed from puzzlement since she'd entered, and now she said, "I don't understand. Why am I here? I thought at first something had happened to Ed. My husband, Ed." A momentary flash of something like triumph. But Lauren said, "No, it wasn't Ed. So what's going on?"
"You're a friend of Catherine McCormick?"
Suzanne's frown deepened. "I suppose. I mean, she was at my wedding, but we're not what you'd call close."
"Lauren seemed to think she's closer to you than anyone else at work."
Suzanne twisted her hands in her lap, fiddling with her wedding and engagement rings. "She isn't really best friends with anybody. With her being office manager, she sort of has to keep her distance a bit. But, yeah, we get along fine. Catherine's okay." "Why? What's happened?"
"I'm sorry to have to tell you that Catherine is dead."
Suzanne's eyes widened and her mouth fell open. She was clearly shocked, but there was a gleam of excitement in her eyes too. "No. What happened?"
"Her body was found in a burned-out car 4 days ago. We believe her death may be suspicious."
"Oh, my God. We were still on our honeymoon. You mean, while we were lying on the beach and drinking cocktails, Catherine was being murdered? That's terrible."
"I'm very sorry, but what we need to do now is build up a picture of Catherine's life. Who her friends were, what she did in her spare time, whether she was seeing anyone, whether she'd fallen out with anyone."
"God!" Suzanne crossed her legs and rubbed her left arm as if it had grown suddenly cold. "She never fell out with anyone. She was a great boss. She had the knack of sorting things out without upsetting people, you know." Alvin didn't. He'd been a copper all his working life. Compromise and conciliation wasn't really how working relationships operated in his world. Suzanne continued. "She hadn't had a boyfriend since Niall moved to Cardiff without her. Niall, her ex. That must be 3 years ago now. We were always trying to persuade her to come out with us in a gang so she could meet someone, but she wasn't much of a party animal. I don't know what she did in her spare time, but she always joined in when we were talking about TV programs, so I guess she watched a lot of TV." She gave a thin smile as if she was well aware how scant was her knowledge of a woman she'd invited to her wedding.
"Was she on her own at the wedding?"
Alvin felt the weight of depression in his shoulders. Was there really so little to know about the short life of Catherine McCormick? "Well, she didn't bring anyone, if that's what you mean. But I don't know if she met anyone on the day. I mean, it was my wedding. I wasn't paying much attention to anyone except Ed, my husband." Alvin thought she'd better be careful not to wear those words out.
"So you weren't in touch at all while you were on your honeymoon? You didn't check out social media?"
"Well, obvs," she said, her eyebrows rising in a narrow arch. "I wanted to see all the pics people had posted on Facebook and all the lovely congratulations. Catherine posted a couple of pictures. I think I liked them, but I didn't exchange any messages with her. He'd get Stacey to check Catherine's Facebook account, but he wasn't holding his breath. It looked like he'd hit a dead end. He stood up, nothing left to ask.
Thanks for your help.
He fished a card out of his inside pocket.
If you think of anything at all that might give us some insight, call me on this number. Maybe you could ask around, see if any of your other guests remember Catherine talking about anyone she met or spoke to on the day. I'd appreciate it.
She looked eager. I'll get onto it right away. People are going to be really sorry. God knows who will get running things now Catherine's gone. Not much of an obituary, Alvin thought as he waited for the lift. Killing Catherine didn't seem to have made much of an impact on those around her. So far he'd not seen anything approaching a tear. As far as he was concerned, that was all the more reason to find who had done this. It was part of the reason he'd become a cop in the first place, to defend people who didn't have anybody else to do that for them. The world had failed Catherine McCormick in life. It was up to the remit team to make sure that didn't happen in death, too. Chapter 11. Oddly, Catherine McCormick's kitchen probably revealed more about her than any other room in her flat. Judging by the battery of equipment that filled her cupboards and drawers and hung from wall hooks, she was a serious cook. A knife block held half a dozen razor-sharp Japanese knives that Paula couldn't help envying. The food processor and blender on the counter were top of the range, and a bookcase was crammed with cookbooks with cracked spines and dog-eared corners. The question of what Catherine did with her spare time was answered here. On the side of the fridge was a supermarket calendar featuring a monthly recipe and a glossy photo of the result. But it wasn't the pumpkin and sage lasagna that made Paula unhook it and lay it down on the worktop. If there was a clue to what had led Catherine to her death, it might well be here. Methodically, she flicked back through the previous months and found little of interest. Hair appointments, a couple of work-related nights out, a weekend visiting Mum and Dad, a check-up with the dentist, a date with her GP, and a couple of theatre trips to see musicals in nearby Manchester. No companion's name on the calendar, though there was room enough to accommodate one. Finally, Paula checked the current page. Saving the best till last, she hoped. Just over 2 weeks ago, on the first Saturday of the month, Catherine had written Suzanne and Ed's wedding. 3 days later, David, Pizza Express, 7:30. Paula drew her breath in through her teeth and stretched her lips in a grim smile. David, she sighed softly, running her finger along the calendar dates. On the Saturday, a week after the wedding, David appeared again. David, Manchester Palace Theatre, Funny Girl. And again the following Tuesday. David, Tapas Brava, Bellwether Square, 8 p.m. The final entry for the current month started on Friday with a line drawn through till Sunday. David, Dale's Weekend. And this time there was a phone number scrawled underneath. Paula never liked to jump to conclusions, but it was hard to escape the conviction that a man called David had connected with Catherine at Suzanne and Ed's wedding, and 2 weeks later he'd murdered her. She gave an involuntary shiver. She took her phone out, but before she could call Stacey and present her with David's phone number, Karim came in carrying a box of condoms. "This is the only thing out of place in the bathroom. She's got matching Clinique everything except deodorant and toothpaste, electric toothbrush with one head in the holder, one bath towel, one face towel on the rail, and then in the bathroom cabinet, these." He passed the box over to Paula. "A dozen intimate moment condoms," the box said. "Probably should have bagged it, Karim. He might have touched it. Scrabbling around to get a condom in the heat of the moment." She took out a pen and flipped the box open and tipped the contents out on the worktop. "Looks like they're all there," Karim said. "Lucky for you." Paula turned the box over. "Sell-by date's nearly 3 years off. If my memory serves me well, condom shelf life is 3 to 5 years. So it looks like this box isn't a hangover from the boyfriend who legged it to Cardiff 3 years ago." She pointed to the calendar. "Looks like she might have hooked up with someone at this wedding she went to a fortnight ago. We need to check that out when we get back to the office. But before we go, let's do a quick look through the drawers in here. Everybody's got an all drawer." "What's that?" Karim asked, turning and opening the drawer behind him. "You know, the drawer where you put everything that doesn't have a home anywhere else. String, fuses, those clips you fasten bags with, the little daggers you stick into sweet corn, batteries." "Right." He pushed the drawer closed. "This is cutlery." He opened the next. "But most importantly, keys. Your spare front door set, and all those odd ones that don't fit any lock in the house, but you don't want to bin them in case they turn out to be important. Dish towels and dusters." Paula opened the end drawer on her side. "Aha! Now, when the fairy godmother turned up at my christening and asked whether I'd rather be lucky or beautiful, I chose lucky. And even after all these years, I have no regrets. Look, Karim, the all drawer." She pulled it out to its full extent. Even the obsessively tidy have to keep their crap somewhere. She raked around among the random detritus of things Catherine had inexplicably hung on to. In the far corner, she found 3 bunches of keys, each with a plastic label on its ring. "House, parents, and flat," Paula said. "Well, that'll make locking up after ourselves a lot easier." Karim looked over her shoulder. He was careful to keep out of her personal space. She couldn't help noticing. Unusual in a man, extraordinary in a copper. "Good find, Skipper." Paula gave the contents of the drawer one last shuffle, then pushed it closed. "I don't think I've ever done a search with so little to show for it," she grumbled. "Come on, let's see what Stacy can make of our mysterious David. If she did pick him up at that wedding, somebody must have snapped them." Karim groaned. "Why do I see an endless trawl through somebody else's wedding pics on Facebook and Twitter and Instagram? Don't forget WhatsApp." Another groan. "And then there'll be the official photographer." He trailed after Paula as she made for the door. "Still glad you signed up for the elite squad?" she asked as they descended the stairs. He snorted. "The thrill of the chase, Skip. You can't beat it." Chapter 12. They found the fire investigator in a tiny office off his lab in a private forensics facility a stone's throw from the A1 in a business park landscaped with struggling trees and low hedges darkened by traffic pollution. From the outside, it had the anonymous air of a call centre or the administrative arm of an internet retailer. But as soon as they left the car park, it was clear this was a different sort of setup. The building was surrounded by a tall chain-link fence that was almost invisible against the greys and greens of the foliage. They had to wait by the electronically controlled gate while someone in a distant security office checked the remit IDs they held up to the camera. When they finally arrived at the reception desk, a man with iron-grey hair and the muscular build of someone 20 years younger frowned at them. "You're supposed to book an appointment ahead of time, not just turn up on the doorstep," he grumbled, pushing a visitor's book towards them. "Sign in here, and I need to scan your ID." He held out a hand. It took another 5 minutes before they were escorted to Finn Johnston's office. The fire investigator looked too young to have such a senior post. He had fine, mousy hair draped limply across a narrow head. His face seemed to be in retreat from a sharp nose, as if he'd been caught in the teeth of a gale at birth. But his expression was alert, and he had an air of stillness that inspired confidence, even though Carol estimated he couldn't be much past 30. Under his white lab coat he wore a T-shirt that proclaimed "Firefighters don't work from home," which made her want to roll her eyes and groan. "Well, this is an unexpected honour," Johnston said in a broad Yorkshire accent. "They still talk about you in East Yorkshire, DCI Jordan." She wondered momentarily what they said. It hadn't been her easiest posting, and she didn't think she'd made many friends. A good detective had died under her command. It had been one of the heaviest burdens she'd had to carry. "I guess they've not seen much action since," she said coolly. "But we're not here to reminisce about ancient history. I need everything you can tell me about the car fire on Sunday night." He leaned forward in his chair, elbows on the desk, hands clasped. "How much do you know about fires?" "Let's pretend we're absolute beginners," Tony said. Johnston raised his eyebrows at Carol, wanting to know whether Tony was allowed to take the lead. She nodded. What he said: "When we attend a fire, we kick off by looking externally. When there's a body involved, we automatically start from a place of suspicion, and that's what I did on Friday. There wasn't much point in trying to establish a forensic cordon around the car because of the entirely legitimate activities of the firefighters, so I concentrated on the car itself. The first question I always ask myself is which part is most damaged, whether it's a house or a car. Now, your car, that consists of separate compartments: the engine, the boot, if it's a saloon, and the compartment where the driver and passengers sit. You don't often find a car with equal damage to all three parts." "And in this case it was where the people sit," Carol said. "We've seen the pictures." Johnston smiled. "Right. And the area of most damage is usually the indicator of where the fire started. Now, most people, what they think they know about cars going on fire is what they see on the telly or in films. Somebody throws a match in the petrol tank and boom, up it goes like an explosion in a fireworks shop." He shook his head, an expression of amused pity on his face. "Your petrol tank is full of petrol vapour, but it won't go up unless it's got oxygen present as well to feed it. It's even worse with diesel. You can actually put out a match or a fag in a puddle of diesel." He mistook the blank look on his listeners' faces for interest and continued. "Now, if you stick a rag in with a bit of space around it and set fire to the rag, you will get a fire to start, but that's just like a torch, and it's unlikely to set the whole car on fire." "So let me get this right," Tony interrupted, sensing Carol was losing her patience and not wishing that on someone who seemed mostly harmless. "For the passenger compartment to burn the way it did, the fire would have had to start there." Johnston beamed at his star pupil. "Exactly. Now, sometimes you get kids wanting to burn out a car after they've nicked it, and what they often do is stick a box of firelighters in the footwell. And that does a right good job, except that it leaves the chemical signature of the kerosene behind, which is a dead giveaway to any investigator worth their salt. I have not found that telltale here, which, if I'm honest, made me lean more towards the idea of some kind of bizarre accident. An electrical fault in the dashboard, maybe, but I couldn't find any evidence of anything like that, or a dropped cigarette. So it's not at all clear at this point." "And then you discovered she was dead when the fire started," Carol cut in. "With that in mind, what do you have for us?" "I know it's tempting to think about the fuel tank, but forget the petrol. With a fire like this, you're looking at the inside of the cabin for all your fuel sources. So I started thinking about that. And I've been doing all sorts of chemical analyses over the past few days." He cleared his throat and turned to face his computer screen. "I can show you—" "That's fine," Carol said. "Send it to me, but for now, give me the headlines." Crestfallen, Johnston turned back, the slope of his features even more pinched and pronounced. "I think there was a plastic bag full of packets of crisps under the victim's legs." "Crisps?" Tony looked startled. "You mean like salt and vinegar,
cheese and onion. The flavour doesn't matter. The bugs catch fire easily, and the crisps themselves are loaded with oil. They're like dozens of miniature firelighters, but they don't leave a kerosene residue. It's a completely different chemical signature."
"Who knew?" Tony muttered. "Fire investigators, obviously," Carol said. "So this whole fire started from someone setting light to a bag of crisps?"
"A bag of bags of crisps," Johnston corrected her. "There must have been quite a few to really get it going. And there's lots of traces of other flammable stuff that looks perfectly reasonable to find in a car. Newspapers, glossy magazines, what looks like the remains of a couple of plastic bottles of spirits."
"And that's all it took? It doesn't sound like much," Tony said.
"You'll be surprised. Don't forget the interior of the car itself is another fuel source. Upholstery, foam padding, plastics, the victim's clothes, it all adds up. And if the perpetrator left the window open a few inches, all the oxygen you need to feed the flames. But we can't be sure about that because windows start to deform at 500 degrees centigrade. Anyway, that's beside the point. What happens is you get off to a vigorous start, you have enough of a fuel load and oxygen to maintain that. And then you get what we call flashover, the point where a fire in a room, or in this case a car, becomes a room on fire. That can happen inside a minute if the conditions are right, and a flashover is not a survivable event.
There was a long silence while Tony and Carol digested the information. Then Carol said, "So he knew what he was doing?"
Johnston nodded vigorously. "Oh, yes, he knew his stuff. Once upon a time I would have been sitting here telling you that your perp was likely a firefighter, or someone with a professional knowledge of chemistry. But these days, half an hour on the internet and everybody's an expert. There's nothing here that a layperson couldn't work out for themselves with a bit of online research, and nothing specialist in the way of ignition sources or accelerants. It helps if you know a bit about chemistry, but honestly, anyone with half a brain could come up with a strategy to burn a body to ash without leaving a clue."
Chapter 13.
He'd chosen Leeds for his second outing. He'd always had an eye for detail. It would, he thought, be a mistake to look for all his victims on the same ground. Apart from anything else, it increased his chances of someone recognizing him. Weddings in the same circle of acquaintance often happened in a cluster. And there were only so many hotels big enough to host the scale of wedding where an interloper wouldn't stand out. Eventually, a waiter or a barman might clock him on a return visit, especially if the police ever came asking. Going back to the same city time after time would be taking too much of a risk. It wasn't hard to crash a wedding. Most hotels of a certain size had at least one every Saturday. He'd worked out not to go too posh, because chances were they'd have some form of control on the door, a guest list or someone checking the gilt-edged invitations. But he also knew not to go too far down market, because he wouldn't fit in. He'd be exotic enough to be noticed. Somewhere in the middle. That was the way to go. He'd already discovered it wasn't hard to find out the names of the happy couple. Catch the florist delivering the table arrangements. "Are these the flowers for Mary and Paul's wedding?" "No, they're for Jackie and Darrell." Bingo. Or the bakery delivering the cake. Same routine. There was always someone to blag. People were so trusting. Like he had been once. The secret of successful infiltration was not to turn up too early. He had to time it perfectly. Wait till they'd finished the meal when everyone was milling around, going to the loo, staking their claim to the tables round the dance floor. Then he'd make his move. Shirt sleeves, top button undone, tie loosened. A man enjoying himself among friends. He'd head for the bar, get himself a drink,
strike up a casual conversation with another bloke, then scope out the room. This was the most exciting part of the day. The adrenaline buzz, the knowledge that he'd made it this far, and now he was on the high board, teetering on the edge of a spine-tingling dive into action. It didn't take long to identify the likely candidates. Once the dancing started, couples and little knots of friends coalesced, and the outliers became obvious. The table where he'd spotted Catherine McCormick had initially been colonized by a mixed group of women and men. Half an hour in, and she'd been the only one left, alone at the table, toying with a half-empty glass of wine. Over the next hour or so, some of the others had returned briefly to finish drinks, hang jackets over chairs, and grab vapes before slipping outside. They exchanged a few words with Catherine. One even made a determined attempt to get her onto the dance floor, but Catherine had resisted. She wasn't unattractive, but she would never have stood out in a crowd. Hell, she wouldn't have stood out in a couple. She was, he thought, pretty much perfect. And so he'd made his move, and it had gone perfectly. She'd been wary for a few minutes. She probably knew he was out of her league. But he was good with people. He knew that. He'd learned over the years how to pay attention to what they said, how to interpret their body language, how to win them over with a few well-aimed quips. And so Catherine had allowed herself to be drawn to him. He'd neatly extracted her from the body of the wedding and escorted her to the bar on the pretext of being able to talk more readily. 3 dates, and she was ripe for the plucking. It had gone without a hitch, and it wasn't beginner's luck. He'd proved that by already acquiring his second surrogate, Amy MacDonald. That's Amy with an I-E, not a Y, not like the singer. The singer? You know, the Scottish one. This is the life. She burst into song. Where you gonna go? Where you gonna sleep tonight? He smiled and shook his head. Sorry, passed me by. Anyway, she's Amy with a Y, and I'm Amy with an I-E. What was it with these women and their insistence on spelling their names in ridiculous ways? Did they really think it made them special? Though, in a way, of course, they were special, because they were his. And they were his because he'd done his homework. He'd put in the hours online, researching what he needed to do to avoid leaving a trail for the cops to follow right to his door. Once he started looking into ways to subvert investigative tools, his contempt for criminals who let themselves be caught grew incrementally. If you were going to commit a crime, why on earth would you not prepare as thoroughly as possible? It wasn't rocket science. When you really started looking, there were no shortage of strategies to avoid detection. For example, he'd set himself up with a bundle of pay-as-you-go phones bought with cash in a scruffy hole-in-the-wall shop on a recent trip to the West Midlands. He'd used a new one the day before the wedding, in Leeds. If the cops ever connected the dots and started looking into the victims, they'd find messages from him. Well, from Mark to Amy. And they'd contact the network providers to gain info about the phones, what numbers they'd called, where they'd been calling from. But he wasn't stupid. He'd only ever put the battery in the phone he'd used with Catherine in and around Bradfield. He'd called restaurants and the theatre box office to give them more wild geese to chase. So, next time they'd find themselves chasing Mark, whose phone only ever showed up in Leeds. He wondered whether they'd be convinced it was the same killer, or whether they'd come up with some mad, convoluted theory about a bunch of different men carrying out murders in the same way, a sort of League of Gentlemen Killers. He was sure one of the newspapers could be lured into some mad speculation of the sort. Tonight he was meeting Amy for dinner. He'd booked a table in an Ethiopian restaurant outside the city centre in an area that wasn't well endowed with CCTV. He'd checked out where to park so he'd have a clear run to the restaurant door. Just one camera, and that would only catch his profile for a couple of seconds. He'd pretend to vape as he went past, avoiding the possibility of the camera capturing a recognizable image. He'd worried whether he could be identified from his walk, but a brief research trip round the internet had convinced him that so-called forensic gait analysis was pretty much junk science. It wasn't ever going to convict him on its own, and he'd made damn sure there was no other evidence to tie him to his actions. He'd be the perfect gentleman over dinner. His cover story was a beauty. His wife of 7 years had died from breast cancer a year ago. She'd made him promise not to shut himself away like a hermit, but it had been hard to get out in the world again. Finally, he'd started to come out of his pit of grief. The wedding had been the first proper social occasion he'd taken part in since the funeral. So imagine the mixture of emotions he'd felt when he'd seen her sitting at the table, because she could be the sister of his dead wife, so strong was the resemblance. At that point he'd give a wry, pained smile and tell her he thought he was dreaming. By that point, Catherine had been eating out of his hand. She wasn't thinking of him as out of her league now. She understood why he'd been drawn to her. It was a masterstroke. He glanced at his watch and sipped his caramel crunch latte. He drew his decoy phone from his pocket. Time to draw Amy in even tighter. This was, after all, a kind of courtship dance. A little text, for now, to keep her on the hook, to make sure she knew he was thinking of her. She'd never guess what his thoughts really were. Chapter 14. Alvin was crammed into the corner of the tiny seating area in a Thai cafe halfway between RSR Solutions and the office, wolfing down a generous helping of pad king. He was a big lad, he reasoned, so he needed to refuel at regular intervals. And in this job you seized your moments when you could. He was almost finished when he felt the vibration of his phone against his thigh. Elbowing the man next to him out of the way, he put his container on the table and fished out the phone before it went to voicemail. Before he could even identify himself, the woman on the other end had launched into speech. "You are Detective Ambrose? Suzanne said I need to talk to you about Catherine. It's terrible what has happened to her."
"I am Detective Sergeant Ambrose," he said firmly, pushing himself to his feet. "And you are?"
"I'm Anya Lewandowska. I work with Catherine and Suzanne." Her accent was faint but discernibly East European.
Alvin shoved past the people between him and the door, ignoring their protests and complaints, and burst onto the pavement like a projectile from a catapult.
"What is it you wanted to talk to me about?"
"You asked Suzanne if Catherine had a boyfriend."
"That's right."
"She just started going out with a man called David. She met him at Suzanne's wedding."
A surge of excitement set Alvin's adrenaline flowing.
"Did you see him?"
"Only at the side of his face. They went through to bar, I think, to talk. I saw them when I went to bathroom."
"Are you at work now at RSR?"
He was already barreling down the street towards his car.
"Yes, I am in office."
"Okay, I'm coming back right now. I need to talk to you. And can you ask Suzanne not to go out for lunch? Because I'll need to talk to her again, too."
He unlocked the car and squeezed behind the wheel.
"I'll be there very soon. And if anybody's got pictures from the wedding on their phone or their Facebook page, I'll need to see them too. Sit tight, Anya, and thanks for phoning."
"I like Catherine. She hired me. She was always fair to me. I see you soon."
Now that was a better epitaph, Alvin thought. He'd heard a lot worse. This time Lauren was waiting for him in reception. She led him back to the room where he'd spoken to Suzanne. Anya was already there, seated by the window, one black stocking-clad leg crossed over the other. She looked in her mid-30s, her hair in a neat brown bob, her dark eyes narrowed in concern. Her mouth was a full-on scarlet bow, her lips fixed in a straight line. Alvin introduced himself and asked if she'd mind him recording their interview. Anya frowned and nodded with an air of reluctance. He took her through the formalities of name, address, date of birth, and how long she'd been working at RSR. I came to England in May 2011, and I started work here 18 months later. Catherine was deputy office manager then, and she was promoted 2 years ago when Becca left, she said. Her reluctance seemed to have evaporated as soon as she started speaking. Alvin thought with relief.
So you called me to tell me Catherine McCormick had a boyfriend called David that she met 3 weeks before her death at Suzanne Harmon's wedding.
Clumsy, but he wanted to make sure the details were on the recording. That's right. Like I told you, I went to the bathroom beside the hotel bar because there was a big queue for the one beside the wedding room. I know this hotel. I worked there for a few weeks when I first came to Bradfield. I saw them sitting in the bar together when I went past. She was very smiley, like they were having a good chat.
What time was this?
I'm not sure. Maybe about 7 o'clock. After the meal and the speeches and the dancing had started. Maybe half an hour before. Maybe more. I don't know. I had a few drinks. She shrugged, her lips quirking in a rueful smile.
And Catherine introduced you?
No, I don't think she even noticed me.
Alvin's turned to frown. So how did you know this man was called David?
Anya gave him an indulgent look. Because I asked her. On Monday, at the coffee machine, who was that I saw you with at the wedding? And she went pink all over her face and neck. His name's David, she said. I'm meeting him for a pizza tomorrow. Like she was really pleased with herself. I think she didn't have a boyfriend for a long time. She raised one shoulder in a half shrug. That's all I know.
Can you describe him?
Alvin wasn't holding out much hope, and it turned out he was right not to. Anya spread her hands in a gesture of frustration. Not really. Like I said, I only saw him from the side. He was quite slim, I think. His hair was dark, quite thick, with a bit of grey at the sides.
Any idea of age?
She shook her head, dubious. I don't know. Not young, not old. Maybe 35, 40. I wasn't staring at him. I wasn't that interested.
Do you remember anything about what he was wearing?
She looked up at the ceiling. Pale blue shirt, I think a blue tie, grey suit trousers. Nothing special at all. Again the one-shouldered shrug. I wasn't paying attention. I wanted to get back to party. Alvin took a deep breath. Bloody witness testimony was a nightmare. Notoriously unreliable, even when they were adamant. With one as uncertain as Anya, the chances were that the man called David had been wearing blue trousers, a grey shirt, and no tie at all.
Did you take any pictures at the wedding on your phone?
Anya looked surprised. Only selfies with my friends.
Do you mind taking a quick look? See if there's any with this man David in the background.
He knew it was a long shot, but he had to try. Anya took her phone out of her skirt pocket and brought up the photo album. She thumbed through a few shots, shaking her head. There is nobody in background, only us, making faces. She turned the phone so he could see she was telling the truth.
Let's get Suzanne in, and we'll go through whatever pictures she's got from the wedding,
Alvin said wearily.
We'll need a laptop in here with a decent-sized screen, too.
He wasn't a glass-half-empty kind of man, but this felt horribly like a waste of time. An hour and a half of scrutinizing official and unofficial photographs of Suzanne and my husband Ed's wedding snaps, and Alvin's eyes felt like someone had blown sand into them. To be fair to Anya, she'd stuck with it, studying every shot from the wedding photographer and the ones that friends had shared on Facebook. Suzanne clicked forward to the next one. Two men clinking pint glasses together, the now familiar banqueting suite bar in the background. She clicked again, just as Anya said, "Wait!" Shocked, Suzanne went back to the previous shot. Anya bit her lip. "I think that's him. There, at the bar, in the background." She pointed at a man in not quite full profile who appeared to be talking to his neighbour. "It looks like him." Suzanne zoomed in on the man's face, but the definition wasn't good enough, and his features were a blur. "He doesn't look like anyone I know," she said. "He must be one of Ed's guests."
"I need you to email that picture to me," Alvin said. "Highest possible resolution."
He waited while she opened an email program, then typed in his address. He'd ping it across to Stacy as soon as possible.
"I'm going to need copies of all the photos of the wedding that you can track down, and we'll need to talk to your husband Ed about this man to see whether he can identify him. Can we do that this evening, do you think?"
"You want to come round to our house?" Suzanne sounded almost excited.
"Either me or one of my colleagues."
With a bit of luck and the following wind of Stacy's digital expertise, by morning they might be much closer to our prime suspect. For once, Alvin thought, it would be sweet to wrap a case up so straightforwardly. But straightforward wasn't what Remit was for. Chapter 15. It wasn't so long ago that Torrin MacAndrew had enjoyed morning break and the dinner hour. Ironically, it was one thing that his mother's murder had made better. When the truth had first emerged about her abduction and death at the hands of a psychopathic killer, there had been one or two dickheads who'd thought it was smart to slag her off, make out that it was somehow her fault that a nutter had picked her as a victim. Torrin had been too shattered to front them up himself, but even through the fog of his grief, he'd registered the support he'd had from his schoolmates. Not only his mates either, people he barely knew existed weighed in on his side. And a handful of the older lads from the sixth form, the ones that everybody wanted to be like, they'd stepped up too. The bastards had backed off double fast, and Torrin had found himself in possession of a posse of pals to hang out with. They kicked a ball around at break if it wasn't raining, huddled under the library porch if it was. They swapped gaming tips and cheats, made gauche comments about girls, complained about teachers, and made tiny plans for the weekend. At lunchtime, they queued for lunch together and talked about football and music as they necked their school dinners, barely paying attention to what they were shoveling down. He'd never quite managed to belong to a group like this before. Somehow he'd never quite fitted in. Torrin had always hung around the fringes, torn between the desire to belong and a vague contempt for their concerns. But now he was grateful that he had their companionship. His mother's death had left him lonely and stranded. Paula and Eleanor had been amazing, taking him in and giving him a home. But they'd never had kids. They were lesbians, and they didn't have a clue what it was like to be a teenage boy. So there were holes inside him they didn't even know existed, never mind that they could come anywhere near filling. Having mates at last made those holes smaller. He'd begun to feel less lonely, less lost. But now all that was under threat. Now it was being in class that was safe. In class he could pretend nothing bad was happening. In class, they had to turn their phones off. It was a rule that all the teachers stuck to, no exceptions. If you accidentally forgot to turn your phone off and you got caught out with the buzz of a text or the chime of a new post on social media, you got your phone confiscated till the end of the school week. No arguments. They'd all had to sign up to the policy, their parents too. So the first thing everybody did when the bell went for break or lunch was to turn their phones on. He remembered a movie he'd seen where there were rows of lifeless automata that suddenly straightened up and became animated at the flick of a switch. He sometimes thought he and his mates were a bit like that. You got through class with a bit of your brain completely switched off, and then you turned on your phone and it was like the light of the screen turned you on too. Until a couple of weeks ago, he'd been like everybody else, eager to get plugged back into the digital world. Who'd posted a mad video? Whose meme had gone viral? What new app was getting everybody enthused? They'd share the things that tickled them. Sometimes they'd get into a heated discussion about whether something was sick or not. But mostly it was a quick catch-up, then they'd move on to whatever concerned them that day. Not anymore. Not for Torrin. Now his phone felt like an unexploded bomb in his hand. It had betrayed him, and every time he turned it on, he felt it brought him closer to disaster. Sometimes he thought he could hear his mum's voice saying, "Don't turn it on then." But that would be worse, because then he wouldn't know when the bomb went off. But that wouldn't save him from the fallout. Chapter 16. Telford wasn't D.I. Kevin Matthews's cup of tea, he decided within minutes of turning off the M54. He reckoned it wouldn't have met with the approval of its namesake, the great engineer who had managed to make the functional attractive in a way that had escaped most new town planners in the 60s and beyond. It wasn't the aesthetics alone that bothered him. There were elements of the layout that made villainy a lot easier. The swift access to the motorway network made for an easy getaway for any tow rag with seriously evil intent. And with his petrol-head world view, Kevin knew the dual carriageway that cut the town in half would be the perfect drag strip for boy racers to burn rubber in their pimped-out hatchbacks, the roar of their fat exhausts, splitting skulls till gone midnight every weekend, while the traffic cops avoided trouble by picking on drivers further down the motorway. For the residents of the shoebox houses nearby, it would be a perpetual source of misery. But mid-morning on a weekday, the boy racers were either in bed or at work. The roads were half empty, and Kevin had no difficulty following his sat-nav's directions through the dispiriting centre, past identical houses in labyrinthine clusters, until he came to what had obviously been an older village, surrounded and swamped by the new town's development. Here, red-brick cottages clustered round a scrubby triangle of green with a whitewashed pub on one corner. As he arrived, a uniformed PC got out of a car parked outside the pub. Kevin assumed she was the family liaison officer assigned by the local force to support the McCormicks. He pulled up behind her and introduced himself. P.C. Seema Bradley appeared to be a calm and sensible woman in her mid-30s. "I've been an FLO for a couple of years now," she said as they walked back to the McCormick's house. "My mum's Asian and my dad's from Birmingham, so I know how to fit in anywhere around here. The brass like to keep their boxes ticked," she added, a wry twist to her smile. Kevin laughed. He touched his hair, faded a little with age, but still indisputably ginger. "Whereas I don't fit in anywhere, except Scotland and Ireland." "Fair enough. Is there anything I need to know before we do the knock?" Kevin told her what little he knew, and together they opened the gate and prepared to blow a hole in two people's lives. Jeremy and Hannah McCormick lived in a neat little terraced house with a minuscule front garden that was home to a couple of variegated euonymus bushes trimmed to geometric precision. Not Kevin's kind of gardening, but there wasn't much else you could do with so small a space. He took a deep breath and squared his shoulders. There was no job in policing worse than the death knock. He rang the bell and took a polite half-step backwards, nearly colliding with Seema on the narrow path. The man who opened the door leaned heavily on a stick. His body was stooped and hunched, though he still had a thick head of light brown hair. His face didn't match the frailty either. It was as if a 60-year-old's head had been stuck on the fragile body of a man in his late 80s. He peered up at them through strong glasses. "You're not the chiropodist?" he said, sounding disappointed. Kevin took out his ID. "Mr. McCormick?" The man nodded. "Yes, who are you?" Kevin held the slim wallet closer. "I'm Detective Inspector Kevin Matthews, and this is PC Seema Bradley. Can we come in, please? What's this about?" "We'd rather not talk about it on the doorstep. If we could step inside," Seema said, her voice quiet but firm. From inside, a woman's voice. "Is that not the chiropodist, Jeremy?" He turned with difficulty and said, "It's the police." "The police?" Now she appeared behind him, a trim woman with her hair in a neat silver bob. She frowned over his shoulder at the two officers. "What's this about? Has something happened to Catherine?" She clearly saw something in Kevin's face, for her eyes widened, and she put a hand on the wall to steady herself. "Oh, my God," she gasped. "Something terrible's happened. Jeremy, something terrible's happened to Catherine." Kevin wasn't quite sure how she managed it, but Seema managed to steer the McCormicks down the hallway to the living room. They clung to each other as if they were afraid of being swept out to sea on a current of fear. They subsided onto a sofa and stared at Kevin with a mixture of horror and disbelief. "What's happened?" Jeremy McCormick kept saying. Kevin sat down opposite them. "I'm very sorry to tell you that your daughter Catherine is dead." Hannah McCormick shook her head. "That can't be right. Not Catherine. I spoke to her Friday tea time. She was going off for the weekend with a friend. There must be some mistake." Her husband, his face twisted in pain, gripped her arm. "They don't make mistakes about people being dead, Hannah." Kevin's toes curled tight in his shoes. He hated these confrontations with shock and grief. Nothing he could do or say would mitigate the hell he'd brought down on these people's heads. "I'm very sorry," he repeated, "but there's no mistake." Seema pitched in. "I know this is a terrible moment for you both, and it's very hard to take in. Catherine died on Friday night, but it's taken us till now to make a positive identification. But that identification is quite clear." Tears spilled from Hannah's eyes. She seemed not to notice. "What happened?" she said. "Was it a car crash?" Christ, Kevin thought. Where do you even begin with this one? "There's no easy way to say this," he began, but Jeremy McCormick cut him off. "Say what?" he demanded, anger in his voice. "You've already told us our only child is dead. What in the name of God could be harder than that?" "Catherine's death is being viewed as suspicious," Seema said calmly. "We believe someone killed her." "No!" Hannah wailed, her body racked with terrible, gulping sobs. Jeremy raised his frail arms and cradled his head, rocking to and fro. There was nothing to be done but sit out their initial anguish. Eventually the first storm passed, and they leaned against each other, exhausted. "What happened?" Hannah asked. "We don't know exactly," Kevin said. "Her car was set on fire, and her body was inside it." Hannah whimpered. "She wasn't alive when the car was set on fire. He added hastily, "We believe she was strangled earlier. We think the fire was set by the killer to cover his traces." Jeremy moaned. "Why would anyone do that to our Catherine? She was a lovely girl, a good worker. She never did anybody a bad turn."
"It's shocking, I know," Seema said. "Now I'm going through to the kitchen to make us all a cup of tea. I'm sure you want to help Inspector Matthews as much as you can. I know this is the last thing you feel like doing, but the more we can learn about Catherine, the sooner we can make progress with the investigation into her death."
"I do have some questions," Kevin said, "if that's okay."
Shakily, Hannah nodded. "Can we see her to say goodbye?" One of the most dreaded questions.
"I wouldn't recommend it. She was very badly burned." "It's best that we remember her as she was,"
Jeremy said, reaching for her hand. Hannah flinched away and shot him a dark look. "She's my baby. I want to say goodbye."
"Honestly," Kevin tried again, "it's not a good idea. Sleep on it, and if you still feel the same, we can arrange it. But your husband's right. Better to think of her as she was in life."
"D.I. Matthews is right," Seema said, "though I do understand you want to say your farewells." "It's not that," Hannah said. "If I don't see her for myself, my imagination will run away with me. I'll be picturing all sorts of terrible things happening to my lovely girl."
She had a point, Kevin thought. But really, what kind of peace could there be in seeing the incinerated remains of your child? Catherine was already dead before the fire, he tried. Anything you see now won't reflect her last moments. She was gone long before that. "He's right, Hannah," Jeremy said. "We need to hold on to the good memories, not torture ourselves." His voice cracked. "And we need to help the police. I need to know how this terrible, terrible thing happened to our girl, and we're not going to find that out by staring at what's left of her." A long silence, broken finally by Hannah clearing her throat. "We'll do everything we can to help, but I still might want to see her." She looked at Kevin with piteous eyes. "She was our only one." Her hands tormented the tissue that had wiped her tears. Jeremy patted her arm. "So you had better ask your questions, Inspector." Kevin took a deep breath. He didn't want to imagine how he'd feel if this had happened to one of his children. Keeping his emotional distance was the only thing that made this job possible sometimes. "Thank you. Now, Mrs. McCormick, you said you spoke to her on Friday tea time. About what time was that?" "About 6:30. She'd just got in from work," she said, "but she couldn't talk long because she was going away for the weekend." "Did she say who she was going with?" Hannah's brows furrowed. "She didn't say a name, only that it was a friend from work." "You're sure? A friend from work? Did she say whether it was a man or a woman?" "I assumed it was a woman. She's not had a boyfriend since she and Niall split up, and that was, 3 years since." "Would she have told you if it had been a man?" "No, she wouldn't have," Jeremy said sadly. "She wouldn't have said anything in case we got our hopes up that she'd met someone she could be happy with. We were so upset when Niall left her, you see. She wouldn't have said anything until she was sure." "I see. Did she say where she was going?" Hannah pinched the bridge of her nose between finger and thumb, concentrating. "She said this friend had the loan of a cottage in the Yorkshire Dales." She sighed in frustration. "But she didn't say where, not even where it was near." Seema came through with 4 mugs of tea balanced on a chopping board. "Sorry I couldn't find a tray," she said, distributing the mugs. "I couldn't see any sugar." "We don't take sugar," Hannah said firmly. Kevin made no complaint, even though he usually had a spoonful to make tea palatable. "Can I ask which of Catherine's friends she might have confided in?" They looked at each other blankly. "I don't know," Hannah said. "She talked about the women she worked with a lot, but I don't think there was anyone in particular that she would have considered a close friend." And so it continued. Kevin asked every question he could think of, but nothing provoked a useful nugget of information, not until the very end. Had Catherine been anywhere recently where she might have met a new man? He expected nothing, but her father had something to say. "She was at a colleague's wedding a fortnight or so ago. She said she'd been talking to lots of people. She mentioned a friend of the groom's, just in passing, you understand, a man called David. Did she say anything more about him?" Hannah frowned. "No, only that it was nice to go to a wedding and not have a nasty surprise." Kevin felt a prickle on the back of his neck. What did she mean by that? Hannah and Jeremy exchanged a look. Jeremy took the lead. "The last time she was at a wedding, her ex-boyfriend was there, Niall. He gave her a shock, that's all. She didn't think he'd have the brass neck to show up somewhere he knew she'd be." Chapter 17. By the time Paula and Karim made it back to base, Stacy had already made impressive inroads into the history of the number on the calendar. She barely looked up from her array of screens as they approached. "Pay as you go, obviously. Everybody knows how to make my job harder these days." "What else?" Karim began eagerly before Paula jabbed her elbow into his ribs. "It was bought in a hole-in-the-wall shop in Dudley, in the West Midlands." Stacy tapped a key and one of the screens changed to a Google Street View of a down-at-heel street. She zoomed in on the phone shop frontage, flanked by a kebab takeaway and a Marie Curie charity shop. "The usual sort of thing. Phones unlocked, laptops repaired. Buy your throw-down phone here, no questions asked." "But it's worth paying them a visit, right? Even if they don't keep proper records, they might have CCTV?" Karim asked. Paula shook her head. "Waste of time. They'll have complete amnesia. And if they have cameras, they'll have wiped all but the most recent data. He chose this shop for a reason. He won't fall into our hands that easily." "He's a planner, this man David," Karim said. "The ones we get usually are," Paula said. She'd spent years in major incident teams, enough to know that the random attackers who hit Flashpoint and lost control usually hadn't thought anything through. But killers who had a mission in their head, they took care. They worked out their options and the odds, and made plans. "I suspect the phone's been destroyed now," Stacy went on. "There's been nothing since Friday evening at 6:23. I tried calling it, and it didn't ping on the network." "How do you—" "Don't ask," Paula told Karim firmly. "What happens with Stacy stays with Stacy." The data analyst looked up momentarily, and a quick smile flashed across her face. She clicked her trackpad, and a list of numbers appeared on a screen. "All the calls made from this phone originated in the Bradfield area. He called various restaurants, an indie cinema, the theatre, but the only individual he called or texted from that phone was Catherine McCormick. Which means it'll be a waste of time to follow up on the other calls." They hadn't noticed Carol Jordan arrived until she had spoken, so intent were they on what Stacy was showing them. "You don't think he was booking meals or tickets?" Karim asked. "No, I think he was doing two things," Carol said. "I think he was deliberately trying to waste our time by having us chase around all over Bradfield, checking out bookings and CCTV footage for Catherine and him out on the town. I'd bet a month's salary that wherever he took her for a meal, it wasn't anywhere on this list, and that he paid in cash, and booked the table in a false name. Paula nodded. It made perfect sense. You said two things. He wants us to think he's Bradfield-based. That's where he wants us to focus our attention. I suspect that means that wherever he lays his hat, it's not Bradfield. There was a glum silence for a moment, broken by an angry roar from the main squad room.
Where the fuck are you hiding, Stacy?
Everyone except Karim recognized the sound of an enraged Detective Constable Sam Evans, formerly of the Bradfield Metropolitan Police MIT, that Carol had run before the murder of her brother and his wife had pushed her into walking away from the job. As far as Carol knew, he was also Stacy Chen's boyfriend. What Paula and Stacy knew was that description had been redundant since the night before. What only Stacy knew was that she had, with a few deft keystrokes, destroyed his digital existence. Credit cards withdrawn, bank account emptied and frozen, mortgage messed with, council tax transformed to a debt, social media accounts erased and phone service suspended. Just because Stacy had never ravaged anyone's life before didn't mean she couldn't do it with precision and thoroughness. What she hadn't bargained for was him turning up at the remit office. She'd half expected him to attempt to confront her at home. If she'd understood Sam half as well as she understood her machines, she'd have known he'd always take the easy path. Why try to blag his way past a doorman she'd undoubtedly have told to refuse entry to her ex, when his police ID would grant him access to Skenfrith Street cop shop and thus to their office?
Stop hiding behind those bloody screens,
Sam roared. The muffled barking of Flash, secured in Carol's office, answered his shout. Before anyone else could respond, he had barged into Stacy's office, pushing past Carol and looking around wildly.
Grace,
he shouted, his face flushed with anger.
The gang's all here. Has she told you what she's done to me?
Carol rounded on him. What do you mean by this? How dare you barge in here, shouting the odds? You need to keep your private life private, Sam. His lips tightened and he snarled.
Don't you fucking Sam me. You're the one who started all this, dissing me like you did.
If you mean my not choosing you for this squad, you've proved my point. Carol's voice dripped contempt, but Sam was too far gone in anger for the insult to give him pause.
And you,
he pointed at Stacy.
I couldn't figure out what the hell was going on last night when I couldn't get any money out of the hole in the wall. Then this morning, I realised there's only one person I know who has the skills to do this to me. Why? All because I went for a night out with my mates? That's mental, Stacy. You need to fix this.
Stacy opened her mouth to speak, but before she could say anything, Paula charged in, determined not to let this become worse than it already was. You really think Stacy would do something like this over a lover's tiff? Think again, Sam. Cast your mind back over the crap you've pulled lately. The crap that really would upset Stacy a lot more than anything you could do to her personally. Her words stopped Sam in his tracks. He gave Carol a quick glance, obviously checking whether she knew what Paula was referring to. But they'd kept the full extent of his treachery from Carol, and she looked startled enough for him to believe that, which might be enough for him not to drag his betrayal into the light of day.
It doesn't matter what her so-called excuse is,
he blustered. He stabbed his finger in Stacy's direction again.
You better fix this, and fix it now.
Stacy stood up, leading with her chin. Oh, what, Sam? You can't prove a single thing you're alleging against me, whereas I— She gave a little shrug, her perfectly tailored jacket moving sinuously with her. His eyes widened as he took in the implications of what she was saying, but Carol butted in before he could reply. Is anybody going to tell me what the fuck is going on here? Paula stared Sam down. I think Constable Evans was just leaving. A long pause. Then Sam turned on his heel and barged out of the office. A few seconds later, the door to the main squad room slammed shut. Carol shook her head like a dog emerging from water. "Is there any chance you could pretend that didn't happen?" Paula asked, less tentatively than she felt. "Would there be any blowback if I did?" Carol was slowly learning to be more wary of deals, even deals from people she'd count as friends if the chips were down. Paula and Stacy exchanged looks. "I don't think so," Stacy said. Carol ran a hand through her hair. "I'll be in my office, Paula. Come and talk to me in 5. And she was gone. Karim unpeeled himself from the wall he'd been trying to disappear into and followed Paula back into the main office. "Do I have to pretend that didn't happen too?" he asked cautiously. Paula chuckled. "No, don't take this the wrong way, but you're too far down the pecking order. If we told the boss, she'd have to do something about it. If Stacy had wanted to go down that road, she'd have done it herself." "So, what happened?" Paula leaned against her desk. "You remember that story in the papers last week about the boss's drink-driving charge being dropped because of a faulty breathalyzer?" "Yeah," he said. "Man, they made it sound like the whole setup was totally bent." "Exactly. It nearly scuppered Remit before we got started. And it had obviously come from a leak, because there was no reporter in the magistrate's court when the cases were dismissed. So we did a little bit of detective work and discovered the story had come from Sam." "How did he know about it?" "Stacy had told him. She thought she could trust him, not just because he was her boyfriend, but because he's one of us. You know the principle. Kick one and we all limp. Except Sam was apparently wearing shin pads. He was furious with Carol because she didn't choose him for the new squad, even though he'd worked for her in Bradfield. So he thought he'd screw her over." Karim drew his breath in sharply. "That's a shit trick." "Some of us were less surprised than others, but it was Stacy's call on how to deal with it." Her expression revealed a rueful respect. "Never, ever mess with Stacy. That's your life lesson for today." "What'll happen now?" Paula pushed herself off the desk and headed for Carol's office. "If Sam's got any sense, nothing. He'll tell his bank he's been hacked and sort it out." She had her back to Karim so she didn't see the anxiety on his face. Even if she had, it wouldn't have given her pause. Carol's door was ajar, so Paula walked in. Flash raised her head and gave a little yelp of welcome. "Where's Tony?" she said, as Carol nodded her to a chair. She looked up from the notes she was writing. "I dropped him off at Bradfield Moor. He's got a couple of patient sessions this afternoon." "What was that all about?" "The story in the paper about your case being thrown out of court. It was Sam who leaked it." Paula tried for a smile, but it came off as a grimace. "Stacy may have delivered her personal idea of justice." Carol groaned. "Well, as long as this is the last I hear about it, good on her. Obviously not having him on the squad was the right call. So, any progress on Catherine McCormick?" Paula reported what little they knew. "Alvin's got them going through the photos from the wedding. Kevin's confirmed he was using the name David, and that's about it," she concluded. "And Catherine may have had a run-in with her ex at another wedding a while back." "Interesting. We'll need to follow up on that." She reached for a notepad and scribbled a reminder. "The fire investigator was helpful, but we didn't get anything there that moves us forward. Tony's muttering under his breath, but that's par for the course at this stage." Carol shifted in her chair, leaning on the desk and smiling. "I wanted to talk to you about something else, though." Paula hoped they weren't going to return to Sam's outburst. She returned the smile, albeit nervously. "You need to get your inspector's exams out of the way," Carol said. It was the last thing Paula had expected. "You don't need another inspector on the squad," she protested. "You bumped Kevin back up to his old rank. I'm happy where I am." Kevin only came back on condition that it was temporary, until I found another inspector I rated to fill the slot, and I think you're that officer. You know how we work here. You're the best interviewer I've ever worked with, and you're a smart detective. I want you to step up, Paula. I'm not ready for this, and I'm rubbish at paperwork, no worse than anybody else on this squad. So start swatting for your exams. It's time, Paula. Chapter 18. By the end of the afternoon, Alvin felt his brain had turned to mush. Suzanne and Ed's wedding guest list ran to over 90 people, and he'd communicated with all but a handful of them. Phone calls, texts, messages, and face-to-face conversations had all led to one irresistible conclusion. Whoever David was, he wasn't an official guest. Ed had confirmed what Suzanne had already told him. The only David on the guest list had been his 62-year-old uncle, who was overweight and bald. Still, Alvin had checked all the other guests on the off chance they hadn't brought a David along as a last-minute substitute for a boyfriend or spouse. They all sounded bemused, amused, or confused by his questions, but none of them admitted to having been with a man called David.
"He was a crusher,"
he told Carol when he arrived back in the office with a 64-gigabyte SD card crammed with as many photographs of the wedding as he'd been able to garner. He took off his jacket and threw it over a chair with an air of disgust, then loosened his tie.
"Nobody admits to knowing him. The one definite photo ID that Anya Lewandowska made, with him standing at the bar talking to another bloke, I spoke to him. He's called Andy Swift, and he was there with his girlfriend, who works with a groom. He said he'd never seen the guy before, that they were having the kind of non-conversation you have at the bar. His description was even more vague than Anya's."
Alvin raised his voice an octave and aimed at a northern accent.
"What, do you think I'm a poof or something? I couldn't be less interested in what some geezer at a bar looks like."
As he spoke, Tony wandered into the squad room with a distracted air.
"He went there with the specific intention of acquiring a victim," he said, dropping wearily into a chair. "The only question is whether he was specifically looking for Catherine or any random victim."
"Does it matter?"
Alvin asked. "If he was stalking Catherine, he might show up in her shadow. There must be some CCTV coverage of her route to work or where she did her shopping," Carol said.
"Isn't it more likely that he was stalking her specifically?"
Alvin rubbed his temples, trying to shift the headache that was starting to trouble him.
"I mean, isn't it a bit speculative? Who's to say he'd have found anyone willing to be picked up?"
"I'd have thought he was in with a good chance," Tony said slowly. "A wedding, love in the air. It makes people think about being with someone. Weddings are a notorious catalyst." "What? People decide it's time they got hitched just because they've gone to a wedding with their partner?" Carol sounded skeptical.
"That,"
Tony said, "but also the opposite. It makes people question their relationship. Do you want to marry me? Why don't you want to marry me? If we're going to be together forever, we might as well get married because it makes all the legal stuff less complicated if one of us dies. If we are not going to get married, what's the point of us?" He shrugged. "One of my colleagues once told me that 6 couples had split up within 2 weeks of his wedding."
"Bloody hell," Alvin said. "I had no idea. So you think the whole lovey-dovey atmosphere might have made Catherine an easier pickup?"
"I think it might have made her more susceptible to an approach from a stranger than if she'd been in the pub with her mates, yes." Tony struggled out of his purple anorak and dumped it on the floor next to him. He caught Carol's eye. "What? It's too bulky to drape over a chair." "Did I say anything? I'm not your mother." Tony shuddered. "Don't even put that image in my head.
Vanessa's bad enough. Alvin stood up, rolling his massive shoulders inside his jacket.
I'm bloody stiff. I'm not used to being hunched over a phone all day. I'll pass these pics on to Stacy. Then, if there's nothing else for me right now, I'm going to call it a day.
You might as well. Go home and read your kids a bedtime story for once. I'm calling it a day myself soon, Carol said. But she couldn't keep herself from clicking through the investigation reports the team had uploaded earlier. Stacy showed no signs of knocking off. She was intent on one of her screens, fingers flying over the keyboard. When Alvin walked in, she raised her hand, palm out, half greeting, half injunction. She drew her eyebrows together in concentration, clicked the trackpad, then turned her eyes to him. "Sergeant Ambrose," she said.
"Alvin,"
he corrected her for the 9th or 10th time. Paula had said she'd be formal till she felt relaxed around him. Obviously, he was still not doing whatever it took to break down her barriers.
"I brought you all the wedding pics I could get my hands on. Somebody said you had software that could compare faces."
Stacy allowed a tiny smile to twitch the corners of her mouth. "I wrote some code that improved on the standard facial recognition software that was available to us. So what we've got here is at least as good as anything else on the market, probably better than most." She held her hand out and he dropped the SD into her palm. Her slender fingers closed over it. He couldn't help notice the French manicure, perfect but short enough not to interfere with her keystrokes. She was always immaculate. Her clothes were clearly expensive and fitted her as if they had been tailored for her alone. Her hair and makeup were always unruffled, making her hard for him to read. He'd assumed she came from money, till Kevin had told him she'd made millions from the software company she ran in her own time. "She likes the license to be nosy that the job gives her," he said, not entirely approvingly.
"Good on her," Alvin thought. "There's one definite ID," he said. "I've saved it in a separate folder called David."
"Thanks," Stacy said, already slotting the SD card into a slot in a Mac Air.
"Good luck,"
he said, turning to go. She chuckled. "This is the part of Remit where luck doesn't come into it, Alvin." Chapter 19. Amy MacDonald stood, hands on hips, surveying her wardrobe. All she knew was that they were going for dinner. Mark had asked her if she liked spicy food, and she'd told him she wasn't scared of hot stuff. So at a guess they'd be going for an Indian or a Thai. There were plenty of those to choose from in Leeds, but none that were really dress-up places. The city boasted a few high-end restaurants, but none of them were noted for the chili content of their food. Dissatisfied with what she saw, she raked through the contents of the rails, the hangers rattling as she quickly discarded various possibilities. She wanted to look good, like she'd made an effort, but not needy, because she wasn't needy. Amy had never had any trouble attracting men. It was keeping them that was the problem. Her standards were too high. That was the top and bottom of it. She couldn't be doing with the way they colonized her flat, leaving their clothes draped over chairs, their shoes kicked off in front of the telly, their dirty mugs always on the kitchen worktops and never in the dishwasher. One had even had the nerve to mansplain that he didn't want to disrupt her personal dishwasher loading system. That had been his firing offense. Maybe Mark would be different. Amy didn't hold out too much hope. She'd been caught like that before. But he was well-groomed and well-dressed, which was a big step in the right direction. His hair was well-barbered, swept back from his forehead in an understated quiff, though the colour was a bit too uniform, and she wondered whether he dyed it. Still, why shouldn't he? She'd been everything from platinum blonde to raven black via chestnut and aubergine since her teens. It had only been in the last year or so she'd finally settled on glossy brown with highlights. So good on him for taking care of himself. His clothes fitted well, and she'd spotted the designer logo on the stylish black frames of his glasses. Amy pulled out a shimmery red tunic that fell mid-thigh and held it against herself. It was a bit unforgiving around the hips, but she'd be sitting down with the table for cover. The curving V of the neckline flattered her breasts, which was probably a good tactical move at this point. It was, after all, technically a first date. You couldn't count being picked up at your friend's wedding as a date. She hadn't been looking forward to going to the do. Not because she didn't love Jamie and Eloise, because she did. She'd worked alongside Jamie in the council tax office for 5 years now, and he was always the one who could make people laugh, even on a rainy Monday morning. And Eloise was a sweetheart, just right for him, not like that bitch he'd been seeing when Amy had first got to know him. She'd even thought about making a move on him herself, after he'd ditched the bitch, but much as she liked him, she couldn't fancy him. As far as Amy was concerned, Jamie had all the sexual charisma of a Wellington boot. She'd been genuinely happy when Eloise had said yes. But when the wedding invitations had gone out, Amy had still been seeing Steve. They'd been invited as a couple. For the sake of appearances, she'd tried to swallow her increasing irritation with him till after the wedding. But 5 days earlier she'd snapped and chucked him out with no room for reprieve. So there she was, stuck without a date for the office wedding of the year. She'd even thought of inventing a tummy bug rather than front up at the celebrations without a partner like Billy No-Mates. But in the end, her desire to be in the thick of things had won out, and she'd gritted her teeth, put on her glad rags, and pitched up at the swanky reception. The irony was that if she'd hung on grimly to Steve for the sake of appearances, she'd have missed out on Mark. He'd spotted her sitting at the table on her own while the dance floor pulsed with sweaty humanity, and he'd whisked her off to the hotel bar where they could hear each other speak. It was clear he wasn't just after an easy pickup. He actually did want to talk. 5 years of listening to people's pathetic and ridiculous excuses for why they hadn't paid their council tax bills had instilled a weary cynicism in Amy. But in spite of that, she'd been touched by Mark's story. Losing someone you loved to cancer was a tough thing to get past, and she could see why he didn't want to be in a room full of people getting pissed and having a laugh without a thought for tomorrow. She'd even felt vaguely honoured that he'd picked her out as someone who looked like a friendly face. It turned out his late wife had been a mate of Eloise's from school. He thought he'd only been invited out of pity, he'd admitted towards the end of the evening. But, and he'd gone all shy like a schoolboy, although he'd been drawn to Amy because she reminded him of his wife, he'd been amazed to find a kindred spirit in the last place he'd expected it. So, when he'd asked to see her again, she'd jumped at the chance. They'd swapped phone numbers. He told her he worked for Marks & Spencer, that his job entailed being on the road a lot because he had to do undercover checks on the displays in individual stores to make sure they were properly installed and in line with policy. But he'd promised they'd meet the first evening he could be back home in Leeds, which was tonight. Amy tossed the red top onto the bed and picked out a pair of flattering black trousers to go with it. 3-inch black patent stilettos and a matching clutch bag completed the ensemble. Mark might have been the perfect gentleman after the wedding, but Amy was determined to do whatever it took to snare him. This time, she convinced herself, she might actually have found Mr. Right. Chapter 20. Two things were not as they should have been when Carol opened her front door. Firstly, there was no confusion of black and white fur cannonballing into her the moment she stepped inside. And secondly, a dense aroma of venison braising in a sauce of red wine and onions and juniper filled her head. It was overwhelming and current, not a hangover from a previous meal. Disorientation slithered through her before she realized Tony must have prepared dinner, then gone out with the dog. It came as a shock. She had been living on her own, completely self-reliant, for so long that this still felt like ceding control, and she wasn't sure she was ready for that. Particularly not in the wake of Tony pushing her into a place where giving up drink had become her only real option. Although the new case that had landed on her desk had been absorbing and perplexing, the desire for a drink had never been far from her consciousness, humming underneath the demands of the day like the low rumble of distant thunder. However hard she might deny it to Tony, Carol couldn't pretend she was in control of her drinking. She had allowed it to creep in from the wings, glass by stealthy glass, until it occupied center stage. Most alcoholics— there, she'd said it, even though it was only inside her own head— killed only themselves in the end. Yes, they screwed up the lives of everybody who cared about them, but the only fatality was usually the one who'd chosen that particular form of slow suicide. But Carol's drinking had cost lives. However you cut it, she thought, there were deaths that lay at her door, their blood on her hands, their blurred faces, her nightmares. Letting the thoughts bubble to the surface made her crave a drink. Instead, she opened the simmering oven of the Aga and took out the heavy casserole dish. She lifted the lid and savoured the smell. It obviously hadn't been in the oven for very long, for the wine was still a distinct element in the aroma. It was, she thought, an act of faith on Tony's part to use wine when cooking for her. She hoped he'd used the whole bottle. She gave the thick stew a stir and put it back in the oven as the doorbell rang. Assuming Tony had forgotten his keys in a typical moment of absent-mindedness, she didn't even bother to check the spy hole. The enormity of her error was obvious to Carol the moment she opened the door. There, wrapped up in an elegant shearling coat and matching hat, was the woman who had brought her and her team so much grief over the years. 9 times out of 10, when something had appeared in the paper that disadvantaged an investigation, the byline on the story was this woman's. And yet, Penny Burgess, crime correspondent of the Bradfield Evening Sentinel-Times, smiled at Carol with all the warmth of a woman coming face to face with her best friend. All the years of knockbacks and put-downs from Carol might never have happened. "Decent-eyed Jordan," she said in a tone of delighted surprise. "Who else were you expecting on my doorstep?" Carol said sourly, wishing she could take back the words as soon as they'd left her lips. "I wouldn't presume to guess," Penny said. "I hear you've done wonders with the place. Are you going to invite me in to show it off?" Carol's bark of involuntary laughter echoed across the yard. "What do you think, Miss Burgess?" Penny shivered theatrically. "I think it's bloody chilly out here. Anyone with an ounce of pity would bring me into the warm." She moved 1 foot forward. Carol leaned more firmly against the door. "Consider me pitiless. What are you doing here? You're a long way off your patch. No more Ms. Nice Guy, eh? Okay, I'll cut to the chase, Carol. Dominic Barraclough." Carol had to fight to keep her stare level and her breath under control. She shook her head. "Sorry, Not one of ours. Dominic was driving a souped-up Vauxhall Astra last night. You know the kind of thing. All flared wheel arches and a spoiler like a snowboard on the back. He was hammering down the road from Barkisland to Greetland, and he took a bend on the wrong side of the road. Unfortunately for everyone concerned, he met a Mini coming the other way, and the resulting impact drove the Mini into a Ford Galaxy travelling behind it. Maybe a bit too close behind, but nobody's casting blame in that direction. All very unfortunate, as you say, but I'm not sure what an RTA on a West Yorkshire back road has to do with me. Carol clamped her teeth tight shut and gripped the door so tightly she could feel the edge of the lock biting into the base of her thumb. Penny cocked her head to one side, her eyebrows rising. It was not an expression that conveyed belief. Dominic and his girlfriend Casey died instantly. The driver and the passenger in the Galaxy, Perry and Lisa Davidson from Pontefract, married couple in their 30s with 2 young children, they died too. The Mini driver, a young woman from Halifax, they haven't released her name yet, is in intensive care, hanging on by her fingernails. She paused expectantly. Carol managed to hold her tongue, and Penny shrugged. Are we going to keep pretending you haven't a clue what I'm on about, when we both know somebody from West Yorkshire will have been on the phone to you within 10 minutes of them identifying Dominic Barraclough? For once, Carol couldn't decide which way to jump. Keep playing dumb or acknowledge what she knew without admitting any kind of responsibility. And what would this notional phone call have said? Penny shook her head, a pitying expression on her face. That Dominic Barraclough was one of the other people who got off their drink-driving charge because of an alleged faulty breathalyzer. The same faulty breathalyzer that let you off the hook, so you could take up your shiny new job at Remit. Carol felt a chill move through her, as if she'd swallowed a freezing cold stone. If that's the case, you should be talking to West Yorkshire Police about their faulty breathalyzer, not to an innocent motorist. Not quite what I'd heard, Penny said, with a knowing look. I can't help that. Now, if that's all, Carol moved to close the door. I've only just begun, Carol. There was steel in her voice. I'm told you were out to dinner on the night of the broken breathalyzer. Carol said nothing, but she could feel her heart thudding against her ribs. What was coming next, and where was Tony? She couldn't decide whether she wanted him to stay far away from this interrogation or to thrust himself into the heart of it, taking the fight to the enemy. Penny waited for the non-existent response. Then her lips curled in a sly smile. Out to dinner at the table of a man who's renowned among your neighbours for the quality of his cellar, not to mention his generosity. And you've got a witness who says DCI Jordan was drinking, have you? A familiar voice cut across Penny's words. Tony was invisible in the darkness behind her, but Carol could see the ghost of the white of Flash's coat. As Tony moved into the light, she could see he was holding on to the dog's collar, keeping her close to his side. No, I thought not, because anybody who tried to stare it like that would be abusing their host's hospitality, which around here is pretty much a capital crime. He'd rounded Penny Burgess's shoulder and moved into the doorway. Carol moved without thinking, so they stood shoulder to shoulder. They'd also be lying, Tony continued, which would expose you and your paper to all sorts of legal pitfalls were you to be daft enough to rely on some vindictive bastard's falsehoods. We all know you're putting up a smokescreen, Dr. Hill, Penny said, glaring at him. There are too many people who know what really happened that night to keep the lid on it. Tony gave a dry chuckle. What? 3 can keep a secret if 2 of them are dead? But that only works if there's a secret in the first place. Carol has nothing to hide. Maybe you should be writing a story about the financial pressures that mean the police can't afford to maintain their equipment.
He pulled a face. "But that wouldn't be very sexy, would it? Quarter page in the middle of the paper, not like a front page accusing senior cops of corruption, even if that's nothing more than a fantasy." Penny's lips were a tight, straight line. He was right, Carol thought. He'd exposed Penny's weakness. She had nothing but a couple of shreds of rumour she was taking a flyer on. "So, if that's all," Carol said sweetly, "we've got dinner to eat." She stepped back, preparing to close the door, but she'd underestimated how quick the reporter was when it came to fancy footwork. "So you're living here now, Tony," she said. "That's a happy ending, isn't it, after all you two have been through together?" Tony squeezed his eyes shut momentarily. "A working dinner, Penny. My boat's still moored up in the Minster Basin." He released Flash, who immediately leaned into Carol's leg. "I'm sure it is. But if you're moored up here, walking the dog, well, my readers love a heartwarming, happy ending. God knows you deserve it." "Go away, Miss Burgess," Carol sighed. "You're really starting to piss me off." "Fair enough. You can't say I didn't give you a chance to rebut the version of events that's gaining traction. There are 4 people dead whose relatives want answers to the question of why Dominic Barraclough was driving around West Yorkshire when he should have lost his licence weeks ago. They need somebody to blame, and I don't think you can count on West Yorkshire police to keep covering your back." She gathered her coat more closely around her in preparation for leaving. "I have done nothing wrong," Carol said, her voice low and steady. Penny scoffed. "That's not what I'm hearing." Tony stepped forward quickly, forcing her to retreat. "You, of all people, should know how committed DCI Jordan is to justice. You know the work she's done, the cases her teams have resolved down the years. Is making life easier for criminals really what you're after? Because that's all you'll achieve if you join the fake news brigade. These are alternative facts, Penny. The truth is that Carol catches criminals and puts them away." Penny glared mutinously. "It's a shame not everybody makes it to the glory day, isn't it? This isn't the first time you've left bodies in your wake, is it, Carol?" Abruptly, Carol turned on her heel and disappeared inside. "Good job," Tony said sarcastically, stepping back into the doorway and closing the door firmly in Penny Burgess's discontented face. From the far side of the barn, Carol watched him take off his jacket and hang it up in silence. The last thing she felt like was a post-mortem, but she couldn't ignore the scene that he'd walked into. "I'm sorry," she said as he walked across to the kitchen area. Tony paused by the oven, his back to her, and said, "Bloody Sam Evans. Paula told me all about it. If he hadn't wanted to make you pay for not choosing him, none of this would ever have surfaced. But it has. And Penny Burgess is like a terrier who gets a whiff of a rabbit. She'll quarter the hillside sniffing the bloody air till she finds where the truth's gone to ground. I've barely got Remit up and running, and already I'm living on borrowed time." He took the casserole out of the oven and stirred it enthusiastically. The smell was amazing. Nobody who sits around George Nicholas's dinner table is going to talk to a scummy hack like Penny Burgess. He had staff working that night. Bet they couldn't make a venison casserole like this. "Where did you get the recipe?" Carol asked, momentarily diverted. Cooking was not one of Tony's core skills. "On the internet. I did exactly what it said, except you didn't have any juniper berries." "Shame you dumped the gin down the sink," she said wryly. Tony replaced the casserole. "Half an hour, I think. George Nicholas's staff won't rat out a friend of the house. And even if they did, their evidence is meaningless. They weren't in the room all evening. Even Penny Burgess wouldn't take a chance on something so fragile. Or if she did, her editor would kick it into the long grass.
They don't want to make an enemy of the cops, unless they're on rock-solid ground. Carol moved away from him, trying not to show the fear and anger churning inside. How dare she come here? This is my home. In spite of herself, there was a catch in her voice. Should have set the dog on her, Tony said. Carol laughed, shaky and spluttering, but a laugh nevertheless. Death by 1,000 licks. She turned to face him, eyes sparkling with unshed tears. Do you want to talk about Catherine McCormick? He shrugged and began to pace. The dog eyed him uneasily, her eyes following him. I've nothing to say. There's nothing to get hold of so far. The only interesting thing is that the killer picked her up at a wedding. But we've no way of knowing whether he went there to pick up Catherine specifically, or just to acquire any random victim. We can't even say whether he went to the wedding to find a victim, or whether he seized a passing opportunity. So there's really no point in talking about it till we know more. What about the body dump? Tony stopped by the window that looked up the black moorside. He chose it carefully. No cameras, a quiet road, so not much risk of witnesses. But that's a description that fits a lot of places in the Dales. Why that one? Okay, why that one? He threw himself down on a sofa. I have no bloody idea. I can't profile a single instance, you know that. I need more. So, as far as I'm concerned, this would be a good time to teach you how to play FIFA 17. I hate football. He grinned. Trust me, this isn't football, it's fun. Chapter 21. The drive from Telford to Cardiff had been a nightmare. An accident on the M5 had brought traffic to a standstill for almost 2 hours, and by the time Kevin had crossed the Severn and entered Wales, all he was fit for was a pint, a pizza, and bed. But he still managed to be on Niall Sullivan's doorstep at 7:30 next morning, in the teeth of a fine drizzle that was doubling the weight of his leather jacket. It took a moment to assess where Sullivan was living before he hit the bell. It was on the edge of what were called executive developments when they were jacked up in the 80s, but this one hadn't worn well. The brickwork looked dirty and pockmarked. Several of the houses betrayed their shoddiness with watermarks and stains on the stucco of the upper story. Sullivan's home, a 2-story detached house, looked in decent repair, though. A bit tired and dated, but cared for. In the drive, a new BMW 4 Series convertible and a Mini. Looked like Niall had replaced Catherine, Kevin thought, which bumped him down the suspect list. But still, the hoops had to be jumped through. Kevin pressed the bell, letting a long peal ring through the house. Through the door he could hear the sound of feet clattering downstairs, and the door opened on a frowning bear of a man with a thatch of damp auburn hair. He was dressed in suit trousers, a navy shirt with the top button undone, and a pair of Chelsea boots, which explained the noisy descent of the open-plan staircase Kevin could see over his shoulder. "Yeah?" he demanded. "What?" "Niall Sullivan." Kevin produced his ID and held it up. "I'm Detective Inspector Kevin Matthews from the Regional Major Incident Team based in Bradfield." He couldn't help it, but it still gave him a buzz to use the rank he'd been stripped of years before. Carol had dangled its restoration in front of him as a bribe to get him to come out of retirement, and he'd leapt at the chance, not merely to up his pension, but to redeem himself in his own eyes. He was as proud of it now as when he'd first won the promotion. Sullivan tightened his mouth in an expression of distaste. "This is about Catherine, right?" "You've heard about—" "This is 2017, not 1917, Sullivan interrupted. "I've lost count of the number of messages I got yesterday. As soon as you lot turned up at her office, the word spread faster than Ed Sheeran's downloads. Look, I'm sorry she's dead. Of course I am. We were together a long time, but I don't know what you're doing here. I moved down more than 3 years ago, and I've only seen Catherine twice since then." "You didn't keep in touch?" He scoffed. "Hardly. Once she realized I was serious about moving without her, things got pretty frosty between us." A woman's bare legs appeared on the stairs behind him. "What's occurring, Niall?" Kevin could hear the Welsh accent even in those few words. Sullivan glanced over his shoulder. "It's nothing. Just get in the shower." The rest of her appeared, wrapped in a dressing gown that stopped in the middle of her tanned thighs. She had a tousled mane of blonde hair and a pert face, bare of makeup. "Who is this, then?" Kevin introduced himself again as she descended. "I'm Pippa," she said. "Niall, invite the nice man in. It's bloody draughty with that door wide open. Come on, Inspector, I'll make you a cup of tea." "Pippa," Sullivan protested, but he'd already lost, and he knew it. He sighed and stepped back, pointing down the hall to where Pippa had disappeared into the kitchen. "Let's keep this quick and to the point," he muttered at Kevin's back as he followed him. "I've got a busy day ahead of me." Like Pippa herself, the kitchen had all the right stuff in the right places, but it lacked any sense of coziness. It resembled the set dressing of a show house, one that Kevin definitely wouldn't have bought. His Stella would have roared with contemptuous laughter at it. Pippa made the tea, managing to invest that simple job with a look-at-me performance. Kevin leaned against the counter and smiled at Sullivan. "So, when did you last see Catherine?" Sullivan studied the ceiling. "Let me see, it must have been October. We were both at the same wedding. Gail Thomas, she used to work for me. She got to be pals with Catherine." That chimed with what the McCormicks had told Kevin. So far, Sullivan appeared to be telling the truth. "How did the meeting go at the wedding?" Sullivan shook his head in frustration. "It wasn't a meeting. We didn't speak. I saw her across the room. That's all. She didn't even catch my eye. I don't suppose she wanted to talk to me any more than I did her. Look, we were over. Done. There was nothing left between us." He was, Kevin thought, protesting a bit too much. Was that for Pippa's benefit? Or was Sullivan hiding something? "She was no match for you," Pippa stated firmly as she handed Kevin a mug of tea with too much milk. Baby tea, he thought. "We do have to explore every avenue," Kevin said. "Are you saying she hadn't had a boyfriend since Niall left? I mean, if there were other men in her life, you wouldn't be here, would you?" Pippa's smile was malicious. "I can't discuss the investigation with you, sorry. I do, however, need to ask, sir, where you were on Friday evening." "He was with me," Pippa said. "We went for a curry down the brewery quarter with 4 of the team from work." She squeezed Sullivan's arm as she handed him his tea. "Then we went clubbing. So he wasn't setting fire to his ex in Yorkshire, was he?" It sounded very much as if she was right. "Need their names and contact details," he said, knowing as he spoke it would be a waste of time. But then so much of what they did in a murder investigation was a waste of time. Sullivan nodded. "Give me your phone number. I'll ping them over to you." As Kevin fished in his pocket for a card, the man continued. "I had no hard feelings towards Catherine. I didn't hate her. I just got bored. She didn't have any—" He waggled his hands, searching for the word. "Get up and go. She wanted everything to carry on the way it was. Me, I wanted more." His smile was rueful. "I'm not a bad man, Inspector. We weren't right for each other, me and Catherine. That's the top and bottom of it. No way did she deserve this. She was a decent person. No enemies, nobody bothering her at work or among the neighbours." Sullivan shook his head. "She wasn't the sort to make enemies. She didn't really rouse strong feelings, Catherine. When I was working up to leaving, I couldn't even remember how we ended up together in the first place." He patted Pippa's backside, and his face lit up. Not like with you. There was nothing more for him here, Kevin thought, his heart sinking at the prospect of the long drive north. "Thanks for the tea," he said. As they walked back down the hall, Niall said, "I hope you catch the bastard who did this. I totally don't understand how it could have happened. Truly, Catherine wasn't the sort of woman to provoke a reaction on that scale from anybody. We were out one night in town and we ran into somebody she'd sacked a few months before, and this lad she'd given the bullet to, he couldn't have been nicer to her. When she told me afterwards that she'd been the one to give him the elbow, I couldn't believe it. I'm not saying she'd win a popularity contest. She didn't have charisma, but she was genuinely inoffensive." He shook his head. "Whatever happened to kick this off, I'd lay money that it wasn't anything Catherine did." They shook hands on the doorstep. "We'll do our best," Kevin said. He walked back to his car, pondering what Niall had said. What if Catherine's death truly was nothing to do with her? What did that mean for the investigation? That, he reckoned, was one for Tony Hill. Chapter 22. Kevin wasn't the only member of the remit squad making an early start. But what drove Paula out of the house before Torrin had even descended for breakfast was nothing to do with Catherine McCormick's murder. Procrastination had never been one of her faults, but if it had been, living with a teenager would have given her pause. If you put things off, before you knew it, you'd missed the bus, and it was too late to achieve the payoff you hoped for. Nothing stayed in the same place for long with adolescence. Even when it looked like all Torrin was doing was vegging out, things were constantly changing in his world. So after the conversation she'd had with Eleanor the previous morning, she'd emailed Torrin's form teacher and asked for a meeting. Paula still hadn't quite got her head round the way communication between teachers and parents had changed. When she'd been a kid growing up in Manchester, the only time the two groups ever met was Parents' Evening, when the teachers basically laid down the law and parents nodded obligingly, because obviously the teachers knew best. Otherwise they wouldn't be teachers, would they? Parents were only ever summoned to the school when their child had committed some heinous offence, and the notion of a parent taking the side of their child against the monolithic phalanx of the educational establishment was laughable. But these days, parents and guardians were expected to take an active role in their children's education. It was all a bit novel for Paula, but at least it meant that when a problem did emerge, she wouldn't have to start from scratch with a total stranger. Still, she'd taken care with her appearance that morning, keen to make a good impression. She'd even dried her hair properly and rubbed styling paste in to give some shape to her dirty blonde bob. Linen suit, fresh out of the dry cleaner's bag, and a scoop-necked navy top underneath. Silver earrings like fingerprints and a thin silver chain finished the job. She wasn't going to put the fear of death into any bad guys looking like this, for sure. Lorna Meikle had been Torrin's form teacher when his mother had been murdered. She'd been supportive and concerned, taking his change of circumstances in her stride, but never for granted. Eleanor and Paula had warmed to her when she'd worked with them to develop a strategy for helping him recover the ground he'd lost in his grief at Bev's death. There had been no problems since, and they hadn't seen her for a while, except for the last Parents' Evening, where the focus had been Torrin's potential choice of A-level subjects. But when Paula had messaged her, she'd responded immediately and agreed to meet before school began. The traffic was heavy, but Paula knew all the back doubles, and she cut through the narrow alleys between streets like a teenage joyrider trying to evade capture. She made it to the school with 10 minutes to spare. Lorna Meikle was pulling up in her car as Paula locked up, and they walked to the building together, making small talk till they turned into Torrin's form room. Lorna was a matronly woman in her late 40s. She'd taken a career break to have her own 3 kids, and she had the air of someone who took in her stride whatever the world might throw at her. But there was a steely edge there, and Paula had seen from the first that the kids respected her. Sometimes that respect was grudging. There were plenty of pupils who could never be described as students, kids with no realistic aspirations or ambitions, who saw school as a battle they had to survive, then escape. But still, as Torrin said, nobody messes with Mrs. M. In the classroom, Lorna subsided into her chair, settling her comfortable bulk with a sigh. "I swear every year here puts 5 years on me," she grumbled genially. "You should try my job." Paula perched on one of the desks. "Though, mind you, I'd rather have mine than yours or Eleanor's." "Indeed. So, Paula, what's going on with Torrin? I presume that's why you're here, and not out of some professional concern." "I was hoping you could answer that question," Paula said. "How are things at home?" "He's been different the last 2 or 3 weeks. Very quiet, hard to communicate with, which isn't like him. It's not like he was after his mother died. There's something quite—" Paula paused for a moment. "Edgy, almost, stressed. Have you noticed any change in his behaviour?" Lorna nodded. "Like you, I find it hard to put my finger on what it is. Something is clearly bothering him. It's as if there's something he keeps glimpsing out of the corner of his eye that he doesn't want to look at, if that makes any sense." Oddly enough, Paula thought it captured exactly how Torrin had been. "We wondered if he was being bullied." Lorna sighed. "It's the obvious assumption, I'll grant you that, but I really don't think it's bullying. He's not isolated. He has a group of friends who seem to be quite protective of him. And he's not doing that thing bullied children do, where they want to stay around the grown-ups at break and lunchtime." "What about cyberbullying? Could that be happening?" "It's always a possibility, but again I think his behaviour would be different. We've talked a lot to the students about cyberbullying and trolling. We have a zero-tolerance policy, and there is evidence that it works." "What kind of evidence?" Paula wasn't about to let a statement like that go past her without having it backed up. "We've had several instances where trolling and bullying have been reported to us, either by the student themselves or by someone from their peer group." Lorna gave Paula a reassuring smile. "We do encourage them to protect each other as well as themselves." Paula shook her head. "That doesn't mean it works every time. If it's happening outside school, I believe it would show up on their social media, and their friends would pick it up. If Torrin was a loner, a boy without friends, I'd say it might slip past, but that's not who he is, Paula." "So, if it's not bullying, what is it?" Lorna frowned. "I don't know. It's true that his work is suffering. It's as if he can't focus, as if something's distracting him." "Something that's worrying him to the point where he can't concentrate?" "Yes, that's how I'd characterize it." Paula hesitated for a moment, then went for it. "Has he got a girlfriend? Might that be what's going on here?" A swift, bright smile lit up Lorna's face. "I don't think so, no. He's not, forgive me, as sexually and emotionally precocious as some of them. He does hang out with a mixed group, boys and girls, but I don't see any evidence of him pairing off with anyone." She raised an eyebrow. "We can usually tell." "But what if it was someone he didn't want to acknowledge for some reason? What if they had to keep it hidden, and that's what's stressing him?" Lorna shifted in her chair, her expression troubled. "I suppose that might produce the effects we've both noticed. But I know the girls in that group, and I can't imagine why he would be secretive about any of them. What if it's not one of them? What if the secrecy's not about him, but about her? Maybe she's somebody else's girlfriend. Maybe her family wouldn't like her seeing someone like him. Maybe she's pregnant, Lorna said. I think that would trump either of your scenarios. Paula couldn't keep the look of horror from her face. I hadn't even thought of that. She swallowed hard. It made a terrible kind of sense. You don't think I'm not trying to panic you, Paula? As I said, I don't think he's got a girlfriend, so my suggestion was purely academic. But the way he's acting would be what I'd expect if it was something of that order troubling him. There's no evidence of a girlfriend, Paula spoke slowly, thinking aloud. No sudden attention to grooming or fashion, and he hardly ever goes out, even at weekends. But what else would have the same emotional impact as getting a girlfriend pregnant? Lorna shrugged. I can't help you there, but we need to work out what's troubling him. I don't want him blowing his GCSEs and his future chances over it. Do you think it's drugs? It was the obvious question. It was also obvious that Lorna wasn't going to introduce the subject. Schools were always reluctant to acknowledge the problem to parents, never mind to a parent who was a police officer. I'd be surprised. What? This is the only school in Bradfield that doesn't have drug issues among its students? Lorna sighed. Look, I won't deny there's a small but significant level of drug abuse among our students, but there's a definite demarcation line between habitual users and the rest, and Torrin doesn't appear to have any social connections that would lead me to believe he's using recreational drugs. Her expression twisted into a bitter smile. I've seen enough kids in the classroom who are clearly under the influence of drugs or coming down after they've been high. I know the markers and the symptoms, and I would have no hesitation in telling you if I thought Torrin's using. For his own sake, I'd tell you, but I don't think he is. You're going to have to look somewhere else for your answer, Paula. Well, I am supposed to be a detective, she said wearily, checking her watch. And I need to be on my way. Thanks for your time, Lorna, and if anything does occur to you, I'll be in touch. Frustrated at the lack of answers, Paula headed for her car and the morning briefing. Time to put Torrin to one side and concentrate on a different set of frustrations. Chapter 23. He studied his reflection in the mirror, paying particular attention to his hair. The temporary dye had promised to wash out in 2 to 3 shampoos, and he was pleased to see the familiar threads of silver had reappeared at his temples. Attention to detail, that was what survival was all about. If he took care to protect himself, he'd evade capture, and he could carry on with his plans for as long as it took to make him feel right with the world again. If anyone had caught him on camera at the wedding in Leeds where he'd picked up Amy, and he thought he'd avoided that, they wouldn't have a snap of the man called David who had swept Catherine McCormick off her feet. They'd see Mark, dark brown hair swept back from his forehead, round gold-rimmed glasses, the shadow of designer stubble along his jaw. It was amazing how little it took to look very different. The glasses seemed to change the shape of his face. The hairstyle and the stubble created a very different image from clean-cut David. If by some outrageous coincidence anyone had attended both wedding parties, he thought they'd have struggled to have made the connection. Because the hair dye washed out so effectively, he didn't have to worry that anyone he was in regular contact with would see these shifts in appearance. Colleagues he could confidently bluff. If a journalist or one of the advertising and marketing team commented on the stubble, he'd laugh it off as a new look he was trying out. And in a couple of weeks, he'd let the stubble grow out into a goatee for the next round of shape-shifting. He was almost beginning to revel in the challenge. He needed the buzz he got from playing these women, practicing for the real thing. When he managed to track down Tricia and make her pay, he'd know exactly what he was doing. There would be no missteps, no clues left behind. Tracking her down, that was his other priority. She'd done a good job of disappearing. Her phone was dead, her email address defunct, her social media accounts closed down. The lawyer who had contacted him on her behalf wouldn't even say whether she was still in the country, and the bank wouldn't tell him where she'd last drawn out money on the joint business account. He'd asked around all their friends, but either they didn't know or they weren't prepared to tell him. He was sure he'd find her, given time, but she'd set him a challenge, which was not something he could call Amy. She'd been eager from the moment he'd spoken to her in the crowded, noisy ballroom. Whisking her away to a quiet corner had been a bit harder. She was a good few years younger than Catherine, and unlike her, Amy was a woman who enjoyed the dance floor with all its opportunities to show herself off. But he'd played the quiet guy, the one who wanted to get to know the real Amy. And the line about how she reminded him of his poor dead wife had been the sucker bait that drew her away from the hubbub and into his conversational web. She was all over the idea of a date, though she'd clearly been leaning more towards clubbing than chatting. But still, she'd been willing to let him lead the dance for now. He'd spent half an hour on the internet checking out the Indian restaurants in Leeds before he'd settled on one on the edge of the city centre that had plenty of positive reviews for the food, but also, if the photos on the website were to be believed, a modern ambiance, 1,000,000 miles away from paper tablecloths and cheap red napkins that disintegrated at the first sign of liquid. His research paid off. Amy had never been there, but she knew people who swore by it, and the reviews had got it spot on. The food was South Indian, subtle and delicious in its flavours. The paper dosa had been a little greasy. He hated that slick of oil that fried food left on the fingers. But apart from that, it had been a success. A few glasses of wine, and Amy had become more garrulous, telling him how she kept looking for someone to share her life with, but none of the men she'd been involved with had been willing to put in the effort that a partnership demanded. It hadn't been much of an effort to indicate that he was different from them. The odd word here and there, the occasional remark that made him look like a good catch, a considerate nod, a conspiratorial smile, that was all it took. She'd been completely on the hook by the end of the meal, so much so that she'd invited him back to her place. There was no doubting what was on offer, and he had to admit he'd been tempted. She wasn't bad-looking, and it had been weeks since he'd fucked anyone. It was only after he'd been left high and dry that he'd realized how much the sex meant to him. Plenty of it, and plenty of variety. They'd been great in bed together, him and Tricia, and not just in bed. But he knew he'd be crazy to respond to Amy's come-on. He couldn't go to her place and fuck her without leaving a forensic trail a mile wide. And then when she turned up dead, his DNA would be in the mix. Okay, he'd never done anything to earn a place on the National DNA database, so it wouldn't lead the police to his door. Better safe than sorry, though. If he ever crossed swords with the law, he didn't want to risk Amy MacDonald showing up like a big flashing light in his past. So he'd fallen back on the dead wife scenario again. "I'm very touched," he'd said, when she suggested going back to hers for a nightcap. "And I really like you, Amy. I want to see you again, and I want to get to know you properly. You see, I haven't slept with anyone since Tricia died." He let his voice catch as if in grief. really it was more like delight, killing off his ex with his words, the way he couldn't chance doing in reality. So I wanted to matter, to both of us. She'd looked taken aback, as if she wasn't used to men saying no to the chance of bedding her. Then she'd laughed softly. "You're a very unusual man, Mark," she'd said. "That's nice of you to say so," he said. "You have no idea. So, what are you doing on Friday?" So they'd arranged to meet for another dinner. This time he offered to drive out to a country pub where they could relax over a good dinner, somewhere he could readily pay in cash, as he had done in the Indian restaurant. Another way to avoid forensic traces. He was the invisible man. He chose his targets, he struck, and he disappeared back into his unblemished life. Nothing could touch him now. Chapter 24. It was soon clear that the morning briefing was to be a report of the absence of evidence rather than its presence. One by one, the remit team reported the scant results of their inquiries. Finally, all eyes turned to Stacy, sitting demurely at the far end of the table, immaculate in a teal-blue suit and a shimmering navy silk shirt. Carol gave her a tired smile. "So, Stacy, we're all counting on you." Stacy smoothed her already perfect hair and nodded. "I have something, but not much, I'm afraid. And what I have is pushing the technology to its limits." She took a clicker from her pocket and activated the white screen mounted on the wall behind her. Half turning in her chair, she brought up the shot that featured the man Anya had identified as being the one she'd seen with Catherine. "This is the raw phone camera footage, not very clear, as you can see. When we enhance it and use the predictive pixel software, we get this." The screen dissolved to reveal an isolated image of the man's quarter profile. It was sharper and clearer than the original, but still not a shot they could credibly use to identify someone. "So what I used next was facial recognition software. Like I said to Alvin, I've tweaked the original to make it more powerful. I ran all the pics we have from the wedding through it." Another dissolve, and 3 photos appeared side by side. None of them was full face, and all of them had been blown up from figures in the background.
"He did a bloody good job of staying out of sight,"
Alvin muttered.
"These days everybody's a photographer, especially at big occasions like weddings."
Was that deliberate, do we think? Or just that he wasn't in the room for very long? Carol asked.
"Both, I suspect," Tony said. "We already know he's a careful planner. There's no reason to believe he'd throw caution to the wind before he's even acquired his first victim. I think we have to assume everything is calculated in this approach."
Stacy nodded. "But even the most tech-savvy person probably doesn't realize how far the technology has come. Even with scant resources like this, the latest algorithms can predict a full-face image of our man." This time a single image appeared. It had the slightly unreal look that CGI often produced, but it looked recognizably like a person.
"That's amazing," Paula said. "So I guess we can show this to the wedding guests who remember seeing Catherine with him to see whether it's a decent likeness."
"That makes sense. Alvin, you've already established a relationship with these women. Go back and show them this image. Stacy, make up a 6-pack for Alvin, so nobody can accuse us of skewing the ID towards a suspect further down the line." "I'm on it," Stacy said, getting up from the table and heading back to her den. Alvin shook his head ruefully and followed her a moment later.
"It's a good lead," Kevin pointed out.
Tony, who had been staring intently at the image since Stacy had first summoned it, chewed the end of his pen.
"It's suggestive," he acknowledged.
"It's more than suggestive," Carol said. It's got the potential to be a key breakthrough. You think? Tony dropped his pen to the table with a clatter. Don't you? Carol looked puzzled. That thing I know you do when you meet someone new, Carol. That thing where you automatically catalogue how you would describe them to the rest of us, Tony said. So, how would you describe this man? Carol considered, tilting her head to one side. Mid-30s, brown hair going grey above his ears, side parting, floppy fringe, eye colour probably blue, though it's hard to tell. Rectangular, black-framed glasses, very much on trend, thick eyebrows, large nose. And which of those characteristics is fixed? Which of them couldn't you change quite readily? The others looked at each other, troubled. He's right, Paula said. They could all be altered without too much trouble. His nose? Karim wasn't convinced. Remember Nicole Kidman's nose in The Hours? Paula said. Karim scoffed. I think I was 10 when that came out, Skip. 12, maybe, at the outside. Paula rolled her eyes. She had this false nose that you couldn't spot, even in close-up. It completely changed the way she looked. When they showed it to preview audiences, people didn't even realize it was Kidman. That's movies. They can make anybody look any way they want, Karim protested. The fake nose Kidman had was so realistic she wore it out in public to avoid recognition, Paula retorted. It fooled people in the street. It fooled the paparazzi. How do you know this stuff? Kevin chuckled. Tony held up a hand. The nose might be the real thing. Having a prosthetic nose made might be a step too far for our man, but apart from that, all we have are a collection of features that could be altered without much trouble. You're saying this photo is a waste of time? Carol sounded grim. I'm saying we'd be making a mistake to rely on it. Tony looked around at the glum faces and gave a hesitant smile. You know I'm right. The look they shared told him they agreed, much as they hated to admit it. Still, Carol said, a nose is better than nothing. Let's see what we can sniff out, eh? Chapter 25. There were 3 branches of Pizza Express in Bradfield, and no way of knowing which one Catherine and David had visited on the Tuesday after the wedding. Karim looked at the app on his phone that stuck little purple pins in the map to show their locations. He remembered what Tony had said at the briefing about the caution and planning already evident in their killer's behaviour, and considered what he knew of the CCTV cameras that covered the city centre. Not enough, he decided. He glanced across at the closed door of Stacy's office and took a deep breath. He was the new boy on this team and still the outsider. Nobody had deliberately made him feel unwelcome, but it was clear that the others knew each other and trusted each other's way of working. Nobody had that level of confidence in him yet. Sometimes in his peripheral vision he caught his colleagues cutting their eyes at him when he'd stepped out of line or asked a stupid question. Even Paula, the friendliest of the lot, sometimes rolled her eyes when he didn't know something he had no way of knowing. He didn't think any of it was meant unkindly, but he didn't feel anyone was cutting him much slack. As for Stacy, she terrified him. She appeared to know more about data systems than any human should, and she didn't waste her time interacting with carbon-based life forms like him. She dressed the way he thought an A1 office robot might, in impeccably fitted suits and blouses made of fabric that seemed to have a life independent of its wearer. As if that wasn't enough, word was that she'd turned her skills to profitable use. Stacy Chen could buy and sell the lot of them, if she felt like it. Altogether, it added up to a recipe for terror for a nice boy like Karim, who still sort of lived at home in the granny flat above the garage that his mother had reluctantly let him move into after his actual granny had died. His mother still behaved like he was 12, checking up on what he had in the fridge and how full his laundry basket was. All his life he'd been under the thumb of women, and it seemed like Remit was designed to be more of the same. So he really shouldn't be scared of Stacy, should he? She didn't have the power over him that his mother or the aunties had. How much scalding contempt could she pour over his head? Before he could change his mind, Karim jumped up and hustled through to Stacy's office, not waiting for a response to his knock. Stacy was encased in her ergonomic chair behind her screens, Alvin at her side, peering over her shoulder. Stacy didn't even look up, but Alvin glanced his way.
"Hey, Karim, you after the human computer here?"
Stacy tutted, not taking her eye off the top right screen. Her fingers darted back and forth over the keyboard. "There," she said, "number 6. Now go forth and put your witnesses to the test." To Karim's ears, it sounded more like an invitation to put the witnesses to the sword. "Have you got a minute, Stacy?" he asked, trying not to sound timid. Stacy leaned back and rolled her shoulders to loosen her back. "What do you need?" she asked, her voice neutral. "I'm trying to prioritize the Pizza Express branches that David might have taken Catherine to," he said. "Bearing in mind what Tony said about him being careful about forensic traces, I thought he might have chosen the venue based on the number of CCTV cameras that could pick up him or his car." Stacy flashed a smile so swift he wondered whether he'd hallucinated it. "Good thinking. You want me to map the restaurants onto the CCTV maps? Is that it?" He nodded, relieved that his idea hadn't been dismissed. "Please, if that's possible." Already her fingers were dancing, her eyes shifting between screens. "Come round here," she said. Obediently, he rounded the IT setup and stood at her shoulder, keeping his distance. Stacy pointed at the middle screen in the top row. "That's your restaurants. On the left are the traffic cameras. On the right, Bradfield Council street cameras." She clicked her trackpad, and the maps on either side flowed to the central map, overlaying the original. "I'll send it to your terminal," she said. He grinned. "That's brilliant, thanks." "Not quite finished yet," she said absently, scrolling through another menu. "Okay. This is inevitably incomplete and probably not entirely accurate, but it shows the private CCTV systems we're aware of in the city centre. Banks, shops, takeaways, that sort of thing." She clicked again, and the new map overlaid the original composite. "I'm sending that to you as a separate file, just for reference, in case you get a positive ID and need to attempt a backtrack on his movements. Good luck." It was a dismissal. Stacy was already onto the next task before he'd even left her side. Karim went back to his desk and printed out both maps. On the first one, he also marked the location of the tapas restaurant where Catherine and David had gone for their second meal together. While he was poring over the printout, Tony pulled up a chair and sat down beside him. "What are you trying to figure out?" he asked. Karim explained his theory, and Tony nodded approval. "It makes sense that he'd scout out possible destinations. This one, for example." He pointed to a Pizza Express in the middle of Temple Fields, an area of the city centre known for the vibrancy and variety of its nightlife. "All the streets round there are bristling with cameras because of the levels of street crime. And drug dealing," Karim added. "They've stepped up patrols because of the amount of people getting off their heads on spice down the bottom end of Temple Fields, down towards Campion Boulevard. So I'd put that at the bottom of the list of possibles." He traced a line on the map with his finger. "But this one. You come off High Market Street, which, okay, has lots of cameras, but it's still crowded even at that time on a Friday evening. Into the lane down the blank side of Debenhams,
and all you have to do is turn the corner, and you're there."
"Looks good. What's this you've circled in pen?"
"Tapas Brava. I was a bit surprised he took her there, to be honest. It's smack bang in the middle of Bellwether Square, and that's got to have more cameras per square metre than anywhere in Bradfield."
"But most of them are private ones. They tend to be focused on the shop front or the cash machine or whatever, not so much on the street. And actually, Tapas Brava is a pretty clever choice. Look, you can hardly see it on the map, but that's Raddle Alley. It's too narrow to walk two abreast, and it cuts through from Grote Market down the road from Central Station."
Karim followed Tony's finger. "I see it. I don't know how I've missed it. I couldn't count the number of times I've been in Bellwether Square, but I've never even noticed it was there."
"It's a short cut from town back to where my boat's moored up in Minster Basin. That's the only reason I know it. And it's right next to Tapas Brava."
Karim stood up, folding the printout and putting it in the inside pocket of his jacket. "I'd better crack on then," he said, feeling more optimistic than he had when the actions for the day had been handed out. By lunchtime, Karim had to admit that optimism had been unfounded. Nobody at any of the busy Pizza Express branches remembered serving Catherine and David. One of the duty managers had pointed out that they served hundreds of customers every day, and unless they were a Bradfield Victoria footballer or some minor celebrity, or they'd kicked off about something, there was no chance the waiting staff would remember the faces. Karim had asked about the possibility of checking their credit card receipts for the evening in question, and the manager had laughed at him.
"No chance, mate," he'd said. "Even if you could get a warrant, it would be useless. People don't just use personal credit cards. They use company cards, joint account cards. It'd be a total needle in a haystack job. And besides, they might have paid cash. You still get some people that do, because they're old-fashioned or," he winked, "they don't want it showing up on their credit card statement."
He'd saved Tapas Bravas till last because it was a much smaller establishment. There were only a dozen tables and a further 14 seats at the long zinc counter. It was dimly lit, the dark wood of the furniture and the floor balanced by bright modern prints by artists Karim couldn't even begin to guess at. He'd arrived at the height of the lunchtime rush, and realizing it wasn't the right time to gain the full attention of the staff, he'd swallowed his guilt and took the last available stool at the bar. He was entitled to a meal break, he told himself, while also recognizing that on this squad nobody paid any attention to things like overtime and regular breaks. Karim told himself it was a legitimate way to ingratiate himself with potential witnesses, and ordered a plate of chiporones and half a dozen fish croquetas. By the time he'd slowly worked his way through the small plates of unfamiliar but delicious food, the place had more or less emptied out, and he snagged a passing waitress. He showed her the pictures of Catherine and David, explaining why he was there. She shrugged her lack of recognition, but sent her colleagues over anyway. One waiter, a young Spaniard who'd been working at Tapas Brava for 5 months, seemed less absolute than the others in his lack of recognition. When Karim reminded him of the date, he nodded. "I think, but I am not sure." He pointed to a corner table behind them. "I think maybe table 8.
"What do you remember about them?"
"If it was them, he paid in cash. And she said, and this is what I remember, 'Do the staff get the tips?' So I tell her, 'We keep the cash tips, but we only get half of the ones that go on the credit card.'"
"Is there any way of finding out the name the table was booked in?"
He shrugged. "We can look."
Karim followed him to the computer screen where the bookings were managed, his heart beating a little faster. With the date and the time and the table number, it was easy to locate.
"It is here," the waiter said. 8 o'clock. It was booked in the name of David, and here is the phone number."
Karim's face fell. He didn't have to check his notes to know that this was the same pay-as-you-go number that Catherine had had for David. A further 20 minutes questioning the waiter and his colleagues took him no further forward. Nobody remembered anything about the couple on table 8. Not what they were wearing, not how they had behaved towards each other. Nothing. It looked like Tony had been right. The man who had killed Catherine McCormick had done nothing on impulse. Chapter 26. A few hours later, on the other side of the Pennines, Amy MacDonald was putting on her glad rags, ready for another date with Mark. He was bloody lovely, she thought, a true gentleman, not a wham-bam thank-you-ma'am merchant. He listened when she talked. He paid attention and responded to what she said. Obviously he was still holding a bit of a candle to his ex, and it wasn't easy going head-to-head with the dead, because they could always trump you simply by being dead. But even though she was quite a bit younger than him, he'd obviously taken to Amy. Otherwise he wouldn't be taking her out again. It stood to reason. And age difference was no big deal these days, not now men had learned to take better care of their looks and their figures like women did. She carefully applied her most expensive mascara, the one that claimed to double the volume and never to smudge. If she was going to get him into bed tonight, she didn't want to wake up with panda eyes and black smudges all over the pillow. With a final touch-up of her lippy, she was ready to go. Amy picked up her phone. Then, as she was about to put it in her bag, she had a sudden thought. Jamie would be chuffed to bits to know she'd got so lucky at his wedding. She tapped out a quick text message. "Hiya, gorgeous. Hope you and Elle are having a fab time. You weren't the only ones who struck it lucky at the wedding. I'm off on a second date with Elle's dishy friend Mark, 1,000,000 times more fab than Scuzzy Steve. Wish me luck. Amy. Kisses." It really did feel like the start of something big. Amy had been convinced she'd found Mr. Right before, but there was something different about Mark, something special. She had a funny feeling that he was the one. And in a way, that wasn't funny at all. She was right. One of the many things Tony liked about Carol was that she didn't speak for the sake of hearing her own voice. She talked when she had something to say. Sometimes she had questions she thought he might be able to help her answer. Other times she had observations she wanted to test against his experience and understanding. Occasionally she wanted to think out loud, throwing the bones of a theory in the dirt to see what shape they might make. Very rarely she opened up some seam of information about herself, almost against her will. But if she had nothing to offer, she didn't feel the need to fill the space with noise. Mostly, silence between them was easy. Lately, however, there had been too many occasions where it had been electric, crackling with the tension of the things unsaid. Her fight against alcohol had made for contentious exchanges, and, if that were possible, even more contentious silences. Tony, empathetic to the point of self-harming, felt the pain of her abstinence as powerfully as anything he'd ever endured personally. That evening they'd exchanged barely a word on the drive back from Bradfield. It was an early finish for them, and Tony suspected Carol felt an unreasonable guilt at leaving Remit while there was still light in the sky. Habitually, when she was working a murder, she was seldom away from the case for more than 6 hours of snatched sleep at a time. And even then, her phone would be on the bedside table next to her, the ringer turned up full. But there was nothing more to be done in the case of the murder of Catherine McCormick. North Yorkshire officers on the ground were carrying out routine inquiries to try to track down how the car had ended up where it had. But Tony suspected they were wasting their time. This man knew what he was doing. The forensic specialists would do their thing and deliver their results in due course, but none of Carroll's team truly believed that would take them any further forward. The fire had destroyed any chance of DNA. The firefighters had destroyed any possibility of finger marks on the bodywork of the car. There might be some toxicology results from the largely incinerated organs of the dead woman, but even if there were, the chances of that producing something so out of the ordinary that it would have any probative value were infinitesimally small. The only outside chance was that the forensic chemists might find a chemical signature among the charred remains that would be distinctive. What that might be, none of them could imagine. Normally, the victim would lead them towards the killer. Most murders were domestic affairs: spouses, partners, children, friends. The webs that connected the two people whose lives had collided fatally were generally obvious, even if the motives were sometimes obscure or apparently trivial. Even when strangers attacked, there were usually markers of where their paths had crossed. So far, they appeared to have mapped the point where Catherine McCormick met her killer. From all Tony had read and heard, she had been a slightly dull, pleasant woman. Even the people who worked under her were unwilling to speak critically of her. She seemed to have no gift for friendship, but equally no talent for creating enmity. She wasn't unattractive, but it seemed she lacked any charisma when it came to attracting men. He saw her as someone determinedly making the most of very little. The telling detail for him was Paula's mention of Catherine's apparent love of cooking. Even though she had nobody to feed, she'd devoted a lot of time and money to what could be an adventurous and challenging hobby. She was trying to do something that marked her out as special, the kind of thing that a certain kind of magazine promoted as a way to keep a man satisfied. That she'd chosen that route rather than the obvious 50 ways to satisfy your man in bed did tell Tony something about her killer. The man who called himself David had made a clever and deliberate choice of victim. He hadn't gone for an easy pickup. If all he'd wanted was sex and violence, he could have picked up someone in a club who was too drunk or high to care who she went home with. He could have found someone desperate for a substitute for love in a late-night bar. But this man had something else in mind. He needed something different for his satisfaction. He needed somebody who was looking for love and was in the right frame of mind to find it. He needed to be able to believe she'd fallen for him, he said out loud when they were almost back at the barn. What? Carol sounded startled, as if she too had been lost in thought. It's important to him, what he did with Catherine. He courted her. He chose her because he thought he could make her fall in love with him. He picked her carefully. Everybody at a wedding is in a state of heightened emotion. A woman on her own, chances are she's in a vulnerable state. She sees happy ever after all around her, but she's on her own, on the outside looking in. Then, out of nowhere, Mr. Well-groomed nice guy whisks her away from the noise and the in-your-face confection of romance to something like the real thing. You think that's what this was? A romance? Carol sounded curious rather than dismissive. She'd been on the end of his explorations and explanations for long enough to trust his insights. Not always right on the money, but seldom far off. She signaled the turn that took them onto the back road leading to her barn, the road where all her recent troubles had started. A simulacrum of a romance, he said thoughtfully. You know I hate to jump to conclusions on the basis of one murder, But that's the only obvious theory that fits the facts we have. I might be completely wrong, but it makes sense. He's got a story in his head, and he wanted to make Catherine fit it.
Why?
So that when he kills her, it means what he wants it to mean.
Carol frowned, saying nothing for a long moment. Sometimes I wonder how you come up with these ideas.
A lifetime of looking through the wrong end of the telescope, he said. You've met my mother. He gave a mirthless laugh. She was my training wheels. I've spent my whole adult life dealing with messy heads, and now I can only see the world through that prism.
That'll be why we get on so well, Carol said ironically. But right now, your theory is as good as anything else out there. We've barely begun, and I can't see how we move forward. I can't believe we're this stuck this early.
That's because this one's very good. I'll be honest, Carol. The best we can hope for is that one's enough, because if he gets a taste for it, we could really struggle here.
Part 2. Chapter 27.
The blazing car was a beacon in the velvet blackness. There, at the heart of the Yorkshire Dales, where light pollution was trivial, the flames were an assault on the eyes. Halfway between Snaysett and Burtabusk, a narrow twist of single-track road with passing places, there were no casual passers-by to see it, however. The nearest town of any size was Hawes, which formed the apex of a triangle with the two hamlets, 5 miles aside. The small local inferno registered only as a faint red glow along the ridge, which went unremarked by everyone except a woman from Leeds who thought it might be the Northern Lights. The fire had passed its zenith when Anselm Carter left his cowshed, having seen to the trouble-free delivery of a bull calf to one of his Highland cattle. All he was thinking of was a cold can of Guinness to take away the taste and smell of the past couple of hours. But he knew his landscape too well not to notice the flames down the hill on the road that bordered his best pasture. There were no beasts on that piece of land at the moment, but Anselm didn't want his valuable grazing damaged by a wildfire. Sighing, he went inside the farmhouse, where his 2 teenage daughters were snuggled like puppies on the sagging kitchen sofa, watching some American adolescent nonsense on the telly. "Tell you, ma'am, I've gone down the road. There's a fire, and I need to check it's not threatening our land," he said, reaching for the Land Rover keys. One daughter looked over momentarily.
"A fire?"
"Aye."
"What's to go on fire down there?"
"Naught that I can think of. Best take a look, though." Her attention was already back on the screen, and Anselm stepped out of the coziness of home into the chilly dark. The fire was still going strong, and it pulled him along the rutted farm track like a lodestar. By the time he reached the main road, he could see it was about half a mile on towards Snaysett. Nothing there but a passing place and a grit bin, he thought. But as soon as he turned onto the road, he could see the outline of a burning car, the interior an inferno of red and orange and yellow. His headlights illuminated gouts of greasy black smoke spiraling into the night sky. Anselm pulled up 20 meters away, turning on his hazard lights. Not that anybody was likely to be down here at this time of night on a Sunday. He jumped down and walked towards the car. As he approached, heat engulfed him. He'd had a sauna once when he'd got his brother to look after the farm for a weekend, and he'd taken Nell to a fancy hotel in Harrogate. He couldn't see the point of it, getting all hot and bothered from choice. Nell had liked it, though. She'd seen a home version in IKEA once, pointed it out wistfully to him, but he thought it was a waste of money that could be better spent on a new bathroom with a proper shower. This wall of heat felt like that sauna, though it smelled nothing like the herby miasma in there. This smelled of burnt plastic and grease, the sort of thing that would make you sick if you breathed in too much of it. Anselm couldn't see anything inside the car, and although flames were licking out of the holes where the windows should have been, they soon vanished in the night. The council grit bin had melted into a shapeless yellow blob streaked with black, but apart from that it all looked pretty localized. The odd spark was landing in his field, but he didn't think there was any prospect of one catching hold. He walked back to the Land Rover, pondering. He could call out the fire brigade and the police, but there didn't seem much point. There was no danger to life, limb, livestock, or land. Nobody would thank him for being pulled out to the back of beyond on a Sunday evening over some joyrider setting fire to a stolen car, which was what this likely was. Anselm drove back up the track towards the smudge of light that was his home. Morning would be soon enough to talk to the local bobby. Chapter 28. The mood in the remit squad had descended into gloom. Catherine McCormick had been their first major case, and they were comprehensively stuck, their wheels spinning in a spray of mud, and everyone was acutely aware that their impasse was being scrutinized from all sides. John Brandon had taken to calling Carol every other day to discuss what leads her team were chasing, but even he, with all his years of experience, hadn't been able to come up with any suggestions they hadn't already done to death. Although he affected a casual air, she could tell he was feeling pressure from his political bosses at the Home Office. She wasn't the only one whose reputation was on the line here. Apart from Brandon, who was technically retired and thus professionally immune, the command levels of all the 6 forces who had committed to the setting up of Remit had the most powerful vested interest in a successful outcome. But even there the unit had its enemies. Senior officers whose fiefdoms had been inevitably diminished, ambitious men and women whose clear promotion paths up the ranks had been made complicated, the mean-spirited whose faces were set against any bright moves towards change. Carol and her team felt the pressure of all those differing expectations from above. Then there were the detectives who'd been confident in the capabilities of their own CID departments, whose noses had been put out of joint, not only by losing the most serious reputation-defining cases, but also from not having been chosen to walk among the elite. Carol could imagine the glee in a dozen CID watering holes throughout the region as they pored over the lack of progress in what was one of the highest-profile cases in recent memory. And at the bottom of the pile, the foot soldiers, the uniformed lads and lasses who did the grunt work on every investigation. Nobody liked the endless door-knocking, searches of grim council estates or muddy woodland, PNC checks on the registered owner of every car that had gone through a particular set of traffic lights, the monitoring and guarding of crime scenes, or dealing with members of the public who were obstructive, grumpy, and nosy by turns. It was annoying enough to have to do it for their own detectives, but when outsiders came in with their demands for even more tedious drudgery, it generated a burning desire among some for them to fail. Luckily, there were others who wanted to shine, to take the opportunity to impress someone outside a chain of command that had probably already made its mind up about them. But they would be equally fed up at the lack of success. No chance for them to make a splash if nothing was happening. No way out of their dead ends if Remit failed. Even their friends were anxious. Carol had grown to dread John Brandon's name popping up on the screen of her phone. Every night when she'd gone home, the desire for a drink had all but overwhelmed her. Most nights Tony had been there to game with her or keep her company, which meant, on a point of principle, she couldn't break her word and drink. But on the nights when he wasn't there, when an early start or a late finish at Bradfield Moor meant it made sense to stay on his barge in town. Those nights had been a titanic struggle that left her drained and depressed. The lack of progress in the case was dragging her to her knees. On the Monday morning, 3 weeks after the discovery of Catherine McCormick's body, Carol had been confronted on her way to the remit office by her old boss, James Blake, Chief Constable of Bradfield Metropolitan Police. Their relationship had been antagonistic from the first, and he could barely hide his glee when they came face to face in a corridor in Skenfrith Street Station.
"Not going too well, is it, Carol?"
he drawled. He was flanked by a pair of uniformed superintendents who both looked as if they were barely suppressing a smirk. Her stomach tightened. "Early days, sir."
3 weeks in and no viable suspect? Not what I'd call early days.
Some cases are more difficult to crack than others. That's why we were set up. She felt a muscle in her eyelid twitch and hoped he didn't notice.
You were set up to solve the difficult cases, not flap around like headless chickens. From what I hear, you're completely bogged down.
Carol forced a smile. "We'll get there, sir." Blake chuckled.
"I admire your optimism. Shame it's not matched by your team's abilities."
And he swept past, leaving her quivering with a mixture of rage and fear. She ducked into the nearest ladies' toilet, rushed into a cubicle, slammed the lid down, and collapsed onto it. Her hands were shaking, her stomach churning, her legs trembling. She wanted to scream, to whimper, to howl. She was doing her best, but her best just wasn't enough. Not anymore. She couldn't sleep, she didn't want to eat, and she couldn't give in to the one thing she craved. She didn't even want to close her eyes in the dark because all she could see then was the horrors of past cases stuttering through her mind like old Super 8 home movies. Carol leaned against the wall and tried to breathe steadily. She had to pull herself together for the sake of her team. She'd chosen them. She'd plucked them out of their careers and made them targets. She couldn't live with herself if she let them down. She clenched her fists and rubbed her knuckles over her head. The pain took her mind off the turmoil in her brain. 5 minutes later, she walked into the squad room with a brave attempt at a spring in her step. But it was clear from her first glance that nobody had any optimism left. They'd followed all the obvious lines of inquiry, then the less likely, till finally they were reduced to acknowledging there was nowhere left to go other than to retrace their steps in the hope of finding a different answer. They'd even put out an appeal on one of the online recipe forums Catherine had used, looking for anyone she'd developed a friendship with who might know something, anything, about the mysterious David. But still they had no idea where she had been killed or the reason for her murder, or why her killer had chosen to set her car on fire with her in the driving seat in an obscure lay-by in North Yorkshire. They'd barely sat down at their conference table when the phone rang. Karim, who had learned that this job fell to the lowest on the totem pole, jumped up to answer it. "Regional Major Incident Team?" he said, surprisingly brightly. Pause. "Yes, she's here. 1 moment, please." He put the call on hold and said, "Gov, it's DSI Henderson from North Yorkshire." He tried to smile, but looked as if he wanted to burst into tears. Expecting a bollocking in one shape or form, Carol took the phone and visibly braced herself. "I'll take this in my office." The team watched her get up and go. As she closed her door behind her, there was a collective letting out of breath and an exchange of worried looks. Once she was in her own space, with the door firmly shut, Carol gripped the phone tightly and closed her eyes. "DSI Henderson," she said, her tone brisk and businesslike. How bad could it be? "DSI Jordan, I have some news for you. Last night, A farmer in the Dales spotted a burning car. He took a closer look and saw no cause for immediate concern, so he didn't bother reporting it till first thing this morning. When the local patrol car checked it out, they saw what looked like a body. Your team appears to have a repeat offender and a second chance. Crisp and to the point. A wave of dizziness hit Carol. Henderson's words felt like a reprieve. Dear God, how rubbish a human being had she become that she saw a suspicious death as an opportunity. "That's very interesting," she said. "And this time you have the advantage of not having had the crime scene destroyed by the firefighters," Henderson added. "I've got a full forensic team on their way, and I've given instructions everything is to remain in situ until remit says so. I'll have our SIO ping you all the details we have." "Thank you, ma'am." Carol tried to keep the relief from her face. "I'll brief the team, and we'll be at the scene as soon as we can. Let's hope you can manage to produce a result this time." The line went dead. Carol leaned back in her chair and breathed deeply. They'd been hampered from the start by the compromised crime scene on Catherine McCormick's murder. This time there would be no excuses. But this time, hopefully, there would be no need for excuses. The Land Rover wasn't the ideal vehicle for getting anywhere in a hurry, not to mention the heavy rumble of the diesel engine that made conversation difficult. But Carol had grown used to it over the past year, and she liked the sense of security it gave her. And there was plenty of room for the dog, who was sprawled out along the floor in the back, her head on Tony's feet. Paula was riding shotgun, her laptop open on her knees and tethered to her phone, so she could give a shouted commentary as information came in from North Yorkshire's team. "Where exactly are we going?" Tony asked, as Carol keyed the postcode into her sat-nav. "Heading for the middle of nowhere, turning right at the back of Beyond, and keeping going till we see a white scene of crime tent," Carol replied. "The names sound like something out of Lord of the Rings," Paula said. "Snaze Set and Berta Busk. Are they having a laugh?" "Probably left over from the Vikings," Tony said. "They left more than red hair genes when they did their raping and pillaging around Yorkshire. So, where is it near?" "Nowhere, by the looks of it," Paula said. "And according to what Stacey's just sent me, you'd have to backtrack a long way before you find a road with an ANPR camera. Same as before, he's chosen somewhere he's not going to be readily logged in and out of." "He knows the terrain," Tony said. "This isn't random." "You think he's local?" Carol chipped in. "It looks that way. Either that or he's a keen walker who's spent a lot of time there. What else have North Yorkshire got for us, Paula?" "The car is a 2-year-old Peugeot 108 Cabriolet. For the car illiterates among us, that'll be me," Tony said. "It's one of those diddy little ones with a canvas sunroof that folds back rather than a full cabriolet hood." Carol groaned. "Does that matter?" "It might affect the way the fire burned," Paula said. "If the roof caught, it'll have provided more oxygen for the fire, so it will have burned more fiercely. Over the past couple of weeks, I have become something of an expert on fires in cars," she added ruefully. "Fire investigators are very eager to share." "Any ID from the car? Are the license plates readable?" "It's registered to an Amy MacDonald at an address in Cookridge, Leeds. West Yorkshire officers attending say there's nobody home. Next-door neighbour says Amy works for the Leeds City Council Tax Department, so the Westies are off to the council offices to try and track her down. Though if it's the same guy, and he's following the same procedure, she's not going to be sitting in her office waiting for us to drop by." "We need to check all the same," Carol said. "Even though it's her car, it doesn't mean it's her body. She might have lent it to someone, or it might have been stolen. We'll probably have to fall back on dental ID if it's anything like the last one." She nudged the car into a gap at a roundabout and turned onto the main artery that led towards Burnley and onwards to the Dales. What else? Local farmer called Anselm Carter called it in at 6:30 a.m. Apparently that's when he starts milking. He saw the flames yesterday evening around 9 when he came out of the cowshed. He went and took a look, didn't see the body, so he thought it was just a burning car that was no risk to his land or his livestock, so he thought he might as well leave it till morning to phone it in.
I can't say I blame him, Tony said. If I had to get up at 6 to milk cows, I don't think I'd be that keen on having the police and the fire brigade doing their thing and needing cups of tea till the small hours.
So the local patrol car took a run out first thing, and of course they could get close enough by then to see there was a body in the car. They reckoned the seatbelt must have burned through, and the body slumped down across both front seats. There are some pretty grisly pictures, if you're interested, Tony.
He grimaced. I'll wait till I can see the real thing. Once is sufficient.
It's the same killer, isn't it? Carol turned on the flashing blue light attached to her dashboard. I know we don't theorize ahead of data, but it's hard to imagine a scenario that doesn't come back to the man who killed Catherine McCormick.
I'd have to agree, Tony sighed.
I'm trying not to sound too perky about it, but this is the best thing that could have happened, from our perspective. Catherine's murder didn't give us enough data. With an untainted crime scene and a whole new set of witnesses, we might just start to make some forward progress. I hear what you're saying, Tony, but for Christ's sake, don't say that outside this car. Carol's exasperation was obvious. For a man who's supposed to be the soul of empathy, sometimes you have a tin ear. I can't profile properly on a single case. You know that, Tony said huffily. Not everyone understands you like we do, Tony, Paula said. Most people would struggle to see any positive side to a murder.
Maybe so, Tony said.
Nothing we can do changes the fact that someone died last night. But the dead are out of reach. I save my empathy for the living, Paula. Chapter 29. The smell was the same, but stronger, because the fire had been more recent. The acrid notes of burnt plastic mingled with something more primal. Carol, Paula, and Karim stood in a tight knot on the outside of the fluttering plastic tape that marked out the province of the forensic team and the fire investigator. Kevin was on his way up to the farmhouse to see whether Anselm Carter had anything to add to what he'd already told North Yorkshire. And Tony was walking a grid that only he understood. The passing place on the single-track road was separated from the grazing by a ditch, and beyond that a single strand of barbed wire. It didn't seem much to keep cows corralled. He walked along the road in the direction the car had come from, seeing nothing of interest. 100 meters along the road, he stopped and assessed the ditch. It was about 1 meter deep and about 1.5 meters wide. He reckoned he could get across without too much trouble. Tony backed up a couple of strides and took a short run at it. He cleared the ditch, but his momentum almost took him into the barbed wire fence. He teetered on the lip of the ditch and just managed to save himself from toppling backwards into the muddy trench. Now he was on the other side, he could see that the flimsy strand wasn't the only precaution against wandering cattle. Beyond it was the thin filament of an electric fence. When it was switched on, it would give the cows enough of a jolt to divert them away from the road. Tony studied the barbed wire apprehensively. He wasn't the most dexterous of men. This was precisely the kind of scenario that could end in torn trousers and blood running down his legs. He could get Karim to do it, but Karim wouldn't read the scene in the same way he did. There was nothing else for it. He'd have to take a chance. Gingerly, he pushed the wire downwards and stepped over it. Luckily, there was enough clearance, and he let out a long sigh of relief as he cleared it. There was no telltale hum coming from the barbed wire fence, but he touched it with the back of his hand to make sure. Nothing. He crossed the electric fence and walked slowly back towards the burned-out shell of the Peugeot, alternately staring at the ground and the distant horizons. He wasn't sure what he was looking for, but he knew there had to be something that connected this setting to the scene of Catherine McCormick's immolation. And it was a setting. He was sure of that. This wasn't a random passing place on a random road. It had been chosen for reasons that were at the very least practical, but which might have a deeper emotional and psychological significance. What that was, he had no idea yet. But everything he learned at this stage had the potential to open doors in his head further down the line. It was a striking landscape. Low hills that swept in curves to valleys where sheep and cattle grazed, stands of trees that dotted the slopes, dry stone walls that straggled up the gradients and crossed at angles that were everything but right. It was greener than the moorland around Carol's barn, and the views were more dramatic, but he could see the genetic link between the two landscapes. As he drew nearer, he could see the activity around the car itself. White-suited figures in their protective suits, masks across their faces, taking photographs and samples. Just as he had his own grammar for reading a crime scene, so had they. The things that mattered to them would never attract his attention, and vice versa. He carried on past the crime scene, still not happy that he had found what he was looking for, whatever that was. He paused and looked around again. Nothing out of the ordinary. But 20 meters on, he came upon something that stopped him in his tracks. Right in front of him, on the field side of the fences, something had scraped a scar in the surface of the grass. About a couple of feet square, there was a deeper indentation on one side. It looked fresh. The grass that it had uprooted was wilted rather than dead. Something had recently been tossed into the field. Tony turned and cupped his hands round his mouth. "Carol!" he shouted. Her head lifted and turned towards him. "You need to see this." He pointed extravagantly at the ground. She walked up the road towards him, Paula and Karim at her heels. "What is it?" He indicated what he'd found. "I was looking to see if maybe he'd jumped across the ditch to get away." "Why would you do that in the dark when there's a perfectly good road?" Karim asked. Tony grinned. "Now that is the kind of question I ask. And I don't know the answer. But I do know that somebody chucked something into this field, from somewhere near where you're standing. You can tell by the direction of the skid mark and the flattened grass," he added. "I'm glad to see you've been picking something up from the forensics techs," Carol said dryly. "Paula, can you get one of the crime scene specialists up here? I want this processed." She looked up at Tony. "Nice work, Tony." He shrugged. "You lot would have found it eventually, when you considered the wider scene. I got lucky, that's all." He turned away and scanned the horizon. Without saying anything more, he set off across the field at an acute angle, dodging cowpats and sheep droppings. He kept his eyes on the ground. If there were any traces of someone else having passed this way, he didn't want to compromise them. At the far side of the field, he stopped by a metal 5-barred gate with a sturdy spring-fastener latch. "You're not going to have left any traces on this gate, are you?" he said aloud. "You're far too savvy for that. But I'm not going to take a chance on messing up the forensics, just in case. I mean, it was dark when you came here. You might have made a mistake." He contented himself with checking out what lay beyond. A rough tractor track led back towards the Carter farmhouse, through another pasture where sheep dotted the green. Beyond that was a dry stone dike. Where the wall met another, he could make out the finger post for a footpath.
"Was that what you were looking for?" he mused. "Did you literally walk away from what you'd done?"
Carol watched Tony wander off across the field, wondering what bee was buzzing in his bonnet. Given their lack of progress so far, anything was worth pursuing. She briefed the white-suited CSI tech, who muttered darkly about amateurs messing with his crime scene. Nevertheless, he started scrutinizing the bank on both sides of the ditch to see whether he could find any signs of a crossing. Carol left Karim with the CSI and walked back to the focus of attention with Paula.
"One thing strikes me," Paula said.
"What's that?"
"If our cars say anything about our personalities, I bet Amy's a very different kind of woman to Catherine. The Ford Focus is exactly the kind of car you'd associate with a woman like Catherine. A bit staid, reliable, nothing to frighten the horses. But the Peugeot 108, that's a very different message. It's a sporty little number, a bit racy even, you might say."
"Interesting," Carol said. She chuckled. "Everybody's channeling Tony today, apparently." The fire investigator was stripping off his gloves and dropping them into a paper bag when they reached the car. The white-pointed hood made him look like a cartoon of a man in a wind tunnel. Carol introduced Paula to Finn Johnston, then asked what he had for them.
"Well, it's definitely a human body in there."
"What else would it be?" Paula wondered.
"You have to keep an open mind. Round here, people have been known to transport sheep and even pigs in their cars." He gave her a boyish grin. "You're not in the city now, Sergeant."
"Can you tell whether it's a man or a woman?" Carol asked.
"Hard to say. Not my field. But because of the way the body's canted over, the midriff has been somewhat protected. So when they move the body, the medic might be able to give you a quick answer. What I can tell you is that it's either a woman or a man with small feet."
"You can tell that from charred remains?" Paula asked.
"No, I can tell that because I can see the trainers. And I can tell you the victim was wearing jeans with some kind of stretch material incorporated in them."
"That's different from the previous victim," Carol said. "Why is that?"
"The sunroof. The best way of thinking about a body in a fire in a contained space like a car is to imagine your Sunday joint roasting in the oven. A nice leg of pork with plenty of skin for crackling. If you leave it in long enough, the surface skin will blacken, it'll split, and it'll char. Then the fat under the skin melts, and as it's released, it catches fire and burns away. And eventually you get down to bone. And bone had very well-defined stages of thermal decomposition. Colour changes, cracks, and fractures appear. If the fire burns long enough, you get ash, like at the crematorium. Time's the key. Regardless of how high or low the temperature is, the result will be the same if you leave it long enough."
The images his words conjured up made both women feel slightly queasy. Carol didn't think she'd be serving roast pork any time soon. Good communicators like Finn, with his vivid comparisons, almost made her wish for the nerds who blinded her with science. But it was those very comparisons that made the case come alive for Carol and her team. Those word pictures were impossible to forget, long after they'd forgotten the detailed scientific explanations for what they'd seen. They made her care, because they made the events real.
"So what's the difference with the sunroof?" Paula persisted. "When the sunroof burns, it funnels the fire upwards. The hot gases are drawn out of the hole, so the lower parts of the interior may not be too badly damaged. So here, although everything above mid-shin is pretty well incinerated, the lower calves are less badly damaged. I've obviously not disturbed the body, but I can see enough to tell you that the trainers are superficially damaged, but more or less intact, which means the feet probably are too."
"So we'll get DNA?"
Carol asked.
Finn shrugged.
I'd have thought a definite maybe. That'd make it easier for you, I guess.
We still have to have something to compare it with, Carol said. If it's her car and the DVLA details are right, we might be quicker finding a dental comparison. Any chance of getting evidence of someone else inside the car this time? He looked dubious, puffing his cheeks and blowing out air through pursed lips.
I doubt it, though we'll hopefully get more detailed results about the cause and progress of the fire this time, because we've not had the hoses and foam all over it.
Which is a good thing, Carol said.
Indeed.
His sharp nose twitched.
I'm not getting any of the obvious accelerants on smell alone, but that doesn't mean they weren't present, just that they've dissipated in the fresh air. What I can tell you is that it looks as if it started in the same place, in the driver's footwell, and this one went even faster and hotter because of the fabric roof. Once that went up, the oxygen supply increased massively, and the fuel load inside the car burned faster and hotter.
He pulled a face.
You'd have to hope your victim was already dead when the fire started.
Carol liked him better for that brief moment of humanity. That's what we all hope. When will you have something to tell us?
2 or 3 days, he said. If we're lucky, we'll get something more distinctive this time.
Carol shook her head. I wouldn't count on it. This guy knows how to cover his tracks. So far, he's not put a foot wrong. Chapter 30. Sam sucked down a third of his pint in one go. He'd spent 3 weeks in a bubble of hot rage that nothing seemed capable of cooling. It had taken him days to sort out his bank account and credit cards. His mortgage was still suspended, and he kept discovering new things that Stacy had done to his digital footprint. He'd had to close down his Facebook account because every day it filled up with cute gifs of cats. His Instagram was infested with puppies, and his Twitter feed was a constant retweet of stupid, bigoted comments from football fans of every stripe. It was vengeance out of all proportion to his offence. All he'd done, for God's sake, was to tip off a journalist about Carol Jordan's miraculous escape from her drink-driving charge. From Stacy's overreaction, you'd have thought he'd taken up paedophilia as his latest hobby. Everything had been going so well up until then. He'd got his feet under the table. Stacy was buying him expensive presents, and she thought the sun shone out of his arse. And it wasn't an effort. He'd been out with women who had a lot less going for them. She wasn't bad-looking. The sex had been better than okay, and frankly, the fact that she was loaded had been a great incentive. Sam had reckoned he was onto a good thing, and he'd planned to make it last. Why did she have to lose it over a stupid newspaper story that was nothing more than the truth? Okay, the paper had kind of insinuated that the rules had been bent for Jordan's benefit, but that wasn't his fault. He sighed and took another swig of his beer. And now he was stuck drinking on his own because nobody on his new squad wanted to be his friend, on account of they thought he had airs and graces because he used to be on an MIT. Just as he reached that low point in self-pity, a fresh pint appeared on the table in front of him, followed by an attractive, well-groomed woman whose age he estimated at somewhere between 40 and 45. Not that Sam thought a few extra years disqualified a woman if she had other satisfactory attributes, and this one definitely had some of those. Lustrous dark hair, stylish coat with a casually knotted velour scarf, expertly applied makeup. He thought he'd seen her before, but he couldn't remember where. She slid into the booth opposite him and gave him a megawatt smile. She had good teeth, he couldn't help noticing. "You don't mind if I join you?" He smiled. "Not if you come bearing pints. Have we met?" "Not as such. I've seen you at press conferences. My name's Penny Burgess. I'm the chief reporter." "I know who you are." He curled his lip in a scornful smile.
You're the one got Kevin in trouble years back."
She smiled, a lazy smile that held all sorts of promises. Kevin got himself in trouble. But that was a long time ago, and I think he's forgiven me now that he's back at his old rank.
"I wouldn't bank on it," Sam scoffed. "That lot in Remit don't forgive anything or anybody."
"Had a bit of bother with them, have you?"
He shook his head. "None of your business," he said roughly.
"Hard to believe Carol Jordan didn't pick you for her swanky new team." She ran a finger around the rim of what looked like a gin and tonic.
"I'm happy where I am," he said, with more conviction than he felt.
"All the same," she let the words hang in the air between them.
"All the same what?"
"Did you hear about the fatal car crash a couple of weeks ago up near Halifax?"
"I may have done,"
he said, wary now. Penny Burgess's reputation was unsettling for someone in his position. 5 dead. It was 4 initially, but the 5th victim gave up the ghost yesterday.
"That's too bad."
"The driver who caused it, Dominic Barraclough, he was one of the other people who got let off the hook, along with Carol Jordan, the allegedly faulty breathalyzer. But you know all about that, right?"
Sam gave her a level stare. "I don't know what you're talking about," he said flatly.
Penny laughed, her eyes sparkling with humour. "Don't try to kid a kidder, Sam. I know you were the source for the story that revealed Carol's lucky break." She made quote marks in the air with her fingers. He drained his first pint and pushed the glass violently to one side. It was a gesture that could have been taken as a threat. Equally, it was entirely deniable.
"I've got nothing to say to you."
"I think you do," Penny said. "You leaked once, you'll leak again, Sam. Next time it'll be easier, and it'll go on getting easier. I want to make sure it's me you leak to, that's all. And I won't leave a paper trail. Cash, Sam, in traditional brown envelopes. Absolutely no blowback." From her bag she took a folded copy of that evening's paper. She pushed it over to him, and with one finger he flipped the fold open. There was no envelope. Instead, 4 crisp red 50-pound notes. He twitched and hastily closed the paper again.
"What do you take me for?"
This time there was an aggressive note to his voice. "A source who likes to be well paid. That's just some beer money, Sam. Look, they hate you already. What have you got to lose?" He shook his head.
"My job?"
"I would never betray one of my personal sources. And as long as you don't pass on anything to me that only you could know, you're covered." A long silence. The burn of anger fought with Sam's sense of self-preservation. The bargain she was offering made sense.
"How do we communicate? How do I protect myself?"
Penny took out a notepad and scribbled a number. "We meet in the dark, in the Indie Cinema in Kenton Vale. When you've got something for me, call this number. It's a hole-in-the-wall dry cleaners, a one-man operation. Put it in your phone under dry cleaning. Tell him the name of the film, and I'll see you in the back row at that evening's screening. You don't even have to watch the film, Sam." The paper sat on the table between them.
"It's a criminal offence to corrupt a police officer," he said.
"You already committed a criminal offence when you leaked that story about the breathalyzer. If someone passed that paper trail onto the IPCC, you'd be fucked." She shrugged prettily. "You know you want to, Sam. It's eating you up. I can see it in your eyes." He snatched up the paper and downed the beer she'd bought him in one. He wiped his mouth and stood up, flushed.
"Carol Jordan is a drunk," he said. "The woman running the Remit can't get through a morning without hitting the vodka bottle."
He started away from the table. "How do I stand that up?" Penny said, urgency in her voice for the first time.
"That's your problem," Sam said, walking away. "I thought that was what you were supposed to be good at."
He hit the street at a good pace. For the first time since Stacy had fucked his life over, the burn of rage had receded. Not by much, but it was a start. Chapter 31. Carol had left Paula in the North Yorkshire HQ canteen while she talked to DSI Anne Henderson about the division of labour. Now it looked as if they might have a repeat offender working their patch. Paula had taken advantage of the break to search online for a birthday gift for Eleanor. She wasn't good at presents. Her intentions were generous and loving, but she always struggled to come up with the right offering for the woman she loved. It frustrated her that even though she had no doubt how well she knew her partner, she couldn't track down something special and unexpected. But this time she was on a mission. When Torrin's mother had died, he'd inherited all her jewellery. A few months previously, Eleanor had decided that since Torrin was staying, they should inventory Bev's jewellery to keep the house insurance straight. He'd brought down the polished wooden box that held Bev's necklaces and rings and bracelets. Most of it was pretty undistinguished, but there were a few more valuable pieces that Bev had inherited from her mother and grandmother, whose husband had been a successful fish merchant in Hull. Eleanor had exclaimed with delight over one piece, an antique garnet pendant flanked by 2 pink pearls. Paula knew she couldn't find exactly the same piece, but she was determined to track down something so similar it would provoke the same delight. Paula wasn't going to be suckered into buying something mail-order that she couldn't inspect personally. So she opened her laptop and chose haystack.com, an auction and direct selling site whose search results were geographically focused. Garnet and pearl gave her 4 results, only one of which was a pendant. The thumbnail looked very similar to the one Torrin now owned, and Paula couldn't keep from smiling at the prospect of early success. She clicked on the thumbnail, then drew her breath in sharply. This pendant didn't just look similar. It was, she thought, identical. As well as making a note of the jewellery, Eleanor had insisted they photograph it. Paula had snapped the pieces on her personal mobile, so she quickly scrolled back through her photo album till she found what she was looking for. Still there, which demonstrated that sometimes it was okay to ignore Stacy's insistence on backing things up and not cluttering her phone. Paula compared the 2 images. There was no doubt about it. The 2 pendants were identical. Either this wasn't the unique piece they'd believed it to be, or something more disturbing was going on. But there was nothing she could do about it for now. Paula bookmarked the page. After all, it might still end up as the answer to her present giving problem. For the rest of the day it niggled at the back of her mind like a damaged tooth that twinges at unpredictable intervals. She barely registered that they'd established Amy MacDonald wasn't at work or at home. But until they could be certain hers was the body in the mortuary, nobody was going to talk to her family or her workmates in connection with the burned body on the moorland road. At this point, Amy wasn't officially a missing person. Unless someone reported her to the police, they could afford to keep the lid on the possible identity of the victim. Officers from North Yorkshire were working their way through dental practices in Leeds, so far without result. The morning, everyone hoped, would bring an answer. When Paula arrived home around 9, the house was empty. Eleanor, she knew, was the senior doctor on call in A&E and wouldn't be home before midnight. Torrin had left a note on the kitchen table that read, "Gone to Harry's to revise." It was a regular get-together, though Paula thought it had fallen into abeyance lately. She was glad they'd picked up the reins again. And it gave her a chance to take a look in the box that sat on the top shelf of the IKEA Billy bookcase in Torrin's room. Just to check, she told herself. Paula ran up the stairs and paused on the threshold of his room. The only time either of them entered without invitation was when Eleanor changed his bedding. But the need for answers trumped Paula's respect for Torrin's space. She pushed the door open and walked in. The room had the familiar musky smell of teenage boy and sweaty trainers. His bed was unmade, the duvet a scrunched mountain range in the middle of the sheet, pillows for foothills. School books were scattered over his work table, and his laptop, folded shut, was propped against a table leg. The walls featured a couple of posters for console games, and one for The Walking Dead. Paula imagined there were bedrooms like this all over the country, apparently innocuous, giving nothing away of what was going on inside the heads of their occupants. 14 was old enough for all sorts of threats to the equanimity of parents and guardians. She crossed to the bookcase and reached for the box. She paused for a moment with it in her hands before she set it down on the bed and lifted the lid. The interior was divided into sections, each section occupied by particular items: earrings, rings, brooches, bracelets. Necklaces and pendants were in separate black velvet boxes. Paula opened them one by one, convinced every time that the next one would contain what she was looking for. But none of them held the pendant. So engrossed was she in her search that she didn't hear the soft footfalls on the stairs. It was only when the light changed that Paula realized she wasn't alone anymore. She turned to face Torrin, a jewelry box still in her hand. "What the fuck are you doing in my room with my stuff?" His consternation was obvious, in spite of the forced outrage in his voice. "I was looking for something," Paula said. "So I see. This is my stuff now. My mum left it to me. You've got no right." His heavy brows lowered over a frown. He advanced towards her, and for the first time Paula took cognizance of his size. He was a few inches taller than her now, and his shoulders had broadened over the past months. There was nothing threatening in his demeanour, but she realized that if he chose to be, he might be very frightening indeed. He held his hand out, demanding the box. Paula gave it to him without hesitation. She took her phone out and swiped to the open image in her photos. "I was looking for this," she said, "but I couldn't find it." He backed away, his expression horrified. "Why are you raking through my things? Where I keep things is none of your business." "I wanted to get one like it for Eleanor, for her birthday." Paula was determined to get to the bottom of this. She was, after all, supposed to be good at interviewing people. "So buy one. Don't go trying to nick my mum's jewellery." It was a suggestion so outrageous that Paula almost laughed. "I can't nick what's not there," she said calmly. "I went looking online for something similar, and lo and behold, there it was, on haystack.com, for £800. He was startled. 800? Then he recovered himself, almost. "So, what? That was more than you wanted to spend? So you thought you'd have mine?" He was red-faced and blustering now. "Torrin, I spend my working life catching out liars. I know when people are bullshitting me. Your mum's garnet and pearl pendant isn't where it was when we catalogued her jewellery, and its double is on sale online. Now, what's going on here? What do you need £800 for?" "It's not me selling it. Try and buy it and you'll see for yourself. But even if it was, it still wouldn't be any of your business what I do with me own things. You've got no right to be in here, going through my stuff." Now he sounded whiny. Paula could see that he was as much scared and upset as he was angry. She didn't want to corner him and escalate this to a place it would be hard to recover from. She raised her hands, palms out in a placatory gesture. "You're right. I should have waited till you were home and asked you where the pendant was. I shouldn't have just barged in and started poking about." He nodded fiercely, his chin jutting out. Yeah, you should have.
So, where is it? He slammed the flat of his hand against the wall.
Did you not hear me? My stuff, my business. I'm not one of your criminals that you can bully. Now get out of my room. Leave me alone.
It was the impassioned cry of adolescence down the ages. There was nothing to be gained by confrontation, Paula realized. She couldn't afford to burn bridges with someone who would be sharing her home for the foreseeable future. Getting the truth out of people you shared your life with was apparently a lot harder than squeezing confessions out of criminals. It was a lesson she wished she hadn't had to learn, and it was one she didn't know how to share with Eleanor. Chapter 32. The North Yorkshire foot soldiers had triumphed. Some bright spark had uncovered the fact that Amy MacDonald had grown up outside Leeds in nearby Morley and decided it was worth checking dental practices there as well as in the city. The second call hit the jackpot, and by 10 the next morning the remit team were on their way to interview the friends, colleagues and family of the woman they now knew to be Amy MacDonald. The council tax office where she worked was in an imposing and ornate Victorian red brick building on a busy corner. Alvin followed his guide, a shocked section leader, through municipal corridors with high ceilings and the faint smell of institutional floor polish. "I'm going to put you in here," she said, opening the door of a small meeting room with a central table and 6 chairs. "I'll go and fetch Jamie Taylor. He worked with Amy, and they were great pals." Her hand went to her mouth. "He's going to be gutted," she added as she left. She was back with Jamie in a matter of minutes. "There you go," she said, patting him on the shoulder, almost pushing him towards Alvin. Alvin sized him up. He was slightly built, with a head that was small for his body. His mousy hair had a close undercut and a floppy top that made him look like a mushroom. He had the on-off, anxious smile of a man eager to please but uncertain of how to.
"I'm Detective Sergeant Ambrose. Take a seat, please, Mr. Taylor."
Jamie settled in the chair furthest from Alvin, folding, then unfolding his arms. "Is this about Gary and the champagne bucket? I didn't even know he'd taken it till we got back from our honeymoon on Sunday." His voice was high and light, verging on the camp.
"No." Deep breath. "I'm afraid I've got some very bad news for you. Your friend, Amy MacDonald, is dead."
Jamie physically recoiled, horror on his face. "No," he stammered. You must have made a mistake." He shook his head. "That can't be right."
"I'm afraid there's no mistake."
Alvin softened his voice. "But how? She's fit as anything, Amy. Was it an accident or what? What happened?"
"There's no easy way to say this, Mr. Taylor. We believe Amy's death to be suspicious."
"What? You mean somebody killed her?" He shook his head, incredulous. Then his eyes widened. "Was it Steve? Did he come after her?"
"Who's Steve?"
"Her last bloke. She dumped him a few days before Eloise and me got married. She was really pissed off about having to come to the wedding by herself, but she just couldn't put up with him for another day. I can't believe it." He shook his head again. "I mean, I know he's a dick, but to kill her?" The mention of Amy going to the wedding alone caught Alvin's attention. Just like Catherine McCormick. Was this chance, or was it part of the killer's M.O.?
"At this point, we don't know who killed Amy," he said. "We're in the very early stages of our inquiry, but obviously Steve is someone we're going to have to talk to. So if you can give me his details—"
Jamie nodded vigorously, pulling out his phone. "Steve Standish." He turned the phone to Alvin, displaying a phone number. The detective copied it into his notebook. I can't get my head round this."
"What was she like, Amy? You knew her well?"
Jamie smiled. "She was like my best mate. Amy and Jamie, the nearly twins, she called us. Our desks faced each other, and we used to make each other giggle all the time. There's not much fun in our job. We spend our days talking to people who can't pay their bills, whose lives are falling apart half the time. So you need some light relief or you'd go off your head, frankly."
"So she was a lively person?"
"Oh, yes. Never a dull moment with Amy. She'd be the life and soul when we all went out."
"What about your wedding? Was she the life and soul that day?"
Time to pursue the line of inquiry that had opened up earlier. Jamie looked momentarily downcast.
"To be honest, I think she was a little bit down. You know what weddings are like. Love is in the air and all that. And Steve was just the latest in a long line of men who weren't up to scratch." He frowned. "But why are you asking about the wedding? Steve wasn't even there."
"It's possible that Amy may have hooked up with someone at your wedding."
He brightened. "Well, yeah, she did, as a matter of fact. Eloise and me, we were really chuffed, because Amy deserved somebody as special as she was. She totally wanted to settle down and start a family, but she wasn't going to settle for second best. She went through men at quite a rate. Not that she was a slapper or anything. She just had, really high standards, and she was disappointed so often. So we really hoped that our wedding might have sprinkled a little bit of fairy dust on her love life."
"So you knew who it was that she met there?"
He folded his arms again. "Well, that's the funny thing. She messaged me the day after to say she'd met this lovely man called Mark, and they'd really hit it off, and he was a perfect gentleman, and she was seeing him again. And how come neither of us had introduced her to Mark before? So I said to Eloise, 'Who's this Mark, then?' Because the only Mark on my side was my cousin from Bingley, and nobody, not even a blind person with the following wind, could call him a lovely man."
"And what did Eloise have to say?"
"She said there were no Marks on her side either. There were a couple of people whose partners we didn't know, but if this Mark had come up with somebody, then he wouldn't have been picking up Amy, would he?"
"I suppose not. Did Amy message you again about Mark?"
Jamie nodded. "A few days after the wedding, he took her out for a curry." He fiddled with his phone and brought up his messaging app. "Look, see for yourself." He handed the phone to Alvin. "Amy, you two lovebirds having fun? Hope Barbados is banging. Lovely Mark from your wedding took me to gorgeous Indian restaurant last night. Great food, but even better company. He's a real sweetheart. I can't believe you've been keeping him from me. Kisses." Jamie, "Not on purpose. We can't work out who he is, but fab that you've met someone nice." Kiss. Amy, "He says he knows Elle from work. Maybe he blagged his way in because you didn't ask him." Kisses. Jamie, "Whatevs. Have a good time, babe. We're off for sunset cocktails. Then who knows?" Kiss.
Alvin looked up.
"None of you was concerned that an apparent stranger was at your wedding?"
Jamie shrugged. "Happens all the time. Ever since that movie Wedding Crashers. It's a laugh, a bit of bands. I've heard some guys do it every weekend. There's no harm. It's just blagging a few free drinks."
Alvin struggled with the carelessness of Jamie's attitude. He wondered if his disapproval was rooted in his length of service in the police, that he knew what was out there in the wild, or was it more that he was overprotective towards his own? He'd never have been comfortable with the thought of complete strangers at a family gathering of his.
"Were there more messages?"
he asked out of politeness, even as he thumbed the screen to look for himself.
"Be my guest," Jamie said. Amy, "Ooh-hoo. Danny from the Hunslet one-stop shop is transferring into ours. She is one laugh."
Jamie. Top. Love that girl. You seen the Markster again?
Amy. We went to this country pub with live music that was a bit zzz, but he was lovely. He makes me laugh. Seeing him again on Tuesday. How's Barbados?
Jamie.
We are loving it large. Elle has gorgeous tan. I'm just pink.
Amy.
Fab night out with Mark. Went for an ace Italian. He's only asked me to come to the Dales for the weekend. He's borrowed a cottage from a mate. How cool is that?
Jamie.
Oh, get you. Weekend in the Dales. Have you got wellies?
Amy.
Cheeky monkey. I've got walking boots, I'll have you know.
Jamie.
I'll hear all about it on Monday. Something to look forward to about going back to work.
Amy.
Promise you the full goss. Kisses.
And that was that?
Jamie nodded. I couldn't work out why she wasn't in work without a word on Monday. I said to Eloise that her weekend in the Dales must have been even more of a cracker than she'd hoped.
He swallowed hard.
I feel shit about saying that now.
You weren't to know, Alvin said. We're going to need to see as many of the pictures taken at your wedding as you can get your hands on. Can you organize that for us?
Jamie sighed. I suppose. Between us, we've got phone numbers or emails for everybody that was there. I'll make sure they get the message. Everybody loved Amy.
His eyes glittered with tears.
You need to catch the bastard who did this. She was lovely. She was like sunshine.
Alvin bowed his head. Believe me, we're on it.
Chapter 33. By the time Kevin had reached Amy MacDonald's flat in Leeds, West Yorkshire police were already in possession. On the surface, there was nothing in their attitude that he could complain about, but since there was no sign of the man who had started dating her after Jamie and Eloise's wedding, there was nothing to be uncooperative about. There was no convenient paper calendar with dates marked on it. Amy presumably kept her diary on her phone, and she hadn't backed it up on the tablet sitting on her bedside table. And the phone had presumably perished in the fire along with its owner. Kevin took a quick look round anyway. The flat was the polar opposite of the one Paula had described. Where Catherine had been tidy to the point of Spartan, Amy was a clutter queen. Clothes, magazines, makeup, holiday souvenirs, exotically coloured alcohol in oddly shaped bottles, and what Kevin could only classify as junk filled every room. Secretly, he was quite happy not to be responsible for searching the place.
"I'll leave you guys to it,"
he said, once he'd satisfied himself there was nothing obviously helpful to the investigation.
"We'll let you know if we find anything," the sergeant in charge said. "Apart from the definitive archive of Heat magazine."
Since he was there, Kevin decided to try the neighbours. It was a purpose-built block of 6 flats, originally put up by the council in the mid-50s, but long since sold for buttons under Thatcher's right-to-buy policy. Now their price tags were out of reach of first-time buyers, but perfect for someone like Amy with a decent job, so long as they'd scraped together an eye-watering deposit. No reply across the landing, which wasn't surprising in the middle of a working day, but Kevin thought he'd seen a net curtain on the ground floor twitch as he'd approached. There was a long pause after he rang the bell of Flat 1, but eventually the door opened to reveal an elderly man neatly dressed in grey twill slacks and a clean maroon knitted waistcoat over a blue shirt open at the neck to reveal a concertina of vertical skin creases. His face was lean and wrinkled with a scatter of brown age spots, like a golden delicious left too long in the fruit bowl. He held an aluminium walking stick tight, arthritic knuckles bulging like marbles in a leather bag.
"Are you a policeman too?"
he asked, every bit as forthright as cliché demanded of Yorkshiremen.
"I am," Kevin said. Detective Inspector Kevin Matthews. You don't sound like you're from round here, the old man complained. Nobody lives where they come from any more.
I'm from Bradfield. Do you mind telling me your name, sir?
Why not? Costs nowt. I'm Harrison Braithwaite.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Braithwaite. I wondered if I could have a word with you about one of your neighbours, Amy MacDonald. His face softened in a smile.
Amy, lovely lass. Got herself into some bother, has she?
He giggled, a high-pitched sound that didn't match the rest of him.
High-spirited, that's Amy all over.
I'm afraid it's a bit more serious than that, Kevin said gently. I'm sorry to have to tell you that Amy's dead. His watery blue eyes widened and his jaws sagged.
Nay, lad, there must be some mistake. I saw her Friday after work. She popped in to say she was off for the weekend to the Dales. Did I need out from the shop before she went? She were fit as a fiddle. How can she be dead?
Could I maybe come in? Braithwaite nodded absently, pulling the door wider so Kevin could enter. The flat was overheated, but smelled surprisingly of incense. There was a strange twittering sound coming from the living room at the end of the hall. Kevin followed the old man into a bright room, one wall of which had been caged in to make an aviary. There must have been 24 small birds, budgies, canaries, parakeets, and even a pair of lovebirds. Now the incense made sense. Underneath its muskiness there was a faint trace of ammoniac bird droppings. "Wow," Kevin said, going right up to the slender bars.
"I wasn't expecting these. My pride and joy,"
Braithwaite said, sinking into a threadbare armchair.
"They're not pets, they're companions."
There was neither stillness nor silence here. The fluster and chatter would have driven Kevin mad, but Braithwaite clearly thrived on it.
"Amy loved the birds,"
he said.
"But what happened to her? I can't take it in. Nobody was more full of life than Amy."
Kevin sat opposite him on the armchair's less worn twin. "We found her body in a burned-out car on a back road in the Dales."
"Oh, my God!"
Braithwaite cried out, stricken.
"Not burned to death? Not that?"
He looked close to tears.
"I was a miner. I've seen what fire does."
He clapped a hand to his mouth. "No, no," Kevin said urgently. "No, we think she was already dead when the car was set on fire." Braithwaite frowned.
"I don't understand."
"There's no easy way to say this, Mr. Braithwaite. We think Amy was murdered and her body set on fire in the car to cover the killer's tracks. What I'm trying to do is to build up a picture of Amy's life in the days before she died, to see if we can find out where she crossed paths with her killer." He paused, giving the old man a chance to compose himself.
"I can't credit what you're saying, lad."
He shook his head, wincing.
"Why? I don't know why anybody would want to harm Amy. She had a heart of gold, that lass. I broke my foot last winter. I slipped on the step like a complete demick. Amy did all my shopping for 3 weeks till I could get about again, and she still gets all me heavy stuff. Tinned tomatoes, bird seed, bottles of beer."
His face crumpled.
"What am I going to do now? Some weeks she was the only person I spoke to, apart from me birds."
Kevin let him have a moment. "She sounds lovely."
"She were. Unlucky in love, though. She was an internal optimist. Every time she took up with a new one, she was sure he was the one. But they never lasted. She had standards, did Amy, like things done properly. And if they didn't match up, what is it they say in America? 3 strikes and you're out."
He shook his head, sighing. "We think she might have met someone recently," Kevin said.
"Aye, happen you're right. She got rid of that waste of skin, Steve Standish, about 3 weeks back. But then she met a lad at a wedding. Oh, it must be 2 Saturdays back. Mark, his name was.
Did she have much to say about Mark?
She thought he were the bee's knees. They'd been out 2 or 3 times since the wedding, and she said he were a perfect gentleman. Most men, she said, they were only after one thing, and they expected to get it on the first or second date. But she said Mark were different. He wanted to take things steady-like.
And was Amy happy with that?
She said she hadn't been out with somebody like that before. Somebody that seemed to want to get to know her for herself, not what she could do for him. She said he was widowed. Cancer.
He spoke the word as if it had power of its own.
That's why he didn't want to rush into out. Amy said he told her she reminded him of his late wife, and that made him feel respectful. To tell you the truth, it was the first time I ever liked the sound of any of her men.
He pushed himself to his feet and went across to the cage. He pushed a finger through the bars, and immediately a blue budgie flew to it. He put his face against the cage, and the bird rubbed its head against his wrinkled cheek. It was a curiously tender encounter. A moment passed, then Braithwaite gently withdrew and returned to his chair, composed again.
So, was it this Mark who did for her, then?
At this stage we don't know anything for sure. Did Amy tell you anything more about Mark? A surname? What he did for a living?
He's a marketing executive with Tesco. Does a lot of travelling. He has to make sure the stores are displaying things properly. Something to do with promotions. You know, buy one, get one half price, 100 extra loyalty points on toilet rolls, that sort of thing. Not a proper job for a man, but you take what you can get. And he seemed to be doing all right for himself. Took her out nice places. Very well dressed, too. I like to see a man taking pride in his appearance.
Kevin struggled not to show the effect Braithwaite's words had on him.
You actually saw him?
Deliberately casual, as if it didn't matter a damn. Braithwaite nodded.
When he took her out on Tuesday, they came back in a taxi. He got out with her and walked her up to the main door. Don't get me wrong, I wasn't spying her out. I'm not a pervert. But I'd just that minute turned the telly off, so I was sitting in the dark. I like to listen to the birds settling themselves down for the night. Any road, they kissed good night. Nothing unseemly, but a bit of passion, you know. And he walked back to the cab while Amy let herself in. The cab waited while she came inside. Then it drove off.
What kind of time was this?
Like I said, I just switched off Newsnight, so it would have been not long after 11:15.
Could you describe him to me?
Braithwaite tugged an earlobe in thought.
Average height, maybe about 5'10". Slim build, but not weedy, you know. Well made, you'd say. Dark hair, brushed back in a bit of a quiff. He had them little round glasses with gold rims, like that John Lennon used to wear. Granny glasses, we used to call them. Very nice suit, by the looks of it. He didn't get that from Tesco's.
You're very observant, Kevin said, even though the description was no real use. But he was hoping for other fish to take his hook.
I watch the birds in the garden as well as my own chaps, he said. Telling the difference between different species, you learn an eye for detail.
Obviously. I don't suppose you noticed which taxi company they used? He nodded, showing a momentary flash of pride.
I did, lad. Yorkie Cubby. I remember particularly, because I use them myself. They give pensioners a discount.
Kevin knew it was the frailest of leads, but it was a lead, and there had been damn few of those over the past couple of weeks. He was bursting to pass the information on, but he knew he couldn't leap straight up and run for his car. Carol Jordan had always drilled into her team the importance of leaving the door open with witnesses. 5 minutes. That's what he'd give Harrison Braithwaite and his birds, and then he'd fly the coop himself. Chapter 34 They found Steve Standish using a painfully noisy machine to take a tyre off its alloy wheel. The tyre and exhaust centre, where he was assistant manager, was running at maximum capacity. All the bays and inspection pits were full, and the mechanics juggled their tasks with a frantic air. Paula and Karim had sauntered in, apparently untouched by the bustle. They'd asked the first man in overalls they'd encountered to point out Standish. He'd jerked his thumb towards the machine. "That's him, the one stripping the tyre off." They approached slowly, not wanting to obstruct any of the workers. Paula took the chance to size up Standish. He couldn't have been much more than 5'8", but he had wide, muscular shoulders, and his coveralls were cinched in at the waist with a broad leather belt. It was the telltale shape of a man who spent more time in the gym than on the sofa. But the physical element of his job meant his weren't just gym bunny muscles. They were the real thing. He had a shock of dirty blonde hair, shaved close at the sides, and a fraction too high at the back, so he looked like he was wearing a wig that had slipped forward. They waited for him to free the tyre from the metal rim and turn off the machine. Then Paula spoke. "Steve Standish, we're from the Regional Major Incident Team." He whipped round at the sound of his name, and his eyes widened in shock as he realized they were cops. "I've not done anything wrong," he said hastily. His voice was deep and assertive. "Nobody said you had. I'm D.S. McIntyre, and this is D.C. Hussein. Is there somewhere we can have a quiet word?" He carefully placed the tyre iron on the ground at his feet. "What's all this about?" he demanded, hands on hips, jaw thrust outwards, unconsciously making himself bigger. "Trust me, you don't want to have this conversation in front of your mates," Karim said. "I've got no secrets. Anything you got to say to me, spit it out." The two officers exchanged looks. "When did you last see Amy MacDonald?" Paula said. Standish rolled his head in an exaggerated motion, suggesting the question made his brain hurt. "What is she saying? Look, I never touched her. OK, I threw the bloody teapot at the wall. I might have shouted a bit, but I never laid a hand on her. Why she waited 3 weeks to call you lot? Has she got bored with her new life or what?" He leaned forward, hands bunched into fists. "If you could answer the question, sir." Paula was stony-faced. Already she was wondering what Amy MacDonald had found so appealing in this man. Yes, he wasn't bad-looking, but if this was his default mode, she wouldn't have wanted to be around him. "I last saw her 3 weeks ago. She threw me out because I'd broken one too many of her stupid rules." "What kind of rules were those?" Karim asked. "Don't leave the toilet seat up. Don't put your feet on the coffee table. Put your dirty dishes in the dishwasher. Don't leave your towel on the bathroom floor. All shit like that. Stupid crap. Like stuff that would take her 10 seconds to sort out. I mean, I did stuff for her all the time. Built her stupid bloody IKEA chest of drawers. Valeted her car. Picked her up from work like you do. Give and take. But no, fucking Amy was looking for Mr. Perfect. And to be honest, she only just beat me to the draw. I'd had enough of her picking on me all the fucking time. So whatever she said to you, it's bullshit." "So you weren't angry with her? You didn't want to get your own back?" Paula asked. He shrugged his meaty shoulders. "I was a bit pissed off. Nobody likes being given the heave-ho, do they? Especially not when they feel they're the one being hard done by. But I wasn't that bothered, to be honest. It's not like I was homeless or anything. I still have my own place. I wasn't daft enough to give it all up for a woman who has had more blokes than I've changed tyres." "So you didn't see her last weekend at all?" He frowned, his forehead corrugating with the effort. "This past weekend? Why would I see her? I never went near her after she chucked me out. I don't have to go begging any woman." Paula was aware that they were the centre of attention in the garage. The other mechanics were finding reasons to pass close by their conversation, and a couple of lads replacing an exhaust had given up any pretence of working and were earwigging for all they were worth. "What were you doing this weekend?" Paula asked, just for reference. "Is she saying I did something to her? Because I never laid eyes on her, never mind a hand." "This weekend?" Paula's voice had hardened. "We can do this here, or we can do it at the station." He snorted. "I know my rights. You can't make me go to the Nick unless you arrest me." Paula took a step forward into his space. "You sure you want to push me down that road? Trust me, you will regret it. Does your employer really want his customers to see one of the staff being dragged out in cuffs? You think you'll have a job tomorrow? Are you threatening me?" His voice had lost some of its certainty. "No, informing you." Paula held his stare. He looked away first. "Friday after work I went to the pub with the lads. They'll back me up. We went for a kebab after." Once he started, there was no stopping him. "I was home by 11 because it was my weekend on. I was here from 8 till 6 on Saturday. Then a bunch of us went into town. Same as before, except I picked up this lass at Glitter at Leeds. You know, the club down the back of the station. I went back to hers, gave her what for, got her name and number off her, and buggered off home around 9 in the morning. Hardly had time to have a shower and get changed for work. I was here 10 until 4. Then I went round my mum's for Sunday dinner, with my mum and dad, my sister and her bloke. I stayed till late. We watched Match of the Day too. Then Joni and Chris dropped me off on their way home. That was my very fucking exciting weekend. So whatever that bitch Amy says I was doing, I wasn't." "Thank you, sir. I'll need a full statement to that effect, with the names and contact details of everyone who can corroborate what you've told us here. I'll have someone contact you and arrange a time for you to make your statement." Paula gave a thin smile. "Is that really necessary? All over some nuisance bloody complaint?" He had recovered his belligerence. "Oh, it's necessary, sir." Paula made as if to leave, taking a few tactical steps away that took her out of the range of his powerful arms. "You see, this isn't some nuisance bloody complaint. We're investigating a murder." His face froze mid-sneer. "A murder?" "Yes, sir." Paula wasn't given to shock tactics, but for Steve Standish she was willing to make an exception. "Somebody murdered Amy MacDonald, and you've got some serious questions to answer." Chapter 35. Yorkie Cabby operated out of what had once been the morning room of a Victorian villa in the no-man's land between Headingley and Meanwood. Now the once grand family home was home to a dozen small businesses. Stranded between a boxy 3-story 60s office block and a deconsecrated church that had been turned into a complimentary healing centre, it looked like the interloper rather than the oldest resident. The street reminded Kevin of his Irish grandmother's frequent expression of disgust. "Neither flesh nor fowl, nor good salt herring." He pushed open a heavy front door that led to a scruffy hallway with cracked vinyl flooring and scuffed beige paintwork. A laminated sign on the wall directed him to the various tenants of the building, and he made his way past phone/tablet fast repairs to Yorkie Cabby. Kevin walked into a tiny cubicle with a door on one side and a counter at right angles. A metal grill separated him from the taxi office, where a couple of women and a man were hunched over laptops, headsets clamped to their ears. The fractured mutter of their conversation was an oral palimpsest of projected journeys. Immediately behind the counter sat a sour-faced woman in her 40s. She looked him up and down with an expression that said life had been a succession of disappointments, and Kevin wasn't about to change that. "You want a cab, love?" she said wearily, her voice dull and nasal. Kevin flashed his ID, and suddenly she seemed to perk up. "Oh," she said, "regional, not local. That sounds exciting. What can I do for you, love?" It was almost coquettish, which sat ill with the lines of misery on her face. I'm trying to track down some information about a fare one of your cabs picked up on Friday. I know people have to book their cabs through you. They can't hail them on the street, right? So I reckoned—" he leaned on the counter and gave her his best smile— "you would be the one to talk to." "You got that right, at any rate. Nobody understands how this system works better than I do. What is it you need to know?" "Friday evening, around 11 p.m. I'm not sure where the pickup was, but the cab made a drop at 43 Fulwell Crescent, then went on somewhere else." "Oh, now that makes it a bit more complicated," she said, already abstracted as her fingers tapped the laptop keyboard. "Let's see." Kevin couldn't quite believe his luck. He was accustomed to the low-level officiousness of almost everybody who ever tapped a keyboard, the knee-jerk reaction of, "Well, it's a data protection issue," when the information requested was completely innocuous and absolutely not covered by the legislation on the subject, was one of the few things that provoked an irrational rage in him. To come up against someone who appeared not to give a damn about exerting petty power almost restored his faith in the public. "I appreciate your help," he said. "I believe in helping the police," the woman said, eyes still on the screen. "Our Penny got attacked on the Chevin walking her dog last year, and your lot couldn't have done a better job. The little shit got 2 years in the end, but it wasn't the police's fault that the judge was a proper marshmallow." She frowned. "Here it is. Pick up— oh, that's a lovely restaurant. Our Jack took his girlfriend there to propose to her. Drop at Fulwell Crescent, then— oh, that's a bit odd." "What's that?" "Well, he picked them up in the city centre, went all the way out to Fulwell Crescent, then came all the way back into town to drop him at the station. It would have made much more sense to do the station drop first, not to mention being a lot cheaper." It might not make sense to the taxi dispatcher, but Kevin saw exactly what was going on. The man called Mark was making sure Amy would have no reason to doubt anything he said about himself, and laying a false trail for her or anyone else coming along behind. "I don't suppose the driver's on duty at the moment." "Let me check." A couple of mouse clicks, then she nodded. "You're in luck, love. Barry Cohen. He came on at noon. Hang on." She turned away and walked her chair across the floor to the nearest headset wearer. She tapped the woman on the shoulder, and they had a muttered exchange. "She's calling him in," the dispatcher said when she returned to the counter. "He's dropping up at Cookridge. He'll be back in 10 minutes. Kevin's smile was 100% genuine. "I really appreciate your help." "It's a pleasure. Why don't you wait outside for Barry? He's driving a silver Skoda Octavia. I'll let him know it's all right to talk to you." Barry arrived a few minutes later, jammed behind the wheel of his taxi. Fat descended from his shoulders in waves. With his stubbled jaw, he resembled a bull seal who'd been washed up by the tide. Kevin couldn't imagine him getting out of the car and helping a passenger with luggage. He climbed into the passenger seat and introduced himself. "We're pursuing a lead in a serious inquiry," he explained. "I need to talk to you about a fare last Tuesday evening." "Aye," he grunted. "Bab said. Is this going to take long?" "That depends how much you can tell me," Kevin said. "Only I'm working. I've got a wife and 4 kids to support." Kevin shuddered inwardly at the thought of how those children had been conceived. Stella would chide him for being judgmental, but sometimes it was hard not to be. "Then the quicker we get started, the sooner you'll get back to work." Barry harumphed. "Easy for you to say with your inspector's wages. Me, I'm always struggling. It's always the working man that loses out. I reckon you should pay me for the fares I'm losing." "That's not how it works." Barry looked as if he might burst into tears, and Kevin softened. "I tell you what," he said. "Start the meter running and drive round the block." Barry didn't need telling twice. They moved into the stream of traffic, and Kevin said, "So, this fare on Tuesday evening, you picked them up outside a restaurant?" "That's right.
Nice little place. Not that I can afford to go there. Guadalupe, it's called. It's down an alley off Brigitte. You can't drive down there, so they were waiting on Brigitte itself.
How many passengers?
Just the two.
Barry moved over to the left lane and stopped at a set of traffic lights.
A man and a woman.
Can you describe them?
Not really. I wasn't paying much attention, to be honest. All I'm bothered about is whether they're sober enough, and if they look like they've got the money for the fare. I couldn't pick them out of a line-up or out. What's he done then, this bloke?
Kevin couldn't pretend he was disappointed. That had been a long shot. Did you overhear any of their conversation?
Wasn't listening. Have you any idea how bloody boring most people are? You hear folk taking the piss out of opinionated cab drivers like we're stupid bigots. But bloody hell, you should hear that nonsense I have to put up with. So now I leave the radio on smooth and try to tune them out. All I remember is they were quite chatty, so I reckon they weren't married or out.
The lights changed and they swung round the corner. Kevin hugged the door to avoid the ample flesh of his driver. Where did you drop them?
She got out at Fulwell Crescent. Not sure what number, but it was a block of flats. He walked her to the door. I was keeping an eye on them in case they did a runner. People are tight bastards, especially late at night when they've had a drink, and they think it would be a laugh to rip off a cab driver. But he just gave her a kiss and got back in the cab. He was wearing glasses, now I think on. Big round ones, like them hipsters wear.
OK, and Bab said you took him back into town.
Aye, that were a surprise. Why come all the way out of town to go straight back in again? I could have dropped him at the station easy enough, ahead of taking her home. I never said out, but I thought he had more money than sense.
You took him to the train station, then?
That's right.
This was beginning to feel like a dead end, but Kevin plodded on. Did he say where he was going?
No, but here's the funny thing. He said his train was at 10 to midnight. Only us taxi drivers know the train times because we're always dropping people off. And I'm pretty sure there's not a train at 10 to midnight out of Leeds Station. I might be wrong, but I don't think I am.
I'll check it out.
You'll be wasting your time, because here's the thing. I dropped him off at the station, and he walked in the door. I didn't drive off right away. I stopped for a word with one of the other drivers. And bugger me if he didn't come straight back out the other door and walk away back into the city centre. So what was all that about, eh?
If Tony was right, and their killer was as careful a planner as they feared, this looked like another attempt to throw sand in their eyes. But perhaps he had miscalculated this time. There were few places in modern Britain quite so thoroughly surveilled as a mainline railway station in a major city. Kevin allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. This was something solid for Stacy to get her teeth into. Chapter 36. Tony only realized how long he'd been staring unseeing at his laptop screen when Flash padded through from the main part of the barn and dropped her head into his lap with a faint yip. He looked at his computer clock and pushed back from the desk, startled at how the time had slipped away.
"Sorry, Flash," he muttered. "You must have had your legs crossed."
5 minutes later they were on the hill, Tony climbing in a series of wide zigzags, the dog flying hither and thither on the trail of whatever random scent caught her attention. There was a sharp breeze cutting across the moorland, alternately buffeting one side of his head, then the other. The sky was the solid grey of impending rain. None of this impinged on his consciousness. Tony was digging deep inside himself, in a bid to figure out what was going on under the surface of the double murder Carol's team were charged with solving. Empathy lay at the root of everything he did, both as a clinical practitioner and a profiler. His ability to slip inside someone else's skin, someone else's brain, someone else's heart, was uncanny. It had caused him a deal of grief over the years. There had been times when other people's pain had threatened to overwhelm his own defences, but he welcomed it. All those years when he'd believed he was only passing as human, that pain had been an anchor. And these days, now he was beginning to trust in the integrity of his own emotions, he still valued that identification with someone else's discomfort at the world. He'd been scared of himself for so long because he knew how many of the boxes on the serial offender tick list applied to him. A mother who failed to show him love and actively demonstrated her contempt for his existence. An overbearing grandmother who'd done most of the child-raising and had a punishment regime whose cruelty wouldn't have been out of place in the novels of Charles Dickens. A father so absent that Tony had known nothing of him till after his death. The target of bullying, verbal and physical, at school, and early sexual experience that had ended in mockery. His impotence still humiliated him, but sometimes he wondered whether these days he clung to it because it saved him from taking that final step towards Carol that would only end in yet another failure. What had saved him, and it was something he thought of often now there was a dog on the fringes of his life, was that one person had showed him love when he was in deep adolescent despair. A dinner lady of all the unlikely people. A dinner lady who had spotted his misery and pushed him into helping her look after her troop of rescue dogs. He'd seen her love for the animals and felt her concern for him, and it had hit him at the precise point in his life where his despair might have taken him down a very different road. He owed it to her memory to use his powers for good. So now he was trying to feel his way to a sense of the significance that lay beneath these apparently meaningless crimes. "You're not killing these women specifically," he said aloud. Talking and walking always helped him to make sense of his cases. He used to pace the floor in his old study, back and forth, for hours on end. Then he ended up living on Stealer, the narrowboat that had belonged to his father, and he'd begun to march along the canal towpath that led from the Minster Basin through a secret canyon that ran between tall city centre offices and hotels before it emerged in the scrubby hinterland of the inner city suburbs. And now here he was, camping in Carol Jordan's dead brother's spare room, quartering the moorland behind the barn with a mad-eyed collie who was afraid of sheep. Tony had no idea how he'd ended up in this limbo, but he had to stay for as long as it took Carol to be easy with her new sobriety, even if it made him wary and uneasy. "They're ciphers," he said. "They could be anyone. You crash other people's weddings. Why? Do weddings have some symbolic meaning for you? Is it the wedding that matters, not the women?" He jumped over a marshy trickle of stream, bravely forcing its way through the coarse moorland grasses. Or is it because weddings put lonely women in the right frame of mind to be picked up? Do you target weddings because it's an environment where women who are sitting on their own stand out? Easier to identify women on their own? Not like a club or a bar, where women tend not to arrive alone. They go with their mates in a group. But women will go to a wedding without a partner. They go because they're family or they're friends, and it would cause offence if they didn't turn up. He turned to survey the landscape and catch his breath. The dog bowled up to him and butted his thigh as if to accuse him of laziness. Tony resumed his walking, and Flash darted off, satisfied. "So you turn up at the point in the day when the formalities are over and people are dancing and drinking, and you dress to fit in. You make yourself unobtrusive. You stand at the bar and pick up enough to pass yourself off as a friend of the bride or groom to the woman you choose. And then you move in on her. But you're not only acquiring her and killing her. That's not what this is all about. You've got a more sophisticated agenda than simply acquire and kill. You want them to love you, or at least you want to be able to believe that they love you. You need to take them on dates so you can construct a fake reality. It's the Truman Show. They think they're in the real world. They think you're really attracted to them. They think you might be Mr. Right. Because they met you at a wedding where Mr. Right is on every woman's mind. And you use that to create an image in their head. You listen to them. You don't come on too strong." He frowned, wondering where this narrative was going. "And then you kill them. You don't just kill them. You overkill them. You strangle them. You drive them to a remote roadside. And then you set fire to them. You obliterate them." He stopped again, hands thrust deep into his pockets. "Who are you really killing?" "It's a good question, Dr. Hill." The voice coming from behind him startled Tony so badly he jumped, stumbled, and almost fell. If George Nicholas hadn't grabbed him, he'd have ended up on his knees on the boggy ground. "Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. I did call your name a couple of minutes ago, but you seem not to hear me." Carol's neighbour let go Tony's arm and stepped back. He was dressed for the country in corduroy trousers, hunter wellies, and a Barber jacket, a tweed flat cap on his head. His pink complexion was heightened by the wind and the effort of the climb, making him look a perfect caricature of the country gentleman. Tony gave a lopsided smile. "Sorry, I was thinking." "Aloud, by the sounds of it." George smiled. "I do that myself. After I lost my wife, I couldn't be bothered with anybody else's conversation." "It helps me put my thoughts in order," Tony said, trying not to sound brusque. According to Carol, George had made her feel more at home in the valley than any other neighbour. He should try harder to like the man and not make snap judgments based on his wardrobe. But then he'd spent his working life making judgments about how people chose to present themselves. He wasn't likely to stop now. Not for some land-owning toff who had let Carol get behind the wheel of her car when he must have known she was over the limit. "How's Carol enjoying being back at work?" George asked, leaning on the shepherd's crook walking stick he carried. "You'd have to ask her." Tony knew he sounded abrupt, but what else could he say? "This is a bit awkward." George looked embarrassed, his eyes on the far horizon. But I think I ought to say something. I don't want Carol to be blindsided by more muckraking." Tony was immediately on the alert. "You're going to have to explain that, George." "My staff are very loyal. You should know that up front." He sighed. "The night Carol was breathalyzed on the way home, there's been a woman asking around about the dinner party, trying to find out who was working in the dining room that night. She tracked down Jackie, who runs the house for me, asked her point blank how much Carol had been drinking." The wind filled the silence between them. Then Tony said, "What did Jackie say?" "She said we didn't talk to the gutter press, and even if we did, we understood the obligations of hospitality." A sudden smile flashed across his face. "And then she told her to fuck off." "If it's who I think it is, I can't say I blame her. Did she describe this woman?" George nodded. "Well-dressed, well-spoken, long dark hair,
unsuitable shoes, according to Jackie.
Sounds like Penny Burgess from the Evening Sentinel-Times. She's wanted to bring Carol down for a long time. Thanks for letting me know.
I'm afraid there's a little more. One of the police officers who arrested Carol turned up yesterday. He spoke to Jackie. He asked her the same thing that the journalist woman had. How much had Carol been drinking? Jackie said she couldn't say for sure that she hadn't been in the room the whole time, but she didn't think Carol had had more than a glass of white and a glass of red over the whole evening.
Tony knew that was a lie. So did George, but neither was going to admit it. Did he go away?
He did, but I have a feeling he's going to go on asking. And it only takes one person to get cold feet when it's a police officer asking.
Tony's heart sank. There would never have been a good time for this story to start stirring, but there couldn't have been a worse time, not in the thick of such a crucial case, not with the burden of guilt she was already carrying, not when Carol was finally starting to get back on an even keel. He remembered the last time she had become embroiled in other people doing the wrong thing for the right reason, and he didn't know how he was going to break this latest news to her. Chapter 37. Stacy flicked through the open windows on her half-dozen screens, checking what was still running and which of the programs she'd set in motion had come up with any results. There were routines that were straightforward, the algorithm she'd swagged from a friend which analyzed data from the automatic number plate recognition system and projected driving routes based on camera sightings, for example. It was working backwards on any existing data on the cars of Catherine McCormick and Amy MacDonald, chugging away in the background, scavenging information from sources other than the official camera feeds. And there were other programs that were, how would she have put it, not generally available. One of those clandestine apps trawled social media accounts and classified contacts according to a wide array of criteria and attributes. It was based on a piece of code she'd written herself a few years before, so the developer who had pushed it to the next level had passed it on to her as a tip of the hat. She'd set it loose on Catherine McCormick's Facebook, Rigmarole and Twitter accounts, but it had been hard to develop any leads from them. Catherine wasn't one of those women who was addicted to selfies and status updates. She'd used her social media sparingly, and mostly in relation to office-based social events. Most of her contacts appeared to be workmates or family members, and the content was unremittingly dull to anyone outside those groups. A couple of new names had posted friend requests to her Rigmarole account after the wedding, both saying how much they'd enjoyed meeting her, both tagging her in photos where she was on the sidelines. Catherine had accepted the women and thanked them, but that had been the extent of their communication, even though both women had posted comments about how great the wedding had been. Stacy had checked them out. Tiffany Smith was a cousin of the bride. Claire Garrity was a bakery manager. Tiffany had been on Rigmarole for years and had a reasonably static bunch of friends, adding new people every couple of months or so. Her feed was the usual: kids, dogs, cakes, holidays, karaoke, memes with varying degrees of funny. Claire used her account rather less frequently, but she'd been a member for a couple of years. She'd posted a couple of photos of the wedding, but hadn't tagged anyone. Based on her lack of activity, Stacy thought she probably didn't know how to. There was nothing apparently suspicious or even mildly questionable about either of them. Looking at the screen now, Stacy noted the results from the trawl of Amy's social media were spooling down the page. New contacts were stuttering across the screen, the date line on the end of each line. 2 months ago, 5 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, right after the wedding. Stacy drew in a sharp breath. The final new friend on Amy's Rigmarole account was Claire Garrity. Accepted the day after the wedding. Claire had commented on a photo that had caught Amy staring wistfully across the room, chin propped on her hand. "Love you in this pic," the comment read. Amy had responded, "I look like a wet weekend in Widnes." "No, you look dead romantic. Like one day my prince will come." LOL. "Well, maybe he has already." "Hope so. You deserve it." And that was the end of it. But what was going on here? What were the implications of this? How could the same woman befriend 2 murder victims just after they'd hooked up with a man who was the most likely person to have killed them? The only logical answer was that this wasn't Claire Garrity. It was the killer himself, getting his kicks from infiltrating another corner of their lives. She was halfway to her feet to share the new information with Carol when a thought occurred to her. Stacy went in through the back door she'd opened for herself years ago into the digital platform that housed the Bradfield Evening Sentinel-Times. She typed in Claire Garrity and found her answer in the personal columns. Claire Garrity had died in a road traffic accident 10 weeks before. Nothing in the least suspicious about it. A lorry driver had fallen asleep at the wheel on the M60 and ploughed into her Fiat Punto. But presumably, because she scarcely used her Rigmarole account, nobody had thought to close it down. And somehow, a killer had accessed it and used it for his own twisted purpose. Stacy stood up so abruptly her chair spun out behind her. She marched down to Carol's office. Only the courtesy ingrained by her parents stopped her from barging straight in. She knocked, waited, gripped the handle, and shot inside as soon as Carol gave her the word. "I think he friended them on Rigmarole," she blurted out, "and he stole a dead woman's ID to do it." "I don't understand." Carol looked baffled, as people often did when Stacy made her bald announcements. Patiently, she explained what she'd found. Carol's eyebrows rose. Why would he do a thing like that? Sometimes Stacy thought Carol spent too long listening to Tony Hill. In spite of the successes he'd helped them achieve in recent years, Stacy was still skeptical of his approach. Motive wasn't important in murder inquiries. Process was what counted. It didn't matter why the killer was messing with his victims. What really mattered was the opportunity it offered. What could they learn from his digital footprint? Where would this information take them? "I've no idea," Stacy said briskly, "but Rigmarole might know the IP address those messages came from." "Will they tell us?" Stacy shrugged. "We can try for a warrant, but they'll drag their heels even if we can get one." "But Carol held up a hand. "How many times do I have to tell you, Stacy? I don't need to know the intricacies of what you do." Which translated, Stacy thought cynically, to, "If you're going to break the law, what I don't know can't hurt me." "And besides," Carol continued, "there are practical avenues to pursue. There's a chance the killer knew she was dead because he knew her when she was alive. I mean, he would have had to crack her password to use her Rigmarole account, wouldn't he?" "Yes, though it might have been something ridiculous like her husband's name, and he could have got that from the newspaper report. But these days most people are a bit more savvy about social media passwords. Everybody knows somebody who's been hacked. I'm on holiday in Marbella and I've had my bag snatched. Please wire me £200 to get home." "Exactly. So, yes, maybe he did know her well enough to work out a more challenging password. So we show the pics we've got to this Claire Garrity's nearest and dearest, and her workmates, and perhaps the gods will smile on us and someone will recognize him. And just in case," Stacy flipped a mock salute at Carol, "I'll see what Rigmarole can tell me, with or without their consent." Chapter 38. As soon as he'd returned to the poky flat her betrayal had consigned him to, he'd flipped open the laptop and wallowed in the coverage. His first outing had been characterized as a curiosity, mostly ignored in the press, but picked up online, especially once it had leaked out that Catherine had already been dead when the blaze had started. But with a second similar incident in the same geographical location, everyone's ears had pricked up, and the case had been upgraded to a mystery. The police weren't saying much, and nobody was acknowledging the fact that Amy hadn't died in the fire either. But everyone was absorbed by the odd circumstances of the deaths. Nobody had made a connection between the killings and the weddings that had preceded them. Nobody was talking about new boyfriends or mysterious weekend trips to the Dales. That would come, though. He was sure of it. Now there was a genuine mystery to chase. The hacks would be all over the private lives of the victims. Eventually, friends would talk. He didn't fear that moment. He wasn't afraid of being caught because he didn't believe he would be, didn't believe he could be. He'd covered his tracks so comprehensively. He'd researched the truth about forensics as opposed to the half-truths peddled by TV shows and crime writers, and he'd made a list of all the possible trace evidence he needed to avoid. So no going back to their place for a coffee or sex, no giving them a lift anywhere, no messages that could be traced back to any of his electronic equipment. Never putting the batteries in his burner phones except when they were where he was supposed to be. Paying for everything in cash. avoiding restaurants whose approaches were covered by CCTV, making subtle but effective changes to his appearance, ones he could easily reverse, so the people he had to see regularly wouldn't be freaked out by them. When he'd first embarked on his mission of revenge, he was determined to avoid capture solely because that would interfere with his ultimate goal of killing Tricia. And he needed to kill her, to wipe her off the face of the world, to destroy her for what she'd done to him. The humiliation, the stripping of the things that mattered to him, having her by his side, on his arm, the luxurious home they'd made together, the business they'd built from scratch that was slowly disintegrating day by frustrating day, and the deep sense of security and achievement that possessing all that had given him. How could she turn on him like that? And not because he'd done anything wrong, but because she'd decided he didn't fulfill every bloody, stupid romantic fantasy that magazines and movies had stuffed her head with. Her disappearance had only fueled his fury. Nobody would tell him a bloody thing, not a clue. Then he had a brainwave. She might have closed down her social media accounts, but there was no way she'd be able to give up that endless exchange of trivia with her friends. He'd put money on the fact that she'd have new accounts up and running in another name, and that under that other name, Tricia would have befriended the women she trusted not to reveal her secret to him. If he could spy on their accounts, he was sure he could triangulate the identity Tricia was hiding behind. But if he simply set up a new account, it would be obvious. He needed to weasel his way into an existing account so he could forge a connection to the women Tricia knew. But he had to find a way to do that without raising suspicions. And then he had his second brainwave, so bloody clever it made him laugh out loud. It hadn't been too hard to pull off, and so far it was working. He'd managed to become rigmarole friends with two of the women Tricia was closest to, but it was taking forever. The more days that passed, the more his anger burned. Time was not healing these wounds. Rather, it was making them more agonizing. He'd never be at ease with himself while she still breathed. He understood that very clearly. Her existence was an insult to him and everything he valued. But killing her would only be flawless if he walked away with clean hands. There would be no satisfaction in ending her life if it ended his too. And so when he decided to use other women as surrogates to give him some sort of relief from the rage that made his head hurt and his heart sore, he knew he had to perfect this act, so that although he'd be a suspect when Tricia died, he'd be untouchable. The key, as always, was to consider every step of the process from all angles. What could go wrong? How could he guard against that possibility? What steps did he need to take to protect himself? With the killing of Amy, he'd come to realize that the preparation was part of the satisfaction. It made him feel good, not as powerful as the murder itself, obviously, but it gave him the comfort of control right down the line, from first contact to the moment he lit the match. And with his new rigmarole account, he'd been able to forge connections to his victims. He could spy on them, hugging his secret knowledge to himself. He could like the photos from the weddings that their friends had posted. He could even talk to them. And the beauty of it was that he wasn't putting himself in any kind of jeopardy. The final part of the first stage, luring the women to his cottage in the Dales, was always going to be the riskiest part of his endeavour. He'd thought they might balk at not having the full address. He'd had an explanation prepared about the postcode not matching the actual location, but so far neither of them had questioned it. When he'd told them the cottage couldn't be located on SatNav, they'd both accepted it and fallen in with his suggestion that he meet them in a nearby pub car park, where he knew there was no camera coverage, then follow him to the cottage in their own cars. The own cars thing was a shrewd move, he thought. It would reassure them to have a means of escape if things didn't turn out the way they'd hoped. And it gave him the extra insurance of not ever having them shedding their DNA all over the interior of his borrowed car. It had been a brilliant idea, and it had worked perfectly in practice. And then the sheer delight of leading them up the garden path. 2 days of pandering to their every whim, of second-guessing what they'd enjoy, of finding reasons to keep them indoors, because he didn't want them to be spotted by some random hiker wandering around the landscape as if they owned the place. He hadn't been too worried about that in advance, though. Friday night dinner with plenty of alcohol, then bed, and the most attentive sex he could manage. He hadn't found either of them particularly attractive, but there were ways round that. Fantasy, memory, and the sort of endless, snuggly foreplay that women always appreciated. He'd assumed that if the sex was good enough, they'd be happy to spend Saturday in bed. Then cook dinner together. And that was exactly how it had gone with Catherine. She'd been eager to please and thrilled by his attentiveness. He suspected she was so excited at the prospect of a new relationship that she was reluctant to make any demands of him. Really, she was a pushover, easy to string along till, lulled by GHB-laced champagne on Sunday afternoon, he had put his hands around her neck and tightened his grip till her eyes had bulged and her face had turned from crimson to purple. It had been harder than he'd expected, but imagining Trisha's face in front of him had been all it took to make him stick with it till she stopped struggling and making those terrible choking noises. It had been so different the first time he'd killed someone. Then it had felt unreal, like a video game. He'd had no idea it was so easy to kill someone for real. If he'd imagined it at all, he'd have thought it would be much, much harder to end someone's life. He'd been playing with Johnny Cape in the steeply wooded ravine between the terraced houses on Approach Street and the orchard behind the vicarage. They'd been wrestling on the ground, hot and sweating, their chewing gum breath in each other's faces, and Johnny had gasped, "This is like how your mum is with the men she goes with." Then he'd made the kind of animal grunts that were so familiar, so humiliating, so invasive. A black fury had risen inside him, and he'd grabbed at the first thing that came to hand. A fallen branch from an ash tree, about as thick as a toddler's arm. He'd smashed the branch against Johnny's head as hard as he could, and when Johnny let go and fell back, yelping, he'd put the branch across Johnny's throat and leaned on it with all his weight, grunting with the effort, just like the men who paid their rent did. Johnny's heels had drummed on the forest floor, his eyes swelled like a frog's, his tongue pushed out between his goofy teeth, and his skin went a dark, dark red. Then he'd stopped, and everything in the wood was quiet. Even the bird-song was momentarily silent. Or maybe the ringing in his head wiped everything else out. He'd staggered to his feet and run home. His mum had been in the kitchen making cottage pie for their tea. He remembered the cottage pie. He'd said nothing and acted as though nothing had happened. When the police arrived before bedtime, he'd acted shocked and upset. And yes, it had been an act. Because, honestly, he hadn't felt much of anything at all. He told the friendly policewoman that he had left Johnny in the wood, gathering sticks to make their gang hut look better. She asked if he'd seen anybody on his way home, and he said, yes, there had been a man walking along the path into the woodland. When she wondered what the man had looked like, he'd pictured the guy from the kids' club at the holiday camp they'd been at the summer before, and given a halting description of him. It had been ridiculously easy to fool everybody. It had even been on Crime Watch. Nobody ever doubted his account, and nobody was ever arrested, which he was glad about. He'd have felt bad if somebody he had nothing against had been falsely accused. And he'd carried on with his life as if nothing had happened. No nightmares, no bedwetting, no panic attacks. To begin with, he'd missed having Johnny to play with, but he told himself that even if he'd still been alive, they couldn't have been friends any longer anyway, not after he'd said those things about his mother. The difference was that this time he hadn't been able to run away from what he'd done. He could hardly bring himself to look at her after she was dead, because the sight of her face reminded him that this wasn't Tricia. This was a poor substitute for the woman who really deserved to die. The killing had made him feel better, but the high hadn't lasted. He'd had to wait till darkness fell to carry her body out to her own car. He'd thrown a sheet over her so he didn't have to see her. It was only when he set fire to her in the car, obliterating her difference from the woman he wanted to kill, that the sense of control and power returned to him. And this time it lasted. He wasn't worried about her DNA being all over the cottage. They'd never trace him back to this place. On paper, it was still owned by a company that had been defunct for 5 years, a company whose name he'd never been officially connected with. It had been Tricia who had briefly been on their board and who had done some shady deal where she'd got the cottage in exchange for not telling the VAT man what had really been going on with the company accounts. It had been rented out off the books for years to an academic at Leeds University who used it at weekends, but she hadn't protested too much when he'd told her the arrangement was at an end a couple of months before. She knew she didn't have a leg to stand on, so there was no paper trail leading anywhere near him. Still, that didn't give him carte blanche to be careless, and it had been infuriating that things hadn't gone according to plan with Amy. She'd been a lot harder to please than Catherine. On the Saturday morning, she'd insisted on going for a walk, even though it was drizzling and the visibility was negligible. He'd tried everything to put her off, but she'd been determined. At least the rain meant they'd both had to put their hoods up. He didn't think any of the handful of walkers they'd passed could ever have recognized them again. But once they'd returned, she'd gone on and on about the craft shops and tea rooms they could visit the next day. All his careful planning was going up in smoke before his eyes. However, he wasn't about to be defeated by an idiotic woman obsessed with finding some souvenir of their time together. He could think on his feet. So he'd strangled her after dinner on Saturday instead. It had been easier the second time because he knew what to expect. The drugged passivity, the grunting gasps as the body struggled for air, even in its unconscious state, the ugly colour of the skin as it suffused with blood, and beneath it all, the pure delight of imagining it was Tricia under him. Afterwards he felt no guilt, not least because Amy had begun to irritate him with her constant chatter about people he'd never met and places he'd never been. No wonder her relationships had never worked out. Everything was about her. There was a certain relief to her death. even though he didn't like having her body about the place all day on the Sunday. Ironically, he'd gone out for a long walk by himself to get away from her. But it had all worked out in the end, and he felt fabulous. So fabulous he'd laid his plans for the next one. Manchester this time, plenty of choice there, and hopefully it would be another Catherine, not another Amy. Chapter 39. Because it was a midweek match, it had been possible to buy a couple of tickets for Bradfield Victoria's game against Stoke City at the last minute. It was the best idea Tony could come up with after Paula had tracked him down in the shipping container he used as a library to tell him how worried she was about Torrin. He'd been catching up on his reading when she'd banged on the door, the muffled clang of something hard on metal making him jump. Nobody had ever visited him there before, but Paula had once dropped him off outside, so he wasn't entirely surprised to find her on his doorstep. "I was reading," he said plaintively. "Good for you. Can I come in?" "There's only one chair." "Well, get your coat and I'll treat you to a coffee," she said, in the tone she normally reserved for children who'd witnessed something traumatic. Obediently, he grabbed the purple jacket and padlocked the container behind him, hurrying to catch up with Paula, who was already halfway down the street, coffee in her sights. When he caught up, she gave him a sceptical glance. "Are you wearing that for a bet?" "It was in the sale," he said. "Carol said it suited me." Paula snorted. "Carol just wanted you in anything but the disreputable brown thing." She turned into the coffee shop and made for the counter. "I think this is the last coffee shop in town where the barista isn't a hipster," Tony muttered as they found a quiet table to huddle over their drinks. "So what can I do for you, Paula?" "It's Torrin," she said, and outlined their recent concerns and the discovery that he had apparently sold some of his mother's jewellery. "And then he completely lost it with me, ranted about me invading his privacy, told me I had no business sticking my nose into his life, and that what he did with his own stuff was nothing to do with me." Tony sighed. "Tell me you didn't go down the my house, my rules line." "I'm not entirely stupid," she growled. I backed off. But the last couple of days it's been like living in a no-comment interview. He's silent and surly. He won't meet my eyes, and I don't know what to do." "What does Eleanor think?" Paula fidgeted in her chair. "I haven't told Eleanor. I've hardly seen her since it all blew up between Torrin and me, and to be honest, I'd rather bring her a solution than a problem right now. They're incredibly short-staffed in A&E, and she's having enough of a struggle trying to make sure everything at work is covered." "And you don't want Eleanor to think you can't deal with Torrin," Tony said, "because then she'll take everything on herself." "That too," she acknowledged reluctantly. "You want me to talk to him?" "Would you? He trusts you. When you come round for dinner, it's like he relaxes."
"It's a guy thing," Tony said, clearly mocking himself. "Seriously, though, it's mostly because I'm not in a parental role. It's always easier to talk to someone who's got less investment in you. There's not the same potential for disappointing them. He's going to be suspicious of me, suddenly turning up out of the blue, so soon after you've had this row." Tony sipped his coffee and frowned in thought. "It's got to be the kind of thing we do anyway." And then he'd remembered the football. He'd taken Torrin to a Bradfield Victoria match once before. They'd gone to the game, then for a kebab afterwards. Tony thought it had gone well. The only reason he hadn't repeated it was that it was almost impossible to get tickets for the Saturday games now that the team were nudging that valuable fourth-place slot that would see them playing in the Champions League the following season. He'd had to settle for watching his team on their dedicated TV channel.
So Wednesday evening found Tony and Torrin riding the bus across town to Ratcliffe, the city's melting pot suburb. Every colour and creed seemed to have migrated to the narrow streets of red brick terraces over the years. Walking the pavement here, a man could hear the unfamiliar phonemes of 20 different languages within half a mile. But on match days, English reclaimed the air, as the Bradfield Victoria fans were funnelled from tram halts, from bus stops and from car parks into the handful of cramped thoroughfares that led to the great cantilevered stands of Victoria Park. The bright yellow of the home strips seemed to bring sunshine into the dank streets, and random chants broke out as the fans milled together towards the temple of their faith. "We're going to be in the Vesti stand tonight," Tony said. "It runs along the side of the pitch, not like the Grayson Street stand where we were the last time. You remember?" "Yeah," Torrin said. "We were smack bang behind the goal. We had a great view when Pavlovich scored." "So we did. Do you know who the stand is named after?" "No. Is it interesting?" Torrin grinned. "Well, I think so, but then I'm an anorak." Torrin snorted with laughter. "No kidding. You can see that a mile off. You're well ready for a Prince revival." He hummed Purple Rain under his breath. "You're too young to remember that," Tony complained. "My mum loved Prince." His face clouded momentarily, but he recovered himself. "So, why is it interesting?" "It's named after Albert Vesti. He was the Vic's centre-forward, that's a striker to you, from 1929 to 1938. He scored 197 goals for the club, and he won 22 caps for England, but he never scored a goal in open play for the national side. All 3 of his goals were penalties. Now, you've got to admit that's interesting." Torrin gave him a gentle punch on the shoulder. "OK, it's a bit interesting." They approached the turnstiles leading to their section of the stand. "Thanks for asking me to come. I really enjoyed it before." "I've not actually managed to get a ticket since the last time we were here. Otherwise I'd have asked you. But I watch the games on my laptop. I've got a sub to TVix. You can always come over to the boat and watch it with me if I'm in town." The boy nodded. "But Paula said you'd moved in with Carol. So you're not going to be on the boat, are you?" Tony pulled a face. "I've not moved in with her as such. It's more like keeping her company. And I'm still down in Minster Basin 2 or 3 nights a week. So next time there's a home game and I'm around, I'll message you." "OK." They began the steep climb to their seats. "Are you and Carol like a couple?" "Start with the easy questions, why don't you?" Tony grumbled. "We care about each other, but we're not a couple, not in the conventional sense. We're more than best friends and less than lovers." It wasn't something he'd ever had to codify for someone else. Why he was telling Torrin, he wasn't quite sure, except that he understood that the best way to provoke honesty was to offer it up. They squeezed past fellow fans to their seats and settled in, studying the team sheet they'd picked up on the way in. "Karabenitis is on the bench again," Tony said. "So how come you never got it together as a couple?" "It's complicated. Bad timing, fear, not wanting to spoil what works, all of the above, and I'm rubbish at romance." He was spared further interrogation by the referee's whistle. The first half zipped by, end-to-end play, a goal apiece, some dazzling passages of play. The crowd roared and seethed and sang, and nobody cared that it started raining. A fine drizzle that the wind blew into the faces of those lower down in the seating tiers. At half-time, half the crowd disappeared to stand in line for bad food and overpriced drinks. Tony reached inside one of his many pockets and produced a bottle of sugar-loaded energy drink and a bag of popcorn. He handed them to Torrin. "There you go. Saves us having to queue." "What about you?" Torrin looked greedily at the snacks, too polite to dive in without checking. Another pocket, a bottle of water. I'm fine. They discussed the first half, dissecting the problems with the Vic's midfield. As the stand filled up again and anticipation buzzed around the stadium, Tony said, "So, what's the problem, Torrin?" The second half kicked off, and the noise from the fans grew in a deafening crescendo. Paradoxically, it made the crowded stand a very private place to have a conversation. "I don't want to talk about it." Torrin frowned and leaned forward, staring at the match below. "We never want to talk about the difficult things, but if we don't, they poison the good things in our lives. You've already fallen out with Paula. Where's it going to end? Are you going to fall out with Elinor too? With me? And for what? You don't understand. I understand shame, and I understand fear of loss, Torrin. You've already endured the worst kind of loss, and that makes you twice as scared of losing more." Torrin licked his lips, but said nothing. "You're not going to lose us. We're not going to walk away from you. We're on your side. Trust me, there's nothing you could have done that would make us reject you. We want to help you. I want to help you. I remember what it felt like to be your age. Everything looms so large in your head, and it's never quite as bad as you think." He gave a dry bark of laughter. "And believe me, I had a completely shitty adolescence." Torrin flashed a quick look at him. "I can't tell you, Tony. I've let everybody down. I accept that. But there's worse to come. So let's head it off at the pass. There's nothing out there that can't be mitigated. We can't fix everything, I know that, but we can find ways to deal with whatever the problem is. I've been dealing with people's problems all my professional life, and really, it's never as catastrophic as you think. There's nothing that anybody can do." His voice was dull, his shoulders slumped. "I did one really stupid thing, and it's going to ruin my life." If it hadn't been for Paula's insistence to the contrary, Tony would have assumed Torrin had impregnated his girlfriend. "What, you're throwing in the towel without a fight? That's not like you. The way you handled yourself after your mum died? That wasn't the reaction of somebody who caves in. Come on, Torrin, whatever it is, it's not the end of the world." Torrin's response was to get to his feet and push his way to the end of the row. Tony was seconds behind him, earning grumbles and complaints and curses. He ran down the vertiginous steps behind the boy, and they emerged almost together in the broad concourse that swept round the back of the stand. Torrin fell back against the wall and dropped down into a crouch, burying his face in his folded arms. "I'm sorry," he mumbled so quietly that Tony barely heard him. Tony hunkered down beside him. "I know, but you're only going to start to feel better when you talk about it." "I can't talk about it." His voice shook. "I'm not going to judge you, Torrin." "You don't need to. I can do that for myself." He sounded disgusted. "I don't know how I'm going to face anybody." Tony put an arm round the boy's shoulders and drew him close. "Come on, mate. You know what I do for a living. After all I've heard over the years, I'm bomb-proof. You need to trust somebody, and it might as well be me." Torrin shivered, then gulped. "You got to promise you won't tell Paula and Elinor?" "They need to know, Torrin." "I won't say another word unless you promise." There would be a way round this, but it would have to come from Torrin himself. In the meantime, what mattered was finding out. "I promise. Cross my heart, like you were a patient." "I was lonely. Paula and Elinor, they're great, but they're not 14. I post a lot on Instagram. I'm quite good at taking interesting pics.
All sorts of people like my stuff, and sometimes they comment, you know." Tony knew. He didn't really use social media, but he lurked, because he needed to know the kind of behaviors people engaged in online. Most predators found the anonymity invaluable, and it was the perfect environment in which to do bad things without taking too many risks. "Somebody started commenting a lot, really praising your stuff?" Torrin's head moved in what Tony took to be a nod. "A girl?" "She was funny," he said. "She made really sharp jokes about stuff, and she liked the same bands and the same games I do." How hard would that be to find out? Even Tony could manage it with a few clicks and some search engine work. "And you fancied her?" he said gently. "Anybody would. She was gorgeous." He let out a shuddering breath. "I could hardly believe she liked me, too." "And you took it out of the public arena, into a private space?" Torrin raised his head, and his eyes were damp. "I was lonely, and she sent me photos. Then little videos. Sexy, you know." His face was beseeching Tony to understand, to forgive. A swell of sympathy rose in Tony's chest, tempered with the anger he felt at the heartless bastards who had exploited Torrin. He could see what was coming, and it made his heart ache. "And she asked you to do the same?" Torrin dropped his eyes again. "Yeah," he croaked. "So I did." Tony reached out and put a hand on his shoulder, just as the noise from the stadium erupted and engulfed them. Bradfield had clearly scored. When it died down, he said, "They blackmailed you? Give us money or everybody in your contact list gets a copy." "Yeah, they wanted £500. "So you sold your mum's pendant?" He nodded. "I got 550 quid for it. And then Paula said it was up for 800. So whoever bought it, well, they were cheating me too. I'm a complete mug. But it's not going to stop. I got a message last week saying they want £1,000 by the end of the month, or they'll distribute it to everybody I know and post it online." His voice cracked with desperation. "How did you pay them?" "They gave me card details and told me to go into a bank and pay the cash onto the credit card. It was one of those cards you buy to load up with cash and spend with the card, like when you go abroad. If anybody asked, I was to say it was from my cousin who was on his gap year and needed a top-up. But nobody asked." Probably untraceable, Tony thought. They needed to get Stacy on board with this. "I'm sorry you've had to carry this by yourself." He put an arm round the boy's hunched shoulders. "I think we can sort this," he said. "But first, you're going to have to tell Paula and Eleanor." Torrin pulled away, his face in accusation. "You promised." "I know. That's why I said you're going to have to do the telling."